Pig. This is my little brother George. This is Mummy Pig. And this is Daddy Pig. Yeah!
Plate. Yeah, it's a Mercedes, okay? Can you read what's on my plate right now?
You did. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah. What they mean? Yeah. What they mean? I'm outside, pop out game with the team, bitch. What they mean? We all lit. That's on game. That's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, sledge, nigga, blow your back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get whack, that's on gang and that's on facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, all up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we deal in different times. Rockin' number 9 jeans, and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'm up that far. Talking all that tough shit on the game, pussy bitch, you gon' die. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what they mean? Yeah, what they mean? I'm outside, pop out game with the team, bitch. What they mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me. Yeah. Murder, sledge, nigga, blow your back. Hanging with the slash, nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whack, that's on gang and that's on facts. Let's go. Have you ever seen a nigga die? When I did, went home and smoked a blunt. No nigga didn't cry. Don't fuck with niggas on different sides. These niggas be switching sides. I in the whip with a nigga bitch inside. Finna give my dick a ride. The nigga they be talking about gang shit, be on lame shit. Ain't never bang shit. We get a pick right now and the pick back then. Like the same pick with the same click with tricky red. Boy, you with a bitch, he scared. A lot of niggas like to play what they like. The last nigga took my clip, he dead. I had to. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean?
Who the fucking motherfuckers, man?
What that mean? We all lit, that's on gang, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, sledge, nigga, blow your back. Nigga with the slash, nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whack, that's on gang and that's all facts. You did. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah. What that mean? Yeah. What that mean? I'm outside, put out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, sledge, nigga, blow your back. Hanging with the slash, nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whack, that's on gang and that's all facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, all up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we deal in different times. Rockin' number 9 jeans, and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'm up that far. Talking all that tough shit on the game, pussy bitch, you gon' die. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, pop out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, sledge, nigga, blow your back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get whack, that's on gang and that's all facts. Let's go. Have you ever seen a nigga die? When I did went home and smoked a blunt. No nigga didn't cry. Don't fuck with niggas on different sides. These niggas be switching sides. Now we with a nigga bitch inside. Finna get my dick a ride. The nigga that be talking about gang shit, be on lame shit, ain't never bang shit. We got a pick right now and the pick back in. Like the same pick with the same click with tricky red. Boy, you with a bitch, he scared. A lot of niggas like to play what they like. The last nigga took my clip, he dead. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, What it mean? I'm outside, how about game with the team, bitch? What it mean? We all lit, that's on gang, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, murder, slag, talking, nigga, blow you back. Hanging with the slags, nigga, with your gas. Yeah, nigga, get it back, that's on gang and that's on facts. It is. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah. What that mean? Yeah. What that mean? I'm outside. I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit. That's on game. That's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, murder, slag, chop nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, pussy nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's so gang and that's all facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, I'm up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we be on different times. Rockin' number 9 jeans, and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'ma up that bar. Talking all that tough shit on the gang, pussy bitch, you gon' die. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? About game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, murder, slag, chop nigga, blow you back. Nigga, with the slash, pussy, nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's on gang and that's on facts.
Let's go, let's go. Have you ever seen a nigga die? Yeah. When I did, went home and smoked a blunt. No, a nigga didn't cry. Don't fuck with niggas on different sides. These niggas be switching sides. In the whip with a nigga bitch inside. Finna give my dick a ride. The nigga that be talking about gang shit be on lame shit. Ain't never bang shit. We get a pick right now and the pick back then. Like the same pick with the same clip with trippy red. Boy, you with a bitch, he scared. A lot of niggas like to play what they like. The last nigga put my clip, he dead. I had to.
Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah, murder, murder, slag, chop nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, pussy nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's on gang and that's all facts. It is. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah. What that mean? Yeah. What that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on gang, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, murder, slag, chop nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, pussy nigga, we so gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's on gang and that's all facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, I'm up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we be on different times. Rockin' number 9 jeans, and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'ma up that bar. Talking all that tough shit on the game, pussy, bitch, you gon' die. It is. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah. What that mean? Yeah. What that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, slash, chop a nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's what gang and that's all facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, all up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we be on different time. Rockin' number 9, jeans and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'ma up that bar. Talking all that tough shit on the gang, pussy bitch, and you gon' die. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, slash, chop a nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get back, that's on gang and that's all facts.
Let's go. Have you ever seen a nigga die? When I did went home and smoked a blunt. No nigga didn't cry. Don't fuck with niggas on different sides. The nigga be switching sides. In the whip with a nigga bitch inside. Finna get my dick a ride. The nigga they be talking about gang shit, be on lame shit. They never bang shit. They get a pick right now and the pick back then. Like the same pin with the same clip. With trippy red. Boy, you with a bitch, he scared. A lot of niggas like to play what they like. The last nigga put my clip, he dead. I had to.
Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, slash, chop a nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get back, that's on gang and that's all facts. You did. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, slash, chop a nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas. Nigga, you get whacked, that's on gang and that's all facts. We shoot 223, we'll take your life. We all with the gang, you know we gon' slide. We all with them bees, all up in the high. You talk down on me, nigga, you gon' die. We a different kind, and we be on different time. Rockin' number 9, jeans, and I be so fly. We from different sides, pussy, I'ma up that bar. Talking all that tough shit on the gang, pussy bitch, and you gon' die. Yeah, you gon' die. Yeah, nigga, you gon' die. You gon' die. Yeah, what that mean? Yeah, what that mean? I'm outside, I'm out game with the team, bitch. What that mean? We all lit, that's on game, that's on me, bitch. Yeah. Murder, slash, chop a nigga, blow you back. Nigga with the slash, nigga with your gas.
Cops are gonna have to kill me, I ain't going down. Without a fight, yo, they're gonna shoot me up, yo. Gonna make them, yo. Gonna make them, yo. Gonna make the cops shoot me up, yo, yo.
In the whip with a nigga bitch inside. Finna get my dick a ride. The nigga they be talking about gang shit, be on lame shit. They never bang shit. They get a pick right now and the pick back then. Like the same pin with the same clip with trippy red. Boy, you with a bitch, he scared. A lot of niggas like to play what they like. The last nigga put my clip, he dead.
It's easy, it's easy. Cops are fucking pussies. All you gotta do is make them scared and they're gonna blast you. Yeah, all you gotta do is make them fear for their life and they're gonna kill you. Ha ha. It's easy. Oh yeah. It's easy. Ah. It's easy. It's easy. All you gotta do is get a cop. And then they'll shoot you up and down. Oh yeah.
We so gas, nigga, you get whacked, that's on that's all facts.
people of this country and we're under attack. They banning us, they cancel us for speaking the facts. If you man enough, come stand with us, take USA back. And every time we pull up, all you gonna see is American flags. Kill your politicians. Take your country back. Kill your politicians. Take your country back.
I ain't never gonna pretend that I give a damn. Anybody who's offended can get it, we throwing hands. Anybody not trying to make America great again, you a pawn, you a clown, better know where I stand. I'm a white boy with the middle fingers in the air, dog. We don't give a what. 100 white boys gonna hold me down anywhere, dog. We think that you suck. My patriots the craziest, they ain't afraid of breaking fists on faces. If you really want to taste of this, don't say the tip, the same the stick and spray the clip. I pray you miss, cause if you don't, they gon' go wacko. Automatic gun smoke like tobacco. Never hit a lady, but it's pretty hard to tell if you're a girl or a they, them, there's these, that, those. I ain't never gonna take a knee for the anthem, smack them. I don't give a damn, can't stand them. Gang full of randoms, fan with a handgun, run up in your mansion, leave it all abandoned. I was raised to be brave to the grave. United States, we love the country that they've been corrupting. Go broke and go broker if you ain't obeyed.
My people of this country and we're under attack. They banning us, they cancel us for speaking the facts. If you man enough, come stand with us, take USA back. And every time we pull up, all you gonna see is American flags. American flags. American flags. And every time we pull up, all you gonna see is American flags.
AKA all Draco, deep you stinking, break your ankles. I'm not hearing what you saying. Hit the pavement, now you seeing angels. It get dangerous, go against the Patriots. Got all the bangers. Take a look inside my closet. You gon' see way more than hangers, hammers like I do construction. Ammo, I'ma shoot at something. Why you think we own these guns so we can just go do some hunting? You must not pay close attention. Government, they want the vision. Only treason is to lose. I guarantee we come out with it. Let my tagline high like eagles. I would die for all my people. You can't trade me with procedures. How about freedom? You about evil. Leave you hanging from the ceiling like chandeliers in cathedrals. Never have the safety on it. When we run out, we just reload.
People of this country and we're under attack. They banning us, they cancel us for speaking the facts. If you man enough, come stand with us, take USA back. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags. American flags. American flags. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags. Every time we pull up, you see stars, you see stripes, you see flags on the cars and the trucks and the bikes. Every time we pull up, we go hard, we outside, we got flags on our arms that are tatted there for life. Every time we pull up, we don't care if you're mad, we cherish this land. The haters can get buried in rags. They set fire to old glory, turning fabric to ash. But every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags. American flags. American flags. And every time we pull up, all you're gonna see is American flags.
Wow. Before
Hop in the truck, 10 of my buddies are already drunk. We don't go nowhere that doesn't have liquor and cigarettes. Ride a mechanical bulls in the club. We like to hunt, we with a gun. Come back tomorrow, we covered in blood with a bucket of Dutch. We on top of the when we pop in the clutch, we ain't stuck in the mud. I'm the white boy with the baseball bat, but the taste tattoos and a NASCAR hat and a backyard that's strapped out. Got a glass jar full of tobacco that's blacker than asphalt. Rolling with hundreds of crackers who acting like animals. They cannot handle their alcohol. We the white boys for the bad woods and the bad hoods and the shell bar trash and guns. When I was younger, they taught me to struggle and hustle like 200 bikers, and they were my brothers. We coming for blood and you running for cover, addicted to drugs. We go dumber than ducks. We got mullets and putters and multiple gunners that come in Hummers. You under the rubber, you'll never recover. Chain smoke in my lungs hurt, my neck red dust, sunburns, bumping Eminem. We all know the words. Bunch of white boys living hella birds. Here really don't care if you like them. Little bit of moonshine fire inside them. Kill him in a minute, don't care who's fighting. You don't want to trip on the kids of Vikings. Ammo and mullets and cowboy hats out in public. Got ammo stashed in my cousins and cashing addicts and cupboards. They all diss and we don't listen. Can't hear it no more. We gone fishing, they gone missing. I told y'all before. I be on some white people hanging out the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people
jumping out the plane, no parachute, so I'ma get the sooner. I ain't learned from school, always ditch Ferris Bueller. Screw your little truck, my square body over there is cooler. Every white boy riding with me over there. Shooters, I'm the white boy with the monster pump. Since shotgun with a pop the truck, the northern I'm so off the jump. I'm up, I rock the lots of guns. This ain't soccer, but watch them run. Shoot them in the lung, need oxygen. Pumping blood like he often does. Pop too much till it's popping shells. I'm never gonna back up too much.
I remember reading a proverb once that said, "Death whispers in my ear, live," he said, "because I'm coming." The first time I read these words sent a chill down my spine. They are now the words that drive me every single day. There's a fact I think every single one of us should remind ourselves every day, and that's the fact that we're going to die. All of us, you, me, all of us are on this earth for a fraction of a second in the grand scheme of things. Yet all of us go about our day to day like we're going to live forever. We don't do what we want to do. We don't see the places we want to see. We live under this constant illusion that tomorrow will come. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll start that thing tomorrow. I'll ask that person out tomorrow. I'll go for that job tomorrow. Next time you catch yourself doing this, remind yourself that tomorrow may never come. Live life to the full every single day. See your family and friends. Talk to that person you haven't spoken to in ages because life just gets in the way. Walk down the street and don't focus or worry about all the life that you ain't got. Instead, be thankful for all the stuff that you have got. Too many of us think about all the stuff we ain't got far too much, that we fool ourselves into thinking we actually haven't got anything. All of us have got more to be grateful for if we actually take the time to think about it. I walk down the street, take a big breath in and look up at the sky and think about everything that I've got. There are people in this world starving, homeless, and you're complaining about your problems. Just the fact that you're watching this video tells me that you're in a place where you've got to be grateful for, but you've got to focus on it. Death is whispering in all our ears, and we better live, because I tell you this, he's on his way. So from this day on, start living life for what it is. An amazing gift that can be taken away at any moment. Do that thing you want to do, whatever that thing may be. See that place you've always wanted to see. Just do it now. Don't wait. Today is yesterday's tomorrow.
This is my perfect victory! That's right! I win!
Check out this new tablet I just got.
Wow, that's sleek. Where? Not on your sides, Jay Warren was there as a mother pleaded for her son's life.
Teenager who was about to begin a career in the military. An autopsy just finished up. We've learned where investigators found the body.
Mother said that she doesn't want him to be remembered as a victim. They plan to set up a foundation to help other kids and keep his memory alive.
I'm asking for a chance for me to become a better person.
But again, it's sad at the same time because this could have been prevented. Austin made this choice.
I'm asking you not to do this for my brothers and my sisters.
Be a clean and neat murder. That's the testimony today from one of the two teenagers accused of killing Justin Back.
Austin Myers, a 19-year-old, committed such a gruesome crime that people could not even fathom what had happened. The only way to serve justice was to sentence him to his demise. Let's dive into this case. The chilling scene. In a chilling tale that gripped the nation, tragedy struck the quiet town of Waynesville, Warren County, Ohio, on that fateful day of January 28, 2014. The life of 18-year-old Justin Michael Back was brutally extinguished, leaving a community shattered and a family forever scarred by an unspeakable act of violence. But what unfolded in the would send shockwaves as the true depths of darkness and injustice were unveiled.
About 3 minutes, occasionally looking down at his notes, and began by addressing the victim's parents.
And court puts an execution date on hold for the state's youngest death row inmate, 19-year-old Austin Myers.
Killed near a bridge. Also today, I got my hands on these newly released documents from the Warren County Sheriff's Office.
Enter the names Austin Gregory Myers and Timothy E. Mosley, two individuals whose souls were tainted by malevolence and greed. In a twisted plot, they conspired to invade Back's family home, driven by a sinister motive to pilfer a safe, an emblem of precious secrets and valuable treasures. Little did they know that their insatiable thirst for material gain would plunge them into wickedness, one that would forever haunt the country.
A teenage killer officially sentenced to death.
Justin was trying to ask us why. He's claimed to stop.
In Ohio, 9 on Your Side's Jay Warren was there as a mother pleaded for her son's life.
Flying to comment today, Justin's mother says she wants her son to be remembered as an innocent young man.
The background. Myers and Back were buddies during middle school, sharing laughter and mischief in 7th and 8th grade. Back, a graduate of Waynesville High School in 2013, stood on the verge of a bright future as he prepared to join the Navy. But little did he know that tragedy lurked in the shadows, waiting to shatter his dreams. One day, Myers approached Mosley with an intriguing proposition, a chance to make some quick cash. Mosley was enticed, and they pondered their targets. Should they rob a drug dealer or Back's stepfather, Mark Cates? Myers knew that Cates had a safe in their family home, safeguarding both money and a firearm. In Myers' mind, the safe held a fortune of $20,000. Fueled by their desire for wealth, they set their sights on Back's residence in Waynesville, intending to seize the contents of the safe. However, their plans quickly shifted when they were discovered that Buck was home. Fearing the potential consequences, they aborted the mission. As they retreated, a sinister idea began to take shape.
Teenager who was about to begin a career in the military. An autopsy just finished up. We've learned where investigators found the body.
And Mike, Austin Myers had another shot today. He asked the judge to spare his life.
Myers, driven by twisted thoughts, conceived a dreadful notion: to eliminate Back. In his twisted logic, this act would not only silence their friend, but also provide them with a convenient cover story. The plan unfolded with Myers envisioning a gruesome end for Back, strangling him with a wire. With their friend's life extinguished, Myers and Mosley could stage a scene, making it appear as if Back had stolen the safe and vanished into thin air. To perform their sinister plan, Myers acquired a 3-foot steel cable and 2 metal rope cleats. The tools of their wicked trade would serve as the instruments of Back's demise. Assembling the garrote, a contraption to choke the life out of their friend, they set the stage for the following day, when darkness would descend and their heinous act would be unleashed upon the world.
Create no mess. Pretty much be an easier job to handle.
Mother said that she doesn't want him to be remembered as a victim. They plan to set up a foundation to help other kids and keep his memory alive.
Well, guys, for the first time, the jury heard from Austin Myers himself. He spoke to them for about 3 minutes.
Sorry. I wish I could go back in time and stop this.
The tragic slaying. On the dark morning of January 28, 2014, Myers and Mosley went on a haunting shopping spree. Packing up on some sinister supplies, they acquired septic enzymes, ammonia, septic tank cleanser, and rubber gloves, a collection that would soon serve prominence in Back's last moments. With their sinister purchases in hand, they left on a journey that would forever alter the course of their lives and others. The clock struck 1 p.m. as they arrived at Back's residence, a place that would soon become the backdrop of a nightmarish scene. Their plan was set in motion. The unsuspecting Myers would divert Back's attention, providing the opportunity for Mosley to unleash the deadly garrote upon their friend. Clad in rubber gloves, their intentions veiled in shadow, Mosley armed himself not only with the garrote, but also a 6-inch pocket knife, an object that would soon spill blood. A knock on the door reverberated through the house, and Back, unaware of the horrors about to unfold, welcomed his childhood companions into the sanctuary of his family home. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, the tension hung heavy in the air, each passing moment inching closer to the inevitable. Back, unwittingly moving towards his fate, ventured into the kitchen. The opportune moment presented itself, and Mosley struck, attacking from behind, attempting to suffocate his friend's life away. Myers, complicit in the act, joined the struggle, grasping Back from the front, their combined efforts transforming the kitchen into a battlefield. A grave error dawned upon the frenzied scene. A wire intended to encircle Back's neck instead rested perilously across his chin. Panic gripped Mosley, and in a frenzied state, he drew his knife from the shadows, plunging it into Back's defenseless form. Back, a young soul full of promise, met a tragic end, pierced by the cruel sting of betrayal. As Back begged for his life, Myers simply told him it would be over soon. In the wake of Back's demise, the house echoed with the frantic footsteps of the slayers turned looters.
At the official sentencing this afternoon, Judge Oda heard from Myers as well as Justin Back's family. Documents from the Warren County Sheriff's Office, and it provides a better timeline of how the crimes played out.
He'll ever tell me, but if he ever wants to, that's fine. I'm open to that. Send me a letter. That's fine.
18-year-old U.S. Navy recruit. Good evening. I'm Mike Darden.
And I'm Sheree Palella with Austin Myers is sentenced to death.
The safe, the elusive treasure trove of secrets and wealth, stood as an enigma before them, its contents tantalizingly out of reach, locked in secrecy. A discovery of Kate's handgun made the young slayers all the more happy. Returning to the kitchen, they attempted to conceal the evidence. The acrid scent of ammonia filled the air, a desperate attempt to erase their malevolence. Back's lifeless body was swathed in a blanket, concealed within the confines of Mosley's car trunk, a tragic cargo that would stay forever. Driven by greed, they searched the house, stealing everything they could, like jewelry, credit cards, and even the remnants of Back's life. Clothing crammed into bags, a cruel reminder of the stolen existence. They loaded the car and departed from the house. The time marked ominously at 2 p.m., leaving behind a silence in their wake. While driving, Mosley became paranoid about being followed, so he took side roads to a remote area, where he parked and checked outside the car for blood. Myers searched for Back's wallet, which he located in one of the bags. The wallet contained more than $100, which Myers took. The two then drove back to Mosley's house, where they unloaded items from the car to Mosley's bedroom. Together, they dragged the safe up the stairs and changed their clothes. Mosley proposed dumping the body near West Alexandria, as he knew the area well. They decided to hide the body behind a log in a field near the village of Gratis in Preble County. Mosley drove into the field, stopping about 20 feet from the log. The pair carried the body to the log and laid it on the ground. Myers then poured ammonia and septic enzymes onto the corpse, which was still clothed and partly wrapped in the blanket. According to Mosley, Myers wanted to shoot the body, so Mosley got the stolen gun from the car and handed it to Myers, who fired 2 shots into Back's body. The gun jammed on the 3rd shot. Myers cleared the jam, ejecting the bullet to the ground, where the police later found it. After they hid the body, Myers suggested they slay Cates to make it look like he had slain Back and disappeared. Deciding against it, the men drove to a park in Brookville, where Mosley tossed Back's laptop into a dumpster. They bought a crowbar in Englewood and went back to Mosley's house to crack open the safe. Instead of the $20,000 that Myers had promised, the safe contained some paperwork.
Do not attempt to eat this burger unless you set your mouth on fire with one
paperwork, loose change, bullets, gun accessories, and other random items. Myers and Mosley separated items that they thought they could sell. Afterward, they burned the papers, several trash bags containing evidence of the crime, and their bloody clothes in a fire pit in the backyard. Myers and Mosley put everything that looked valuable from the house and safe into a bag. They then drove to Tip City, where they threw Kate's safe into a river.
But again, it's sad at the same time, because this could have been prevented. Austin made this choice.
I want to help people. I want to.
Austin could have stopped it, but tells Justin, it's okay, it's almost over.
I'm asking for a chance for me to become a better person.
That if we dismissed all charges against him, that he wouldn't sue me for wrongful imprisonment.
Help stop tragedies like this from happening.
Well, as the one they stole from Mark Cates.
A troubling investigation. Cates came home from work around 3:30 p.m., realizing that a table had been moved and some rugs were missing. Later, he and his wife found his safe and his handgun missing. They called the police and tried to contact Back, but discovered his cell phone had been left inside the house. During the investigation, officers described a car that had been seen outside Back's home. It had a distinctive missing back window, covered in plastic and red tape. Cates told police that Myers had visited their home the day before in that same car. Warren County Sheriff's detectives searched for Myers and the suspicious vehicle. The car was located by Clayton police, who detained Myers at Mosley's house and notified the Warren County detectives. Detectives interviewed Myers at Clayton Police Station on January 29. Myers denied knowing anything about Back's disappearance or the burglary at Back's home. After the interview, Myers was taken back to Mosley's house, and Mosley was taken to the station for questioning. When the detectives finished talking with Mosley, he was returned to his house also. Based on what they learned, the detectives had Clayton police officers arrest Mosley and Myers and return them to the station. The detectives again interviewed Mosley and then Myers. Myers eventually admitted that he had been present when Mosley knifed Back. He said that when he had gone to hang out with Back on January 28, he did not know that Mosley was going to slay Back, nor did he know why Mosley had slain Back. Myers denied shooting Back's body, claiming that Mosley had done that instead. In adjacent holding cells, Mosley overheard Myers implicating him alone for the slaying. When the detectives interviewed Mosley, he confessed to the crime, but implicated Myers in planning the burglary. Following Mosley's confession, the detectives interviewed Myers again, who changed his story. This time he admitted shooting the body in a foolish attempt at misdirection and acknowledged buying the materials to make the garret and other things, like ammonia and septic tank.
Finished up, we've learned where investigators found the body, and police gave insight into how they made the arrest so fast.
I'm sorry that this happened. I know that doesn't bring Justin back.
I don't felt like it. No, I ain't like where I was tough. It just in and out. Really, I had enough time. A lot of good things I can do with my life if you allow me to keep my life.
He continued to deny that he had restrained Back during the slaying, insisting he was not even aware he was being knifed at the time, but merely punched, claiming he was left in a state of shock and disbelief on seeing all the blood. The same day, Preble County Sheriff's deputies found Back's body after getting approximate directions from Myers. A Montgomery County coroner autopsy determined that Back had perished of multiple severe knife wounds.
It's only going to hurt more innocent people. You kill me, it won't fix anything. I don't want to hurt people. I'm not asking you to lose your son. I can't imagine to lose your brother.
Sentenced 19-year-old Austin Myers.
We just pulled up here to Columbia Gorge. We're going to chase some waterfalls. Before we start this hike, we want...
He said, you got the job, Bryce. He said, it takes a load off me. So from then on, I prepared the last meals.
I guarantee everything will tickle your taste buds. I mean, it's everything we have is good down-home cooking.
This is exactly the way James Beathard served his meal. Fish fillets. Catfishing is very popular in the state of Texas.
And I felt that particular execution, I wouldn't be able to do it with the conviction that I had for the other.
Appeals were denied. She spent today with her family, had fried chicken for dinner before entering the death chamber.
I wish that I could take every bit of hurt.
You're not born to hate. It's just hard to describe.
I felt like, well, the guy, to me, I thought the guy deserved it.
When you look over at the photos, I have no recollection of any of them. Never met them.
Certainly, there was extreme punishment. Society has and deserved.
If you notice here, we got pictures of every one of the victims here. And believe it or not, for the last 12 years, I've studied these photos of the victims.
That's why I don't care if I'm executed and leave this planet.
The death row chef. In 1989, Brian D. Price found himself imprisoned after a heated domestic dispute with his ex-wife escalated, resulting in her assault and the kidnapping of his brother-in-law. The unfortunate incident cost him 14 years of his life, landing him in the Walls Unit Prison in Huntsville, Texas, where executions were carried out. As with all inmates, Price was assigned a job during his incarceration, and he was placed in the prison kitchen. One day, the usual inmate responsible for preparing the last meals for those on death row was unable to fulfill his duty.
My name is Brian Price, and I am the death row chef. During their last weeks on death row, the inmate would be given a last meal request, which I have here. I was a musician and a photographer, and they told me, well, not any longer, now you're in the kitchen. I was going to do it with all my heart, all my passion that I could put into it as if it was someone that I loved. Imagine what's going through their minds. This is my last meal on this earth. My name is Brian Price, originally from San Antonio, where I was born, Texas.
The prison staff approached Price, asking if he would be willing to step in and fill the role. Though they couldn't force him, Price agreed to take on the somber task. He made a heartfelt decision to treat each last meal as if it were being prepared for a loved one, someone he cared deeply for. With this mindset, Price aimed to make every last meal the best it could be, despite the limited resources and ingredients available within the confines of the prison kitchen.
In '88, I was a professional photographer and professional bass player in different hard rock bands. I came to Huntsville, Texas the first time, and ended up spending 14 years here. I went to prison in 1989 on a 15-year sentence, and when you arrive in prison, they assign you a job. In short, I was convicted of sexual assault of my ex-wife. I will ask you, what was your job in the free world? I told them, hey, I was a professional photographer and a professional musician. They just laughed. They said, well, not anymore. So you're a cook.
Do prisoners get what they request? The Texas Department of Corrections maintains a policy that the last meal requests for death row inmates must be prepared using items available in the prison kitchen commissary. As a result, extravagant requests are substituted with similar, more accessible options. For example, if an inmate requested lobster, they would receive a piece of frozen pollock instead. Prison cooks would try their best to make the pollock resemble a dish from the outside world, such as washing off the breading, cutting it diagonally, and dipping it in batter to mimic a meal from Long John Silver's. The prison stopped serving steaks, so when inmates requested one, they would receive a hamburger steak with brown gravy and grilled onions.
And I would start putting the ingredients together, whatever I was going to need on the day of the execution. I had them prepared ahead of time if I could. When I volunteered to be the last meal chef or cook, I was going to do it with all my heart, all my passion. I guarantee everything will tickle your taste buds. I mean, it's everything we have is good down-home cooking. There's no health food here in my place.
And terrifying serial killers in history. Hey there, true crime fans. Have you ever wondered about the most elusive and terrifying serial killers in history? The ones who slipped through the fingers of the law enforcement and continued their reign of terror? Well, buckle up, because in this video, we're going to dive deep into the dark and twisted world of 25 serial killers who were never caught. From their gruesome crimes to the shocking details of their investigations, this video is not for the faint of heart. So, get ready for a spine-tingling ride into the depths of human depravity. Let's get started. For number 1, we have the famous Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper, one of the most notorious and infamous serial killers in history, is often the topic of fascination and speculation. Between August and November of 1888, he brutally murdered at least 5 women in or near the Whitechapel district of London's East End. The case remains unsolved to this day, fueling the myth and mystery surrounding the identity of the killer. Newspapers played a significant role in creating the Jack the Ripper myth and amplifying his terror. Thanks to the lack of witnesses, clues, motives, and serious suspects, even the authenticity of the only written confession attributed to Jack the Ripper, the autobiography of Jack the Ripper, is disputed, as it was written by an author using the pseudonym James Carnac, who claimed to be the killer 40 years after the fact. The Jack the Ripper letters, the first of which was believed to be the work of an enterprising journalist, added to the mystery and sensationalism of the case. In total, there were over 350 letters purporting to be from the killer, with many being imitations or fabrications. While some consider Jack the Ripper a cultural icon and source of fascination, others argue that celebrating his heinous acts of Sam the Ripper surrounding the mysterious murderer made its way into late Victorian literature. The writers such as Charles Dickens contemplated the faces of other murderers, such as William Palmer, and saw them as conveying the blankness of absolute evil. Despite numerous investigations, speculations, and theories, the identity of Jack the Ripper remains a mystery. While some argue that DNA evidence may eventually lead to his identification, others believe that his identity will forever remain unknown. Next, we have the Zodiac Killer. This is a notorious, unidentified serial killer who is believed to have murdered at least 5 people in Northern California between 1968 and 1969. Nice. He also sent cryptic letters to newspapers, taunting police and the public, and claimed to have killed up to 57 people. The case is still unsolved, but it has captured the public's imagination for decades. One of the most interesting aspects of the Zodiac Killer case is the cryptograms that he sent to the newspapers. These were messages that he claimed would reveal his identity and motives. They were written in a code that took years to crack. In fact, one of these codes was only recently solved. In 2020, over 50 years after it was first sent. Some people believe that the messages contain clues that could lead to the killer's identity, but so far, it remains a mystery. Another thing that makes the Zodiac Killer case so fascinating is the killer's brazenness. He would often target couples who were parked in secluded areas. He would approach them with a flashlight and a gun. He even shot one couple while they were inside their car, killing the woman and seriously injuring the man. He also sent letters to the newspapers, bragging about his crimes and threatening to kill more people if his messages were not published. It's clear that he wanted attention and was willing to do whatever it took to get it. Despite numerous investigations and countless theories, the Zodiac Killer's identity remains a mystery. Some people have even claimed to have solved the case, but their theories have never been proven. The case has inspired books, movies, and TV shows, and it continues to captivate people's imaginations to this day. It's a reminder that sometimes even the most heinous crimes can go unsolved, and that justice is not always served. At number 3, the Black Doodler. The Black Doodler was a notorious serial killer who terrorized San Francisco's gay community in the mid-1970s. He was also known as the Doodler due to his habit of sketching his victims prior to their sexual encounters and slayings by stabbing. The killer targeted only gay men whom he met at local bars and restaurants, such as those in the Castro neighborhood. From January 1974 to September 1975, the Doodler would catch the eye of the Castro's bar patrons by drawing caricatures and cartoons of them. Amused, flattered, and perhaps titillated by the attention, man after man would leave the bar with a killer for a more private encounter. His method was to stab his victims multiple times from both the front and back near the Ocean Beach area, leaving them to die alone. It's hard to imagine what it must have been like for the gay community in San Francisco during that time, living in constant fear of being targeted by a serial killer. The Black Doodler's crimes were particularly heinous, and it's tragic that he was able to evade justice for so long. Nevertheless, the San Francisco Police Department is still actively investigating the case and is seeking the public's help in identifying the killer. Next, we have the Long Island Killer. The Long Island Killer, also known as the Gilgo Beach Killer, is a notorious, unidentified serial killer who is believed to have killed at least 10 people on Long Island, New York. The case dates back to 1996, when body parts of the earliest known victims were found on the shores of Fire Island. However, the killer's reign of terror on Long Island was only fully realized in 2010 when the remains of several victims, mostly women, were discovered near Gilgo Beach. One of the killer's victims, 24-year-old sex worker Shannon Gilbert, disappeared in May 2010 after visiting a client in the gated Long Island community of Oak Beach. She had called 911 on the night of her disappearance, telling the operator, "They're trying to kill me." This call provided a crucial lead for investigators and eventually led to the discovery of other victims. Despite extensive investigation, the killer remains at large, and his identity is unknown. However, the case has generated a lot of attention and speculation, with some experts offering their opinion on the killer's personality and motivations. For example, FBI profilers and other experts suggest that the killer is most likely a white male in his mid-20s to mid-40s, married or with a girlfriend, well-educated and well-spoken, financially secure, and hates women. The Long Island killer case has also sparked renewed efforts by law enforcement to solve the case and bring the killer to justice. In fact, there have been recent developments that have given hope to the families of the victims that the killer might finally be caught. The Long Island killer case is a tragic and disturbing reminder of the dangers that lurk in our society. It is also a testament to the tireless efforts of law enforcement to bring justice to the victims and their families, and to hold the killer accountable for his heinous crimes. Number 5, the Servant Girl Annihilator. The Servant Girl Annihilator, one of the most mysterious and gruesome unsolved serial killer cases in America. The killer, also known as the Austin Axe Murderer and the Midnight Assassin, terrorized the city of Austin, Texas between 1884 and 1885. The killer's mode of operation was to break into homes during the late hours of the night and attack sleeping women with a sharp object, usually an axe or a knife. Most of the victims were young black men who worked as servants, but the killer also targeted 2 white women and a black man. In total, the Servant Girl Annihilator is believed to have killed 8 people. Despite intense efforts by the authorities to catch the killer, he was never identified. The investigation was hampered by a lack of forensic technology and an incomplete understanding of criminal psychology. The Servant Girl Annihilator was active for 3
yourself. My son sold 3 ways to get away with murder. Number 1, kill defense. Some states require you to flee if you can. Oh, God. But in most cases, if you're defending yourself or someone else and you use reasonable force to stop the threats, you should be okay. Number 2, become a cop. Bang, 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 bang. Certain killings by police qualify as justifiable homicides. Bang, bang. If an officer kills in the line of duty without unlawful intent, recklessness, or negligence, that killing is often not considered murder. Number 3, stop a crime while killing. I'm doing crime. Bang. Some state statutes allow for non-cops to use deadly force to stop serious felonies. And Texas even allows deadly force to prevent misdemeanor theft at night. If you're interested in murder, did you watch to the very end? Give us a
Find your seat. You don't want to be a sitting duck when the shooter gets here.
I don't know what terrible things you've done in your life up to this point, but clearly your karma's out of balance to get assigned to my class. I'm Professor Annalise Keating, and this is Criminal Law 100, or as I prefer to call it, How to Get Away with Murder.
Here we go.
I will not be teaching you how to study the law or theorize about it, but rather how to practice it in a courtroom like a real lawyer.
Every year I choose 4 students to come work for me. This assignment is used to help me decide who that is. Now go. Find the defense that will free our client.
Step 1, discredit the witnesses.
You should really pay attention. You might learn something. Are you colorblind? Yes. The rest of you step up your game.
Step 2, introduce a new suspect.
How'd you get this?
It wasn't exactly legal, and we just have to get creative.
Step 3, be very The evidence. I did my job. Everything after this moment will not only determine your career, but life. You can spend it in a corporate office drafting contracts and hitting on chubby paralegals before finally putting a gun in your mouth. Or you can join my firm and become someone you actually like.
I want to be her.
Asking the question of how to get away with murder. When asking the question of how to get away with murder, there's no better place to start than the case of Samuel Little, a man that could have killed 93 people in the U.S. over several decades. He died in 2020, aged 80, but before he bit the dust, he let his story be known. He said he started killing people in 1970, and he kept on killing without detection for over 4 decades. He was eventually arrested in 2012, but it wasn't until a few years later, when he started confessing to many more crimes, that he became known as one of the worst of the worst. He told the authorities in lurid detail what he'd done, and his stories added up. But how did a guy get away with killing for so long? Well, there are a few reasons in the case of Little. Firstly, he moved around a lot, killing in 19 different states. He might have had a criminal record as long as you're armed, but all that movement made it hard to connect into various murders. When a criminal various police departments might not be working together, which was certainly the case when he started killing in the 70s. But perhaps the main reason why he evaded capture for so long was that he killed people who might not have prompted the most rigorous investigations. Many of his victims were very poor, some were homeless, and many were addicted to drugs or selling their bodies on the streets. Some people he killed were unidentified, remaining Jane Does. There was a matter of race. When Little confessed, he made people take a long, hard think about race and class. Wealthy white girls and women he stayed far away from, knowing that this would elicit a meaningful response from the police. Little told the Washington Post, "I'm not going to go over there into the white neighborhood and pick out a little teenage girl." In a separate interview, he echoed that statement, saying, "I never killed no senators or governors or fancy New York journalists, or nothing like that. I kill a journalist, it'll be all over the news the next day. I stayed in the ghettos." He was actually picked out in a photo lineup by a woman who'd gotten away from him, but the district attorney's office said they were not comfortable prosecuting the man when the only witnesses were prostitutes. In his own words, they was broken homeless, and they walked right into my spider web. There's a theory related to police work in murder, which states there are less dead people. They're less dead because they were less alive, meaning they were the most vulnerable folks in the society whose lives, in terms of how the authorities looked at them, weren't as important as others. One academic put it like this: a great deal less pressure is felt by the police when victims of a crime comes from the marginal elements. Just about all of Little's victims could be said to have been less dead. And because he moved around so much when picking his victims, this was why he wasn't caught for so long. But not all serial killers go for this type of victim, and certainly not all serial killers have a colorful rap sheet. Sometimes it's quite the opposite. Take the case of Ted Bundy. He was a good-looking, charming, well-educated man that was proud to say he worked in politics on election campaigns. He was liked by the people he worked with. He was also greatly admired by the women he married and had no idea what he was up to in his spare time. What's even more shocking is one of his jobs was working as the director for the Seattle Crime Prevention Advisory Commission. When he killed, and by God, he killed a lot, he usually chose pretty middle-class young women, many of whom were studying at university. These people did not fit into that less dead category that we just talked about, but Bundy didn't fit the mold of a maniac either. For that reason, he could hide in plain sight. There's no way Little could have done such a thing. Killers often look for ideal victims, just as companies look for a target audience. Bundy was seen numerous times by people in places where women had gone missing. People reported seeing a guy with his arm in a sling. If you didn't know, Bundy did this to make himself look more vulnerable and needy. Those people told the cops what he looked like, and later others would come forward and describe the man they had seen. The sketches looked just like him. The thing with Bundy was he was a psychopath. His narcissism made him think he was too clever for the cops, and he was able to use his so-called winning smile to gain people's trust. The authorities weren't exactly looking for a guy with a great job and a wife. He even once worked for the Department of Emergency Services and talked a bit about missing women. Part of his job was to look for women that he killed himself. He was basically armed with the kind of cloaking device based on society's biases, rather like what is depicted in the novel American Psycho. On top of that, they didn't have much forensic evidence to work with, and some of the bodies were missing. At one point, cops were looking for a guy named Ted since someone had given them that name. They had the description of his face and body, and they knew about the VW Beetle. One of his colleagues even called the cops and said, "I think Ted Bundy could be the man you're looking for." But then police received around 200 similar calls every day. Then, when the going got tough and bodies were being found, Bundy left the state. He started killing again, of course, but again, when different states are involved, it can be hard for police to link murders. There's an actual term for this called linkage blindness. Even an ex-girlfriend of his called the police and said she thought she had dated the killer. Her name was Elizabeth Thompson, and it seems her story fell on deaf ears. It was only when the cops had computerized databases to work with that they realized that from the 26 names they had, one was Ted's. Later, when he was pulled over driving around Salt Lake City and his car was searched, police found these items: a ski mask, trash bags, handcuffs, a crowbar, lengths of rope, and an ice pick. That was pretty much the serial killer's starting kit. Bundy escaped from custody twice and killed again, but we won't go into that. In conclusion, he got away with it for so long for a few reasons. He just didn't fit the description of a killer. Moving across states created linkage blindness, and of course, DNA evidence wasn't available. While the cops did have an archaic database, Bundy might have been caught earlier if they had the kind of tracking technology they had today. But sometimes police just do very bad work, as you'll now see. In 1979, in northern England, a policeman turned up at a house to interview its occupant. His name was Peter Sutcliffe, the man that would later become known as the Yorkshire Ripper. That cop had a sketch to go on provided by some of the women who had escaped the clutches of this maniac, and the guy he talked to that day over a cup of tea looked identical to the sketch. When the cop went back to the station to tell the chief about the man, the chief shouted back, "Anybody mentions photo fits to me again will be doing traffic for the rest of their service." That chief was following one line of investigation, which is a reason why some killers have gotten away with their crimes for so long. Sutcliffe was married to a teacher and lived in a house on a quiet suburban street. And so, yet again, he wasn't what police immediately thought of when they looked at the bodies of women that had been torn apart. He was interviewed by the cops 9 times before he was eventually arrested, and he killed quite a few times in between those interviews. It's natural for cops and the public to think of some kind of monster when we hear about people being eviscerated down dark alleys. In the past, sometimes werewolves were blamed for such crimes, but more often than not, the killer looks and behaves just like you and me. Police know better now, but there is little doubt that a man who lives a very ordinary life might be the last person police look at. In this case, had a one-track mind. First, they said the killer only chooses prostitutes as victims, even having the gall to call non-prostitutes normal with.
You got so many women, yeah, that run their mouth and talk shit, yeah, and then they want to cry when you get tough and beat their ass. What the fuck?
Women. Police at first said one of the attacks on the girl was not the same man because the killer only chooses prostitutes. She survived and gave the police a description of Sutcliffe. She also said he definitely had a strong Yorkshire accent, which, if you know English accents, is pretty unmistakable. Police dismissed her story as not linked to the serial killings. When they finally realized the guy kills indiscriminately, they called one of the victims. They had closed minds. They weren't the best investigators. They also worked with paper, not computers. They had so many files after years of investigations that they had to reinforce the floor where they were kept. That didn't help the investigation at all. They finally got a break when a banknote was found hidden in one of the victim's purses. Sutcliffe had given her the money before he killed her, and when cops looked at the numbers on that crisp note, they had a list of places where it could have been used to pay people. One was T and W.H. Clark Holdings, where Sutcliffe worked. He was even interviewed there by the police. Still, even with an entire Ripper squad looking for him, he killed again and again. What happened next is one of the biggest police bloopers of all time. They received a recorded message from a man claiming to be the killer, although this man didn't have a Yorkshire accent. The man speaking to the head of the investigation said, "I'm Jack. I see you're having no luck catching me. I have the greatest respect for you, George, but Lord, you're no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started." Linguists who were hired said this accent is not from Yorkshire, but Tyne Weir in the northeast of England. They were right, and the cops were very, very wrong to pursue a line of investigation into this tape. They looked for the mysterious Jack rather than the Peter on their doorstep. Meanwhile, Peter kept on killing. The person who actually faked being the killer even called the police to say he lied, but for some reason they kept looking for Jack. The FBI's fairly new behavioral science unit went over to England and told the investigators, "You realize, of course, that the man on the tape is not the killer, don't you?" They said, "You're looking for a man with mental health issues who likely works as a driver." That theory was spot on. Then one of Sutcliffe's former friends wrote to the cops in Bradford. The anonymous letter marked priority number 1 went like this: "I have good reason to know the man you're looking for in the Ripper case. This man has dealings with prostitutes and always has had a thing about them. His name and address is Peter Sutcliffe, 5 Garden Lane, Heaton, Bradford, Shipton. He said he was with Sutcliffe one night and he likely killed someone. For some reason, that letter was just filed and left alone. The guy even went to the police station the next day and told the cops again he was pretty sure the killer was Sutcliffe. The report of that meeting mysteriously vanished. Sutcliffe was eventually caught, but only after he was pulled over on a traffic stop. Even when he was in handcuffs, the ignorance of the authorities didn't stop. When he stood in court, a prosecutor said, while some of the victims were prostitutes, perhaps the saddest part of this case is that some were not. The last 6 attacks were on totally respectable women. As for what went wrong in the case, well, take your pick. The police were single-minded. They seemed to embrace a top-down structure in which newer cops could not criticize more experienced cops. They also likely discounted Sutcliffe as a possible perpetrator because of his normal home life. They followed false leads. They had way too much paperwork, and dots didn't get connected. Cops were behind at the time, so they came to understand the minds of serial killers. Still, he didn't cross state lines and killed mostly close to where he lived. He should never have gotten away with it for so long. The British media rightly called the investigation stunningly mishandled. Sticking with Britain, let's have a look at the case of Dennis Nilsen, the serial killer that strangled boys and young men and then spent time watching TV with the corpses. This bespectacled man was well liked at work, where he held the role of executive officer in a civil service job. Prior to that, he'd been a soldier and even worked as a policeman. He was quiet and intelligent, so when he smelled of booze or took days off work to dismember and burn his decomposing victims, no one thought anything of it. He didn't just come across as normal, but so harmless that people felt a bit sorry for him. Nilsen drank heavily, and it was his astounding tolerance for alcohol that he used to subdue his victims. When he invited them around and plied them with booze, they collapsed in a drunken heap, and he was just fine. Nonetheless,
America is on the cusp of the greatest power outage in American history, but the mainstream media refute.
Nonetheless, one guy survived Nilsen strangling him, and he went to tell the cops. This is where the police again showed some amount of short-sightedness. They just dismissed the crime as a homosexual lover's tip. This was the 80s when homophobia was rife among the English police forces. The cops, it seems, thought that what happened was consensual, and they didn't press any further when the man said he wasn't going to press charges.
The courtroom clips you're witnessing went viral, and though you've probably seen them, no one has ever seen the shocking exclusive footage we obtained that reveals the full story behind the unpredictable case.
Well, you're one of the most evil person I've ever sat across the table from.
You're not getting out of jail. It makes me physically sick to look at you.
DNA test will prove me.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I watch forensic files.
Do you believe everything they put on TV is real? How stupid are you? Really, Isabella? Does that make any goddamn sense to you?
Stop calling me Isabella.
That's your name.
No, it's not.
You've come in here trying to act like you're so goddamn smart.
This is Isabella Guzman. In approximately 3 seconds, she will be confronted, resulting in one of the strangest moments in an interrogation we've ever seen.
Sir, do you recognize this?
Sure.
Come back out here, okay? You recognize her? Yeah, she's my daughter. What's her name? Isabella.
The same thing. You're gonna ruin my whole life because I have some random crazy psyche.
Your life ended last night when you decided to kill your mother.
You left her to die. Brutally. On a bad
I did not murder anyone.
In one of the most brutal acts of violence the state of Colorado has ever seen, a teenage girl viciously takes the life of her own mother inside their family home. It's an incomprehensible crime, but what authorities find to be even more disturbing is that the suspect claims to be a completely different person who didn't have anything to do with the gruesome killing. As the unbelievable it becomes increasingly apparent that not everything is as it seems, and behind the diabolical act lies a most insane and unpredictable motive.
Oh, you people suck. And that just probably crazy. I'm just gonna go kill somebody else.
It was a typical summer's evening on Wednesday, August 28th, 2013, in Aurora, Colorado. 47-year-old Yoonmi Hoi returned to her home around 9:30, bringing dinner for her husband, 40-year-old Ryan Hoi. Working another tiring day at the photography studio at the Aurora Town Center Mall, she looked forward to spending some time with her family, also consisting of her daughter and Ryan's stepdaughter, 18-year-old Isabella Guzman. However, the teenager had a more sinister agenda for the night. Ryan tells his wife that Isabella is home, but he's unsure of exactly where she is. Yoonmi suggests that she and Ryan take a walk after she showers, to which he agrees. Minutes go by before the unthinkable happens. Ryan is enjoying his dinner when a violent pounding sound begins to shake the house, followed by a haunting scream. He quickly sprints upstairs, where his wife's screams are only intensifying as she calls his name for help. Ryan's adrenaline is racing as he finally reaches the bathroom, but the door is locked. He makes several attempts to break in, but someone is pushing against it, ensuring that they can finish the gruesome act taking place behind the door. Still, Ryan continues trying to get in, hoping to come to his wife's aid. At the same time, he dials 911. It seems almost impossible to break into the room as the sounds of a brutal fight fills the home. But then, Ryan makes a shocking discovery. In the midst of the terrifying ordeal, he's horrified to see blood pouring out from underneath the door. And now the screams have slowly transformed into an eerie silence. Finally, the door opens. 18-year-old Isabella stands over her mom's lifeless body with a bloody knife in hand. She doesn't utter a word. In the blink of an eye, she runs out of the room past Ryan, who's in an absolute state of shock. The bathroom is covered in blood, where Yoonmi's body is lying on top of a baseball bat. When police arrived, Isabella was nowhere to be found, and so began a manhunt for the teenager. Although that would only last one day, as they located Isabella over 12 hours later, hiding in a parking garage off of South Parker Road. But when they actually sat down for interrogation, they had no idea of exactly who they were going to be speaking with, or what was going to happen in this roller coaster of an investigation.
Recordings just got better. It's Dana from StreamYard. Excited to announce that local recording.
The following never-before-seen footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed professional counselor and a licensed attorney.
You left her to die, brutally, on a bathroom
I did
floor.
not murder anyone.
How does
Please
that
stop
feel?
accusing me of
Just
this.
tell me how that feels.
Please fingerprint me. Please fingerprint me. Please fingerprint me. I will show you that I am not this freaky, horrible person. I want to meet my boyfriend. He's probably worried about me.
You weren't going to meet anybody. I wish you could help us just make sense, that's all.
When you prove that I am not her, I'll be able to go.
Isabella states that her name is Gonzalez and that she is 15 years old. However, the detectives are well aware that this is not the truth.
So she's 110 pounds? That's really skinny. I'm 148 pounds.
Isabella, please.
Don't call me Isabella.
That's your name.
My name is not Isabella. My name is Samantha. There are people in this world that look alike, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are not like all knowing. You don't know everything. You're just accusing me of all this stuff that I didn't do.
We know what you we know what you did, and we know who you are. We know how it happened.
Apparently not.
When it happened.
You guys are completely wrong. You got the wrong girl.
No, we don't. You don't have the wrong girl. You know that.
No, I don't.
How would it feel?
How would it feel?
I did. How would it feel?
I didn't kill anybody. That's disgusting.
Did it feel good?
Disgusting. You guys really think I'm a murderer?
Yeah, we're not joking. Did it make you feel powerful?
Yeah. Just you.
Yes or no? Simple question. Did it make you feel powerful to do what you did?
Oh my god. I did not kill anyone. Can you guys stop like interrogating me? We're just gonna keep going around. I'm really just trying to get fingerprints so I can meet my boyfriend so you can prove to me.
Would you like us just to leave? Wouldn't you just like us to leave?
We don't have the same fingerprints. We're not the
Wouldn't
same
you like us all just to go away, rewind back 12 hours and have this never happen? We'd all like that.
I wish I could have not walked to the parking garage so you would have not mistaken me for being someone else.
We're way past that. We're even not gonna acknowledge
shortcut of my
that.
life.
What Isabella fails to mention is that she wasn't merely walking through the parking garage, but rather hiding. And in police discovered an array of items relating to the brutal crime that Isabella also failed to conceal.
She's not gonna go anywhere. You guys keep accusing me of being this girl, and I'm not.
What'd your mother do?
You're just repeating yourselves over and over.
We're not gonna acknowledge the fact that you're not telling us who you are. We're moving right past that.
The detectives don't spend any time trying to build rapport with Isabella, which can damage their ability to get her to speak honestly with them. Not only that, but they appear to be jumping straight into a part of the Reed technique where they reject her lies so that she doesn't become entrenched in repeating them and accusing her. To start an interrogation this way is very unusual. They may be trying a few different techniques to see what works, but so far, they aren't doing a very good job of squashing her lie.
Was it the weed? Was it the weed? She liked the weed?
When offering to be fingerprinted, Isabella makes a declaratory statement indicating that she feels confident. This could mean that she strongly believes what she's saying. When someone has schizophrenia, they that cause them to hear, see, or feel things that do not exist. Delusions can lead to strong beliefs or perceptions that are not based in reality. This altered perception of the world can create a stark contrast.
Another firecracker tonight. A disagreement over a social media post may have led to a murder in Dixon County. News 2's Chelsea Bimeford attended a candlelight vigil for the victim, and she joins us tonight in the studio.
Yeah, Haley, the woman charged with Cornisha Northington's death tells News 2 she had not seen her for years, only kept up with her on social media. There's still a lot of questions surrounding the motive of the shooting, and the victim's family wants answers. Tonight they gathered and prayed along with her 2 children and the countless loved ones she leaves behind.
Father, we need you more than ever today, Father.
Almost 1
Cornisha Northington was shot and killed behind this home on Pond Rail Road in Dixon County.
She was a beautiful, loving, caring person.
Tonight, her friends and family gathered in her remembrance, praying and lighting candles just feet away from where she took her final breath.
I just hate this.
She was full of life.
She didn't deserve it.
Dixon County deputies say 41-year-old Lamisha Haynes is the one who pulled the trigger on Northington.
I guess I'm just going to ask you, did you do it?
I don't remember anything but waking up in jail.
Haynes spoke exclusively with News 2 from jail earlier this week, claiming she doesn't remember anything from the night of the shooting and admits she was high on drugs.
Cocaine, crystal meth, a little bit of alcohol.
She's charged with first-degree murder, but Northington's family says justice won't truly be served until Haynes is convicted.
They took a mother, they took a friend, they took a sister, they took a daughter.
That's what the fuck you say online, motherfucker.
You know, coming back from this.
There's a big piece missing from us. There's a big hole in our heart because she feels a big piece of it, and now she's gone.
Well, Haynes remains in jail on a $50,000 bond. Dixon County deputies did find a gun at the scene and are investigating if it was the murder weapon.
Terrell Smith loved to use Facebook Live to reach people and make them laugh, but everyone did not find his humor and messages to be funny.
I'm the president of Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Terrell was a comedian. He said he disrespected people. Okay, they got mad, but this is nothing compared. Words can't kill you, but a gun kills.
Okay, we got action.
That's the sound of gunshots as Terrell did a Facebook Live from this chair outside his family's Ypsilanti home on Tuesday. That Facebook Live would be his last one.
2 gunmen got out, shot at Real, killed Real.
Terrell's mother says it was all allegedly over the comedian making fun of a video of someone getting beat down.
When my son put up a video of her son, the boy getting knocked out, a lot of people didn't like, well, so what? People cannot kill people for talking.
But this family says,
bullshit. Think again, it happens every fucking day.
that's exactly what went down.
The family was mad at it. They got on live saying they was coming over here to slap me and kill him.
Fox 2 reached out to the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, and they say they are actively investigating the shooting near Nash and Tyler as the search for those responsible continues. This heartbroken family wants justice, and they want anyone responsible for this crime to turn themselves in.
I know who did it. They should know who did it. Everybody who watched it live should know who did it. You killed him in the broad every day, like 11 o'clock. So evidently you want to pay for your crime.
And this mom hopes justice will come soon.
God got the last say. Right. But right now the devil came because he done took my son. I just want justice. I know the police got to do their job, but I'm praying.
In Ypsilanti, Ingrid Kelly, Fox.
911.
My name is Haley. I live at 3021 Green Valley Drive. My neighbor, 2 houses the stop sign, is out there shooting his 12 gauge just at the neighbors behind us.
And he's shooting at the neighbors?
He was shooting into the air, but we live in a very crowded neighborhood.
1 second here. Just stay inside your house, okay?
Oh, yeah. Nope, I'm in. Yeah, we've got there's multiple rounds now.
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, stay inside and be safe.
2 Sam 72 2 Sam 74 shot playing 3001 Green Valley Drive. 2 Sam 72, there she is. That project. Copy that, you both see it. Also to advise, we're getting multiple calls on this. Break welcome 2 Sam 2 and 2 Sam 20. Can you also respond, Green Valley Drive? Sam 2, Linden Airport. 2 Sam 20, 2 Sam 16. Can you head that way as well?
Have we talked to him anything?
No, no one's talked to him yet.
Okay, so that's
Probably a 2-officer contact to go talk to him.
Seven two one. Can you see it?
I don't know what this guy's name is. Hey, Ron, you want to go back in the house? Negative. Why don't you give us the air again? The offending party is coming and going from the door yelling. I don't want to order him out till we get another person. Hey, sir.
No, it's the sheriff's office. Why don't you come out with your hands empty and talk to us? Okay, well, that's different. Okay. Sheriff's office, why don't you come out and talk to me with your hands empty?
Get the fuck out of there. Tell these people to put the goddamn smoke down. Take the ride. On the wild side. Hit it.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
You dropping it? PC for at least 2 counts of felony harassment. I don't know that he pointed a gun at him, but you got PC, so.
He's still yelling at us. And
felony PC.
Sheriff's office, drop the gun!
Oh, fuck!
Shots fired, shots fired.
Sunday, shots fired! I'm hit!
That cop got shot in the head.
Hey, give me the air. Shots fired. We have 2 officers hit in the head.
I don't have a whole lot.
Yeah, I need.
Well, the guy did say, "Get the fuck out of there! I'm gonna blow your fucking heads off." They didn't listen.
Hey, but we need to replace.
What'd he do? They got shot in the head.
Yes, in the head.
Hit.
In the head. Hold on, officer. In the head.
God damn it! Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I need A, but we need replacements. Yes. In the head.
Hit.
In the head. Hold on, officer. In the head.
Losing vision in my left eye.
Okay. Yes. In the head.
Hit.
In the head. Hold on, officer. In the head.
I'm losing vision in my left eye.
Okay. We gotta go this way around and then back.
We gotta go back?
Yeah, that's my way. My way's down there.
No, my car's right here.
Yeah, but we gotta get into the fucking car.
I think this truck's gonna block. I'm gonna get in full for you.
Yeah, I'll cover you. You hold for it.
Get in, Bone, get in. Back seat, get in. What? Window down. 72 and I are still ready to aid. We're living at the fire hall. We're coming in with gunshot wounds.
Copy the meeting is fire hall.
On your face! Get on your face! Get on your face! Get on your face! Hands out! Hands out! Hands out to your side, all the way! Jared, out of the turret!
You guys are really making a big scene out of it.
Keep your taser on him.
Kill me.
Come up to the cup. Be good.
Yep. Alan, on me! Do not fight! We're telling you right now, do not fight! Anybody else in the house? Anybody else in the house?
Get him up and move him.
Still with the command. The front door is still open. Don't know if anybody else is inside.
Get him up and move him. We're hanging out here. Okay, moving.
guys are here for me?
I do.
I don't have
You keep focused on it.
Yeah. What is your fellow Owen over here?
What's your name?
In this episode, we go to Liberia and hang out with cannibal warlords. I was afraid probably the whole time I was in Liberia. There's always this underlying hum of violence, and the poverty there is so crippling that you're kind of like, why wouldn't they steal our cameras? Why wouldn't they steal our clothes? I mean, people are starving, and all they know is war. So is that why your nickname was General Butt Naked?
Yes, because I was naked, because I fought naked.
A lot of people would drink or do drugs before fighting?
Yeah, most of my boys,
yeah.
Then we drain the blood from the innocent child and drink it before going to battle.
So you kill the child?
Yes.
And then drink the blood?
Yeah.
What kind of war is this? World War II. It's World War III.
We here at Vice have been fascinated by Liberia for a long time. It's America's first and only foray into quasi-colonial.
Thanks. Well, 2 deputies in Whatcom County just received the state's Medal of Honor for their bravery. When a gunman opened fire on neighbors, this pair rushed in to help, both surviving a gunshot wound to the head. And tonight, for the very first time, we're getting a close-up look at how it all went down from their point of view. Body cam video was just released by the sheriff's office.
The deputies are okay now, but what you're about to see is graphic and maybe difficult to watch. Fox 13's Zach Anders breaks down the video.
You guys are really making a big scene out of it.
That's Joel Young.
You guys are here for me?
The 60-year-old sits in jail facing attempted murder charges for shooting 2 deputies. And newly released body cam footage shows how that all went down.
Shots fired, shots fired.
That evening in February starts with a neighbor's 911 call.
911.
My name is Haley. My neighbor, 2 houses to the south side, is out there shooting the 12 gauge. Just half the neighbors behind us.
Deputies Ryan Rathbun and Jason Thompson
2772, I see it.
are first to respond.
To advise we're getting multiple calls on that.
By 4:26, Deputy Rathbun parks on Green Valley Drive roughly 10 minutes after that first 911 call. Deputy Thompson is just a few minutes behind him.
We talked immediately. No, it's not. Okay, so
At 4:36, both deputies are discussing.
El doctor ya te puede ver. Y como una cirugía ayudará a recuperarte a pasos gigantes. Entonces, trabajamos juntos para darte todo lo que tú eres y darte todo lo que tú mereces.
Today we get to see another instance of an armed good guy making a bad guy's life hard.
Oh, yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome to today's lesson here at Active Self-Protection. I'm your host as always, John Correa. Today's video comes to us from Dearborn, Michigan. At Active Self-Protection, we trust several excellent holster makers. Holster, Dark Henry Holster, Black Art Holsters, and KSP Armory all make incredible CCW holsters, and 09 Solutions makes fantastic duty gear for law enforcement officers. Check them out at the link in the description for all your holster needs. We have audio from the surveillance footage on this one as this clerk is just minding his business in his store. Let's listen in. What is it? What is it, Bob? Where is it? What you gonna do? The clerk hit at least one of them. There was a blood trail leaving the store. I don't have any follow-up information from there, though. So if you found out if they found these guys, let me know in the comments. Got him.
Got him.
With that little barrier between them, it's certainly not a stopping out of bullets. Why the heck is it there? Let's think about lessons. Remember, it is just a normal day until it's not. This guy's just chilling on his phone. And I get it, it's a boring day in the store, but try not to get immersed in your mobile device. And I say that's goofy, I get it. Talking to you probably through your mobile device. Now, dude shows him a gun. Oh, okay, fine. What are you going to do? You're going to comply in that moment, even if you got a gun on your person. Remember, purposeful compliance is very important. I do think it's worth noting here as well, both of our perps have guns. You got two guys with guns on you in this moment. Remember, every time you add an attacker, you add an order of magnitude of difficulty to your task. So when you're talking about, am I going to counter ambush both these guys? I know they both have guns. You better get yourself to a place where you have an overwhelming initiative advantage.
In this episode, we are not looking at a story from an inmate, but rather a how-to guide. A how-to of the most disturbing nature, written by serial killer Gerard Schaefer whilst in prison. He tells us how to commit the perfect crime, meaning how to get away with murder. If you wish to know more about the crimes and see correspondence from Gerard Schaefer, then check out my other video on him. Links will be in the description. Before I get to the actual how-to guide, I want to talk about the document itself. It was sent to me by a couple who watched the show, Callie and Joe. Thank you both. And this was a document handed to Joe by a teacher at his school, who was seriously into his true crime by the looks of it. The document is comprised of the how-to guide written by Schaefer himself, a breakdown of serial killer characteristics, a psychological report on Gerard Schaefer written for a judge at a trial, notes on the crimes of Schaefer, and a write-up about the life and crimes of Charles Manson. It's truly a fascinating document, and I would have loved to have been in this class. I just want to read you a small segment from the psych report. Psychosexual development began with masturbation at adolescence. Since he had been in 6th grade, age 12, he would tie himself to a tree, struggle to get free, and get sexually excited. Later, he would do something to physically hurt himself. While he masturbated, he imagined hurting others, especially women. During these times, he would wear women's underwear. From age 14 to 17, he had steady intercourse with a steady girl, but she left him for college. That day, he went into the woods and hurt himself in masochist way, tied himself with rope and hurt himself. This is eerily similar to what he did to the young women that he murdered. But it's fascinating that he was doing this from age 12. Where did he learn this? Is it something just within him? And I would love to know what the teacher of this class thought the kids would take away from reading such material.
Well, I was accused of originally accused of killing 34 women, but nobody has ever managed to come up with 34 names, jurisdictions, or anything else. It's a false accusation.
And what is your conviction?
I was convicted of killing 2 in 4 years. I was never shown to be at the crime scene. There was never any link between me and the people that were killed, except the testimony of the mother of one of them.
Before we get to the document, if you could please take a second to hit the like button and subscribe if you are new, as this really helps the channel grow and get more eyes on the videos. Thank you. The perfect crime. In order to remain unapprehended, the perpetrator of an execution-style murder, such as I have planned, one must take precautions. One must think out well in advance a crime of this nature in order for it to work. We will need an isolated area, accessible by car and a short hike, away from any police patrols and parking lovers. The execution site must be carefully arranged for a speedy execution once the victim has arrived. Ideally, would be 2 sawhorses with a 2x4 between them, a noose attached to an overhanging limb of a tree, and another rope to pull away the 2x4, preferably by car. A grave must be prepared in advance, away from the place of execution. Who's he writing this for? Is it for the school kids? Is it correspondence with the teacher? Or was he just writing this for himself to relive the crimes? The victim could be any one of the many women who flocked to Miami and Fort Lauderdale during the winter months. Even 2 victims would not be difficult to dispose of, since women are less wary when traveling in pairs. In any case, it may be more preferable to bind and gag the victims before transporting them to the place of execution. Then again, depending on what torture is planned for them, other items
torture.
Bars of soap and water. These are useful if you want to wash a woman before her execution. Induce her to urinate and then wash her. Soap provides an excellent lubricant for anal intercourse. Beer is useful to induce urination and make the victim more cooperative. Soap can also be forced into the victim to induce defecation if the victim has no particular desire to relieve her bowels. When thinking of items to bring to a murder scene, I wouldn't have thought a bar of soap would have come so high on the list. I also would have never have guessed how degrading a bar of soap could be if used in a certain way. Horrendous. Possibly, she may want to defecate, since people generally have a desire to do this when they are scared. A douchebag may be helpful in degrading her further, and is also useful for a soap spud enema, which would be a great indignity, especially if one's victim was made to urinate or defecate on the other. This would be a gross indignity. Nylon stockings are useful to tie the hands and feet of the victim. The victim should be made to strip at least to her underwear. If stripped completely nude, an attempt can be made to excite her sexually. This effect would be especially interesting if the victim had her neck in the noose and hands tied behind her back. A white pillowcase should be placed over her head and her mouth gagged. The panties should be pulled down enough to expose the genitals and clitoral stimulation applied. During the height of her excitement, the support would be pulled away and she would dangle by her neck. She may be revived before death if desirable, and subjected to further indecencies. This is a real depraved mind. He is suspected of having up to 28 victims, those poor young women who had to endure this torment. It particularly disturbs me when he said that the victims could be revived for further indecencies if desired. Such disregard for human life. So sad.
So interesting.
Occurred, the corpse should be violated if not violated already. The body then should be possibly mutilated and carried to the grave and buried. All identity papers should be destroyed and the place of execution dismantled. It's just harrowing to think that's what some humans get pleasure from. It's truly shocking to think this was shown in a classroom. That
There's over 6 million car accidents every year in the U.S. And over 27% of those result in injuries, and most victims don't even know how much their case is worth.
Imagine you are witness to your friend taking the life of another. You did nothing to stop it from happening, but also you did not pull the trigger. You already have a bad rep with the police over drugs and theft. You are currently on bail on weapons charges. Your friend asks you to help dispose of the body. If you report the crime, you will surely be seen as an accomplice. But if you help dispose of the body, then maybe this all goes away.
Oh, yeah.
This is the situation Stanton Pierce found himself in. And in this episode, we will be looking at a letter from Pierce where he tells us in full his side of events. He also sheds light on events not mentioned in the media. He talks candidly, but I will let you make your own mind up on what you think is the truth. You may have seen Pierce's mugshot circulating after the murder. It went viral, but like most people, you may know nothing about the case. His appearance has nothing to do with the crime itself. He said in correspondence that he was burned after a failed suicide attempt, where he drove his motorbike into a caravan, and the engine set on fire, causing the wooden caravan to set alight. He got scar tissue all over his body, and this is why he has many tattoos, to try and cover his past. This is also where he got his nickname, Firewood. On the 22nd of September 2016, deputies were dispatched to an area in the vicinity of Antosh Cemetery in northeastern Smith County. A body had been discovered. The deceased was found lying face down and appeared to have been burned. It also appeared that the body had suffered some sort of head trauma to the skull. The deceased had been identified as Luis Martinez, a white male aged 62 years of age. According to reports, guilt had set in to one of the three perpetrators, Lori Perry. Perry contacted the Smiths County Sheriff's Office and told that she witnessed a murder about a week prior, on or about September 15th. She told officers she saw Martinez being shot multiple times with a .22 caliber rifle by Rebecca Bond at a residence on the 10800 block of Littlefield Drive. It's not clear, according to the affidavit, if the third perpetrator, Stanton Pierce, was on site during the shooting, but Perry says he was involved with moving the body. Perry stated that she put on latex gloves and broke down the rifle, while Bond and Pierce moved Martinez's body to an unknown location. They used Martinez's car to move his body. The 2003 Buick LeSabre was later found burned out in a remote wooded area. After both Bond and Pierce were back at the residence, several hours later, Pierce began cleaning the crime scene by collecting shell casings and ripping out the walls to locate bullets and clean up blood, according to Perry's statement to investigators. Perry and Bond were both arrested soon after the sheriff's office was contacted about the body on Thursday. According to the affidavit, during questioning, Bond said she shot Martinez. The affidavit also states that the body was burned and that Martinez still had his wallet in his pocket with his military identification and driver's license. Pierce was located on the Thursday after a pursuit involving Smith County Sheriff's deputies. He crashed a truck into a wooded area off Shady Creek Road and ran into the woods. He remained on the loose until his arrest on Saturday.
This is our guy. Good job, good job. Man, I'm just glad it's over with, man. That is a fun. I'm glad it's over with, aren't you? Yeah, exactly. I hear you. I was drinking out with on the back. That's good, dog. You took off? Yeah. You all right?
In court, Pierce entered a guilty plea to 2 charges of tampering and fabricating physical evidence. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison on one charge and 10 years in prison on the other. Those sentences will run concurrently. District Judge Christy Kennedy paused the plea hearing when she noticed Pierce shaking his head from side to side and sighing in court. When asked why he was doing that, Pierce replied, "I never wanted this to happen. I'm just ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed." Judge Kennedy asked Pierce if he is ashamed of your conduct. Pierce said yes. When Pierce was waiting to be taken back to the jail from the courtroom, he mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," to the cameras. Before we get into the letter, I want to say thank you to a true crime artist known as Modified Mermaid, who have kindly donated this letter to us to look at. They also have an Instagram account where you can see their work and also commission some for yourself. So please go check out their page at Modified Mermaid Art. Links will be in the description. In this episode,
yeah, Las Vegas Librarian Convention, huh? Good times. Shh. Shh. Time to check out. Okay, shh. No. Sleep. Can you really get away with murder? You can turn back now or learn the stuff they don't want you to know. Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in. Welcome back to the show. That's Matt behind the camera. I'm Ben, that makes this stuff they don't want you to know. Now this week, Matt and I have been looking at criminals who got away with it. It, in this case, could be any number of things. For our upcoming episode, we look at some very dark stuff. Murders, acts of mass murder, even cannibalism. And this got us thinking, how difficult is it to get away with murder? Or maybe a better way to say it is, how easy is it to get away with murder? Could you do it yourself if you were the murdering type, which we hope you are not? We ask this question because every year, thousands of homicides go unsolved in the United States alone. Now, this doesn't count questionable deaths where they wonder if it was a suicide or an unreported accident. We're talking about clearly this person was murdered. We have no idea who did it, and we can't find them. Thousands of those happen every year, and crime has been dropping in much of the United States for some time. So we'll talk about some of the do's and don'ts that lead to people getting away with a murder or getting caught and convicted. But before we do this, we have to put in a huge disclaimer, a caveat, okay? One, don't commit murder. Don't kill anybody. It's not worth it. There are much more effective ways to punish somebody. You could make them listen to horrible pop music forever. You could make them go on tour with Creed. I don't know. There are fates worse than death, is what we're saying. Two, neither Matt nor myself have ever, to our knowledge, committed an act of murder. So we are not talking from experience. We're talking from facts we have gleaned through some research in cases of successful murderers and unsuccessful murderers, defined, of course, by whether or not they were convicted. So some statistics first. The vast majority of people who are murdered are killed by someone that they know. Now, this could be a current or ex-spouse or a lover. This could be a sibling or another relative. This could just be a coworker who, for some reason, one day snaps. What this means is that people who tend to get away with murder are usually going to be people who killed someone that didn't have an ostensible connection with them. Because as soon as someone dies and is clearly dead due to a gunshot, over 60% of murders, at least in the United States, are conducted via gun, then this means that as soon as that murder occurs, everybody that person knew is a potential suspect, everybody in their social sphere. So a successful murderer does not exist in that sphere to begin with. Other ways that murderers get caught. First, their evidence of planning is apparent. They're using credit cards. They're buying things in bulk in a store in their town. And when I say buying things in bulk, I mean like thick gloves, duct tape, some rope, some very mean-looking shears or something, ammunition, books on how to escape off the grid. And they're buying it all at once, you know, on their debit card. So that is very apparent. Or they're searching the internet for information on their home computer, which is also laughably apparent. Another very important thing, they're acting on impulse. They just found out that their husband was cheating on them, or they just found out that they were fired and didn't get a promotion. They leave in a fit of rage. They come back and they immediately commit a murder with no planning, no idea for the consequences. A successful murderer, to make a bad analogy, is a lot like one of those monks that makes an intricate sand painting. And what I mean by this is that planning is key and time is key. They pay cash for anything they buy. They don't buy it in the same place. They never buy it online. They don't buy it in the same town that they live. They also establish a routine that involves frequent travel. Why is this important? It's a great question. It's important because if you have an established routine that also helps build a long-standing alibi, it's not strange that John Q. Killer, for instance, went down to Orlando on the same night that his brother disappeared, because John Q. Killer always goes to Orlando in April.
Cut, slice, slice, chop, 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 chop.
I can't see her doing something like that. She's super intelligent. I can't.
This is the moment Zach realized his wife, Ashley, was a secret murderer. Police found Taylor Wright, a friend of his wife, lying dead on his property. Police suspect Ashley was the murderer, but Zach refuses to believe it. Little did he know, he was about to get the shock of his life in the interrogation room.
Can you tell me how you came to know Taylor?
Through working on PI cases.
Okay.
She'd come over to our house every now and then. She met my wife. They became friends.
Did you guys ever have a falling out? Or?
Never. From doing this job for so long, I would just pick up little lies from her. Stuff just didn't start seeming right. She would disappear for days. We couldn't get her on the phone. Greg and I would try to call her, and we couldn't get her on the phone.
Taylor had been known to go missing for days at a time, but this time was different. She hadn't been seen for over a month before she was found. Early on, cops believed her disappearance was nothing out of the ordinary, but she'd left everything at home, and what little texts she sent to her friends were in language she wouldn't normally use.
I mean, I'm sure now you've read the news and everything. Yeah. You kind of know the date you were talking about. Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to go back and pinpoint where you were on the 8th of September?
It's very, I can't remember, but I'm trying to do the very best I can so I can tell you all the best I can. I went to the bank yesterday to pull a statement. I know I ate lunch at the seafood place at 9 Mile in Pine Forest. I ate there. And I remember eating by myself, and I remember Ash not being able to make it because she was tied up with work.
Taylor was last seen on the 8th of September, so Zach attempts to recount what he was doing that day. Given that he used his debit card to purchase food in the area, it's likely that his story is true. What's interesting, though, is that he mentioned he was out on his own as his wife was busy with work. It seems that he fully believes this to be the truth. And while he knows his wife has been questioned about the murder, he doesn't know that she's currently the #1 suspect. The cops aren't trying to learn more about the case. They're trying to determine if Zach had a hand in the murder, or at the very least, turn him against his own wife.
Do you know anything about this money that Taylor had given you all?
No, absolutely not. She's never given me anything. I've never got anything from that. No.
Okay. Do you know anything about your finances?
No, to be honest, I give her ones like when I work a case or like I got a settlement from my attorney. I hand it straight to Ash. She takes care of everything.
The money the detective is referring to here is a sum of $34,000 that Taylor had given to Ashley for safekeeping. Taylor was going through a divorce and wanted the money away from her own accounts. But instead of putting it in a safety deposit box as promised, records show Ashley put it into her own accounts. By the time Taylor wanted it back, she'd already spent all of it. Coincidentally, Taylor only asked for it back on the 8th of September. If it's not already obvious by now, Zach is a very caring person who obviously trusted his wife a lot. So far, he's provided solid answers to where he was when Taylor disappeared and his involvement in the couple's finances, equating to almost none. But the detectives have to rule out any involvement whatsoever, so they decide to discuss where the body was found.
The property up on Britt Road, and that's owned by her aunt and uncle. Have you ever been out there?
Yeah.
When's the last time you think you were out there?
The last time I went out there was when I traded my four-wheeler.
Half-zip sweatshirt on Big Sale. $4.49.
Ooh, only $4. Oh, yeah.
For a side-by-side. And that's the last time I did. Before that, it was, I couldn't tell you. When was that? A couple months back.
Your phone number, the 554 number, do you always keep that on you?
Yeah, I reckon.
Do you ever loan it out to anybody?
No.
Okay.
No.
Would you ever loan it to anybody? Or
no.
Do you remember Ashley ever using it, taking it with her?
No. No.
Okay, did it ever get lost or stolen or anything and get replaced?
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
This might seem like a random question, but phone records actually played a huge part in uncovering the truth in this case. Not only did they show Ashley on the property Taylor was found dead at on the 8th, but they also showed Taylor's phone at a wedding Ashley attended the very next day. but Taylor was never seen at the wedding or anywhere else after that date. Detectives here are just trying to confirm that if suspicious activity was discovered from Zach's phone records, there would be no way to argue that it wasn't him in control of the phone. But remember, Zach still has very little idea surrounding the true nature of this case. He doesn't know how much evidence the cops have against his wife. All he's doing is defending himself and providing answers that'll hopefully solve the case. So given his complaints so far, the detectives decide to try and question him about some more physical evidence.
Do you own any 9mm handguns? What kinds? Just one or
yeah, when I've got a lot of guns, so a lot. One, I think one Glock 9.
What model?
19.
19. Okay. Do you know how Taylor died?
Yeah, for Ackerman told me that the girl was shot, and he heard that from Mulch.
So Ackerman told you, and he got it from Mulch.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Did he elaborate on anything else?
He just said that they thought the girl was shot.
Okay. Did you ever buy Ashley a gun or anything of that nature?
Man, over the years, yeah. I bought her a 380 one time.
What kind?
PPK.
Okay. And does she carry a firearm?
I haven't seen her one in quite a while. Not at all. Mm-hmm.
Do you own a 38 airweight?
Yes. And I mean, she used to, that's the last thing I ever remember seeing her with was a 38 airweight. And that was, I haven't seen her with that in I don't know how long.
I'm interested. Did you kill or participate in that?
I would
ask this question.
Okay.
Did you kill or participate, or do you have any knowledge?
Zero, Jason. Absolutely none. I don't want to be nowhere near it, nothing involved with it, nothing. I know nothing about it.
The detectives are now trying to ramp up the pressure slightly. Zach has seemed extremely comfortable up to this point, and they're likely just trying to test whether that's because of the more casual nature of the interview so far, or if it's because he genuinely is innocent. However, Zach stays calm, and his body language confirms this. As the pressure mounts, Zach doesn't lean back, cross his arms, or really become closed off in any way as a guilty person may. Instead, he leans forward, maintains eye contact, and his statements are clear and concise. His posture here is one of confidence and cooperation. His feet are flat on the ground, and he's leaning towards the detectives, proving that he feels safe around them, and that he's got nothing to hide. In fact, this is just one of two different positions Zach has assumed throughout the interrogation. The other being a more casual, upright position with his hands and legs open. Zach is doing everything he can to appear innocent, and yet the pressure continues to mount.
What do you think happened to Taylor?
I couldn't tell you, Jason. I mean, I don't know. I mean, nobody deserves to ever get anything happen to them like that whatsoever. I don't know, buddy. I don't know what happened to them.
And, I'm asking you, has this investigation continued? Whether it's text, phone records, computers, financials.
Yeah, pretty man. Oh! Here we go. Don't you know? Gonna be a serial killer, yo. Gonna kill me some crunch and munch. And some. Oh, yeah. Get me some motherfucking kicks, yo. Gonna smash that shit, motherfucker, yo. Here we go now.
Is there going to be anything that hems you up or ties you?
Absolutely nothing.
We're not just being involved in the actual murder, but as far as, afterwards.
Helping conceal.
If any person in this world was like, hey, Zach, come help me do something, I would run from that mother as fast as I could.
Well, we just Hell, it's all over the news.
Yeah.
You've read it.
Yeah, read it.
And I mean,
trying to swallow it and figure it out. I mean, it's like, it's terrible.
But you've read it, so you know at least some of the details. Just based upon that and your knowledge of the job that we do and the job that you used to do, what's your thought?
Feelings aside,
Just logically.
I can't see her doing something like that. I mean, she's super intelligent. You know, she's got a criminal, master's degree. Yeah, or a back. Is it master's or back? I don't know, one of the two. And that's just sloppy. I mean, that's sloppy. I can't see her doing that.
There's obviously a lot going on in Zach's head right now. He obviously doesn't want to believe his wife killed someone, but his years of experience as a PI, coupled with all the evidence against his wife, logically have to be convincing him otherwise. Not only were there the bank statements and the cell phone records, but Ashley was even caught on camera at a hardware store purchasing the exact same type of cement that was used to fill Taylor's grave. At this point, though, the detectives have seen all they need to. Zach takes a minute to discuss a few things with his lawyer, and he signs a search warrant allowing them to obtain all his cell phone records. Eventually, Zach is cleared of any wrongdoing and is allowed to return home. His wife, however, was a different story.
On the defendant, Ashley MacArthur, guilty of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment.
Ashley MacArthur was sentenced to life in prison with a mandatory sentence of 25 years and is now serving her time away from her husband behind bars.
Mickey's gonna die, oh yeah! You're gonna die soon, Mickey, of natural causes, yeah. Hopefully you die by a pickup truck accident.
What lawful basis was there for you to ask for her ID? I don't know. In order to detain somebody, what do you have to have legally? Do you know?
I do not know the law legally.
Okay. Doesn't there have to be reasonable suspicion that the person committed a criminal offense or violated a law?
Because I don't know the law exactly.
You don't know when an officer is allowed to detain somebody?
This is Sergeant Jennifer Larson and Lieutenant Donald Milazzo, both police officers that have served for over 20 years, being deposed for the illegal apprehension and arrest of a woman named Samantha, aka Tink.
Die, Denise! Die, you stupid bitch! I can't wait for you to croak!
From outside.
Ma'am, you know this is a public building?
Exactly, that's why I'm recording it.
It's also a court facility?
Yep.
Which there is a judicial law or judicial order that says that you cannot take this building.
Can I see that order?
Yes, come on in. We're gonna check your IDs too.
Oh, no, I'm not going in.
Oh yeah, no. We're gonna run you too.
No, that's right.
What's your name? We're gonna do a report and everything. So come on in.
No.
Yeah, you're gonna come in now.
Am I being detained?
Yes.
For what?
Because right now we are doing something suspicious.
That's not a reason to detain anybody.
Well, it is for Dana. Come on.
It's really not. So
Don't
I'm just gonna stay here and continue recording.
Okay. We're gonna come in and we're gonna find out who you are and what you're doing here.
No, you're not.
Okay. All right, who's got cuffs? She does not want to go vehicle.
The interaction begins with Lieutenant Milazzo approaching Samantha and stating that she can't record in a public building, and that is enough reason for him to detain her as she didn't provide her ID. But what Milazzo doesn't know is that what he's doing is actually illegal, as it is completely legal to take photographs or film public places in all states unless oral conversations are recorded, which is not the case here.
Okay.
I'm being detained for just taking pictures of the building.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing something suspicious and we need to know who you are and why you're doing it. Okay?
Are you familiar with First Amendment?
Yes. I am.
Really? What
Let's
do
go
you
in.
do?
Come on.
Wow.
I tried to do this nicely.
You are aware of Homeland Security, right?
After noticing multiple times that he was being recorded, Milazzo finally decided to aggressively grab Samantha's camera with which she was recording him to later detain her and take her inside.
That includes my camera as far as consent.
That's already done.
Isn't that a Fourth Amendment?
That second person in the scene, the one wearing the body cam, is Sergeant Jennifer Larson, and what she and Lieutenant Milazzo don't seem to realize is that what they are doing is absolutely outside the boundaries of the law, and that Samantha knows that. Denying yet again showing her ID, Samantha notices that Lieutenant Milazzo is doing something shady with her camera.
Did you delete my footage?
Do you want to cooperate or not?
Remaining silent.
It is only making it worse. Do you want to give us an ID?
Remain silent. Don't consent to searches.
If this wasn't enough, the officers then mockingly laugh at her after she invokes her right to remain silent.
I don't know.
All we're asking for an ID.
We're asking for an ID.
We'll do a report, you can go on your way to the camera. Otherwise, I'm going to confiscate the camera, and we're going to take it out.
For what crime?
Because you're suspicious.
Remaining silent.
Seeing no cooperation on her side, the officers then decide to give Samantha an ultimatum in an attempt to finally settle the situation.
This is your choice. Either give us an ID so that we can do a report on this and find out who you are, or we're going to take you in front of the presiding judge. He's going to hold you in contempt. Means that he can hold you for as long as he wants.
Remaining silent.
Okay, that's cool.
Americans, wait right there. Are you on Medicare and Medicaid? Do you want to hear something that's really exciting? If
means that he can hold you for as long as he wants.
Remaining silent.
Okay, that's cool.
10 minutes went by, and then Lieutenant Milazzo finally came back with news, or better called threats, against Samantha, who, as everyone should do, just remained in silence.
Okay, we're going to probably take you in front of the judge.
Okay.
He's going to hold you in contempt for, right now he's doing 90 days.
Okay.
So, that's okay with you?
Remaining silent.
Okay, you realize you're going to go to Cook County Jail for 90 days.
Remaining silent.
Okay.
Now, you have an option. All you have to do is show us an ID so that we can do a report, and we'll let you go on your way.
I have an option?
Yeah.
We told you that before.
So right now, you're just obstructing.
I'm on the elevator right now.
Obstructing what?
You're obstructing us from doing our job.
Remaining silent.
All right, cuff her. Let's get her first. Get her stuff.
I don't consent to searches.
Well, we don't care anymore.
Samantha was finally handcuffed and arrested for obstruction to later be freed without any charges. But what the officers are unaware of is that not only did they commit an illegal act, but multiple: unlawful detainment, intimidation, illegal arrest, dereliction of duty, unlawful search and destruction of private property. Shortly after, Samantha was able to hire one of the best lawyers in the country and sued Cook County for multiple civil rights violations. The case has been going on for a few years now, and the conclusion is not yet known, but a part of all of this that we have is the following footage of both the deposition of Lieutenant Milazzo and Sergeant Jennifer Larson. What unfolded in the following never-before-seen footage is one of the biggest and most shocking proofs of ignorance of the law and ineptitude in police history.
Is it against the law to take pictures of a courthouse from outside?
No, not that I know.
Is it lawful to arrest somebody for taking pictures outside of a courthouse, of the courthouse?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is there something suspicious?
Okay, sorry. So I gotta get every word if it's on video. Okay.
Are you familiar with this case at all?
Which case?
The case that brings us here today, that you're testifying in?
Yes.
Okay, and in a nutshell, what's the case about?
I would say that Amanda is, I guess I called you to say that she was outside videoing when she shouldn't have been. So she's saying we violated her amendment rights.
You're correct. When you say when she shouldn't have been, what does that mean? Was she doing something wrong?
Just something unusual, what us as officers would consider unusual.
Unusual, okay.
Having shown zero knowledge of the law, Samantha's lawyer then decides to push Sergeant Jennifer further to try to make her slip even more.
Depending on where you are in the country, Mormons are unusual, right? Depending on where you are, it might be unusual to see a Mormon. Do you get to detain Mormons in those places?
I don't know. People detain Mormons. I don't know if they detain Mormons.
Would it be lawful? Just because it's unusual?
No.
Okay. Is there something unlawful about recording outside of a building?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Let me ask you this. Was Miss doing anything illegal when she was detained?
No, I would say it was not illegal. Unusual.
Talking about unusual things, the statement that follows is something a police officer should never even be allowed to say.
In order to detain somebody, what do you have to have legally? Do you know?
I do not know the law legally.
And if you still think that at least Lieutenant Milazzo knew what he was doing, well, you're wrong.
What would you do if one of those people said to you, what's the difference between arrest and detain? What would your answer be?
We'd call legal.
Mr. Gorman, seated to your left?
No. Sheriff has their own legal.
Oh, okay. Their own legal who helps them understand things like the difference between arrest and detain?
Yes.
Gotcha. Was there a lawful basis to handcuff her?
Yes.
Okay, what was that lawful basis?
Officer safety.
Here, Lieutenant Milazzo has just confirmed not to know the difference between an arrest and a detainment, an occasion in which, if they need help, he indicates they just go ahead and call the office's lawyer to help them. The question remains then, how can someone work 27 years as a police officer and not know the law?
Did you have any reasonable suspicion that she was committing a crime?
We had reasonable suspicion to ask her what she was doing and why she was doing it, just to get who she was and why.
You and I agree on that you had the right to ask her whatever you wanted to ask her. Did you have the right to put her in handcuffs?
Officer safety.
For the security of the officers, yes.
Okay. What made her a threat?
Her refusing to give any information that was requested of her.
Was she legally obligated to give that information?
When an officer has asked her for security purposes to give her identity up, yes, we do have the right to ask for an identity of somebody for our safety.
20 years of service, and Sergeant Larson believes that she's not safe unless she runs your name. Not the kind of cop I would like to encounter if I'm being pulled over.
Have you ever heard of something called a Terry search or a Terry frisk?
I have.
What is that?
I'm not going to say exactly. I don't know the law.
Okay.
Seeing how she has no clue of anything related to law, Samantha's lawyer then decides to make up a hypothetical scenario to further prove his point on how wrong the arrest was.
A police officer goes over to somebody on the street. Let's call the person Mr. Plaintiff.
Okay.
Police officer goes to Mr. Plaintiff and says, hey, let me see your ID. And Mr. Plaintiff says, no. Is the officer now allowed to put Mr. Plaintiff in handcuffs and detain him?
No, object. It's a hypothetical and calls for speculation.
If.
You can answer.
Okay. I do believe, yes, for officer safety, they do have the right.
Doesn't there have to be reasonable suspicion that the person committed a criminal offense or violated a law?
Because I don't know the law exactly.
At least we saw so far how Jennifer takes responsibility and accepts that she doesn't know the law, in big contrast to her lieutenant, who instead pretends not to understand any of the questions and makes fun of the situation.
If you could go back in time to the day that you arrested her, would you still arrest her?
So you're asking me if I can go back in time?
Yeah.
I don't know how I could do that.
Okay. Did you understand my question?
I did, and you're asking me to suppose whether or not I can go back in time. I can't.
So you can't tell me if you would still arrest her?
I can't tell you what would happen on that day if I went back in time, no.
Okay. Is this an attempt to be funny?
Not a bit.
Are you trying to answer my questions?
I'm trying to answer your question.
You really can't figure this out because you can't wrap your head around time travel.
I'm
That's what you're saying?
Again, I mean, Just getting to be harassing again. I mean, is this what the question is? Hypothetical time travel backwards?
Is that really how you interpreted the question?
Is that what you're asking? If you could go back in time, would you do it differently? Is that not what you're asking?
Yeah, that is what I asked him.
Going back to Sergeant Jennifer, the interrogation continues and her responses don't get any better as time goes on.
Is there any reasonable suspicion that she was committing a crime, yes or no?
We weren't sure what she was doing.
Okay, so if you don't know what somebody's doing, do you have reasonable suspicion that they're doing anything in particular?
No, but we have a reasonable response to ask what she was doing.
Right. Agreed. You could ask her what she's doing. And when she refuses to answer, are you now allowed to detain her?
Yes.
Who told you this? That you get to detain people who are videoing and refuse to identify themselves when asked?
That is the face of someone getting caught, being held accountable, and humiliated for their illicit actions. Despite always refusing to admit that she had done wrong, everything was captured on camera and the answer was closed. But this is not over, as in complete opposite to Sergeant Larson, Lieutenant Milazzo wasn't going to go down without a fight.
Are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment, by the way?
Vaguely.
What does it say in your own vague terms?
No illegal search and seizure.
Right, unless there's
probable cause.
Or?
That's about all I know.
Okay, all right, good enough. You said that's about all I know. All right, now, there was somebody else who asked you the same question that I just asked you about your familiarity with the Fourth Amendment, who's in this room right now. Do you know who that person was? My client asked you that, didn't she?
I don't recall.
She asked you, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment? Do you remember that?
No. Lieutenant Milazzo admits not to recall neither the location in which this happened, nor who actually asked him, when in reality, all of us know that it was Samantha and he's just plain dumb, and everything was recorded as we saw before.
That includes my camera as far as consent.
Well, it's already on.
It's not a Fourth Amendment?
Oh, great. How do we always get the creep?
I don't know.
After recalling the incident, the lawyer brings up his offensive comment towards Samantha at the time.
If I tell you that your answer was, oh great, why do we always get the crazies? Would you dispute that?
No.
Does that sound like something you would say to somebody?
That's something I did say that day, yes.
So you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in response to the question, are you familiar with the Fourth Amendment?
No, I just remember saying it.
Why is it that you felt she was one of the crazies?
When people act in a way that is not in their best interest.
How is she acting that was not in her best interest?
Well, at any time, all she had to do was identify herself. We could have done our report. If you have an option, all you have to do is show us an ID so that we could do a report. I'll let you go on your way. And everything could have gone the own.
And if somebody were to threaten you that unless you comply with their demands, put you in handcuffs, would you automatically necessarily comply with their demands?
Yes.
Object.
You would.
Also speculation.
He was able to answer. So you would. So even if there's somebody who is acting as a law enforcement officer, giving you an unlawful order, threatening you with detainment or arrest or 90 days jail, if you don't comply with their unlawful demands, you would still comply?
Yes.
Alrighty. Is that what you expected her to do? To comply?
Yes.
Having heard multiple times the need for a person to identify himself when requested by a police officer, the lawyer then decides to question Lieutenant Milazzo.
Is there a law that requires people to identify themselves when requested by law enforcement?
I don't know.
And when asked if he had deleted the files from his camera, he blatantly denies it, despite it all having been recorded by the body cam the sergeant had at the moment.
Did you delete her pictures?
No.
Who did?
Don't know.
You don't know who deleted her pictures?
No.
By the time you got in front of Judge Peter Felice, they were deleted, weren't they?
As far as I know, they were still on there.
You grabbed her camera
Yes.
away from her outside, did you not?
Yes.
From that point until you were in front of Judge Peter Felice, did she ever hold her camera again?
No.
Okay, so you had it the entire time.
Yes.
Didn't Judge Peter Felice talk to you about whether the pictures had been deleted?
He asked for the memory thing so he could delete them.
He asked for the memory thing so he could delete them. Not only did Milazzo prove the lawyer's point of the pictures being deleted, but he also had just involved a judge in the same illicit act he's being accused for.
You just said that he asked you for the memory card because he wanted to delete the pictures. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And if he were to testify at some point in time that he absolutely, categorically did not delete those pictures, then would you want to change your answer as to whether you or one of your people did?
I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
No one had custody of the camera but me.
Would it have been lawful for you to delete her pictures?
I don't know.
Well, what do you think? Are you allowed to go over to people's pictures and delete them?
No.
Without a court order?
No.
Right. That would be a violation of which amendment? Do you know?
No.
If up until now he had been able to resist when questioned about his unlawful actions against Samantha when she requested a lawyer after being arrested, was the last nail in the coffin for Lieutenant Milazzo.
What do you do if somebody says they want to talk to a lawyer and you have them in handcuffs?
We allow them to call a lawyer.
Do you keep asking questions?
Depends on the case.
Oh, I got you. Okay, tell me the case in which you would continue to ask questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer.
If we're doing an investigation, we're going to ask.
I got you. Okay. Do you know which amendment it is that allows people to demand a lawyer? Do you have any idea?
No.
Have you ever read anybody the Miranda rights?
No.
You've never read anybody their Miranda rights?
No.
Have you ever arrested anybody?
No.
Other than Ms. Berquist?
No.
And you don't know Miranda rights?
Not offhand, no.
When you arrest somebody, do you have to advise them that they have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that they have the right to an attorney?
Yes.
Do you have to advise them that if they cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what if somebody says, yes, I want to talk to an attorney? Do you get to keep asking them questions? Or do you have to call a lawyer for them before you want to ask any more questions?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know if you're allowed to keep asking questions of somebody in custody after they ask for a lawyer?
No.
How long have you been employed at Cook County Sheriff's?
27 years.
27 years. I imagine you only became a lieutenant recently?
No.
How long ago did you become a lieutenant?
22 years ago.
You've been a lieutenant for 22 years and you don't know the Miranda rights?
Yes.
The case remains open, but this is immaculate evidence proving how wrong the police officers were against Samantha. If you enjoyed this video, watch this one, and we'll see you next time.
What makes a trip unforgettable? You'll know it when you feel it. Make memories with Get Your Guide. Unforgettable travel experiences.
An honor. We could, yeah. Or we could just call it. We could just call it a tax-free bond, so people really know what they're getting. Or a George Bailey bond. Yeah. But here's what I love about that: is the innovative spirit behind it. Because DC now is the boring old debate between tax increases and cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And I just believe there is a third way. The third way I'm generally focused on is economic growth, GDP growth.
Well, that's just it.
This is in that direction.
Without, yeah, you can reinvest it in the country. Only sell it to Americans. Yeah, you have to be.
Who asked me about staffing? You did, right? Well, we might have a Secretary of Patriot Bond position opening up. And we only accept got 61 and age 61 and above. Is okay.
Okay, well, I'll be honored to work with you. I find you.
I appreciate that.
You make me want to go out and do something.
I appreciate that. And that means a lot to me. That's the spirit we need to revive in this country. Right? As Americans, we are the pioneers. We are the explorers. Like people said, I started this race, I was 37 years old. They said, oh, that's too young to be the president. I said, I'll address that objection. I turned 38 2 weeks ago. And so we said, got that one taken care of. But the truth is, one of my compatriots on the debate stage last week said, we don't need a president who's too young. I don't know who he was talking about. But one of the things I was reflecting on after was, whenever somebody criticizes you, your first impulse is to punch back. And I did some of that, earlier this week. But also, I think if you're taking it seriously, it's worth asking the question, is it true? It's worth asking, especially if it's a good, earnest person, as I believe Mike Pence is, who says something like that. Is it true? You look to our history, and that pamphlet you're holding is modeled on Thomas Paine's Common Sense. That was the impetus and the motive for this. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence not long after. You know how old he was when he wrote the Declaration of Independence? 33. 33 years old. I'm an old man compared to what he was. When he wrote the entire Declaration of Independence that started our American Revolution, you know what else he did? He didn't invent the Patriot Bond, but he invented the swivel chair. Literally, the swivel chair that we sit on today. Hey, there's one when we were walking into this restaurant. You could see one. That swivel chair that we sit on today was invented by Thomas Jefferson while he's writing the Declaration of Independence. Think about that. Benjamin Franklin co-signed it not long after he invented the Franklin stove, the bifocal spectacle, the first treatment and remedy for the common cold in this country. We don't do that anymore. We say you're not an expert. You're trained in that. Shut up. Stop spreading misinformation. First is actually embracing curiosity itself, embracing exploration, unshackling ourselves from the orthodoxies we memorized 40 years ago. So what I love about the question is you're thinking. It doesn't have to be A or B where it's two bad choices. There's a third and better way. And I think that's the way we make it out today to be right now, too, where we are in our national history. We're taught to believe that we're a nation in decline, that we're at the end of the ancient Roman Empire. I don't think so. I don't think we have to be a nation in decline. I think the truth is, as a nation, we are really just a little young. All of us. Going through our own version of adolescence. Figuring out who we're really going to be when we grow up. And when you see it that way, it makes sense. It does to me. When you go through your adolescence, you lose your self-confidence. You lose your identity, you lose your sense of who you are. You lose your way a little bit. But we're stronger for it on the other side as we make our way to our adulthood. So no, I don't think we have to be a nation in decline. I think we are still a nation in ascent. Maybe the early stages of our ascent. Maybe we're not even yet at base camp. On our way still to, yes, that shining city on a hill that Reagan spoke of 40 years ago. Still that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what, you are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That's what we want to tell the next generation of Americans. That is what we are running to. That is what we together will revive to save this great nation. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless your families. And God bless our great United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. If we achieve that in this country, very practical, very achievable. It's not theoretical stuff, like really tangible stuff. If we achieve those four things, then I will lead this country and I will ask all of you to vote in dropping our complaints about ballot fraud or election integrity. And I think that if you really believe that the questions about and concerns, which I share, about election integrity, are a threat to our democracy, then this should be a simple proposal that you should be able to agree to. One day voting, that is a holiday, paper ballots and government issued ID matching the voter file. This is doable. Right? If we land on the moon, we can certainly do this. So the question is, do we have the will to actually do it? I can't do it yet. I'm a private citizen. I'm not that different than you guys. All I did is I filled out a form that said I'm running for president, and I'm up here and get to talk to you guys. I'm a private citizen. Many of you are business owners. I'm a business owner too. I'm a father of two sons. I'm running for president as an outsider though. Because the only way we're going to get that done is if we win this election in a landslide. When I think about a train, it's riding broken rails. I'm like the train. I can't fix the rails. The best we can do is be a freight train and steamroll through anything that stands in our way. That broad coalition, I've traveled from the south side of Chicago to Kensington in the inner city of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, all the way to California, even a few days before the debate. I'm on the West Coast. People ask, what the heck are you doing? I'm not running to lead a political party. I am running to lead a nation. And I think that in order to revive that nation, when we are skating on such thin ice as a country, we cannot afford an election where the Monday after election day, MSNBC and CNN are closely, quietly trotting out the winner. No, this cannot be another razor-thin election. This has to be a moral mandate, like Reagan delivered in 1980. And my top reason for being in this race is that because of the generation that I represent, because I am an outsider, because I'm not a product of partisan politics, because I've lived the American dream and can speak to it, I think I am the only person in this race who can actually deliver that landslide, that moral mandate. And after we've done that, then yes, we will get the four things I said done. So we once again have election security in the United States of America. Thank you. Okay, question back there. Okay, a question, comment.
Yes. To refer back to you, I was and your answer was slightly offensive. The United States of America has the most security. We send our military to other.
The cheese has slid off the cracker because of Tally.
By his true name and taken him into custody. We're unraveling the mystery that dates back more than 10 years. Lawn Crime Deli, covering court cases from coast to coast. He's gone by many names. The Long Island serial killer, the Gilgo Beach murderer, and now authorities say they've identified him by his true name and taken him into custody. We're unraveling the mystery that dates back more than 10 years. Lawn Crime Deli, covering court cases from coast to coast.
Crash course.
Major update to a true crime mystery that has haunted the Long Island, New York area for more than a decade. Authorities say that they have arrested a man believed to be the Gilgo Beach serial killer. Law enforcement took Rex Hewerman into custody late Thursday, and his home was being searched on Friday. He's lived for decades across the bay from where multiple sets of human remains were found. He's now charged with first and second-degree murder in connection with the deaths of 3 women, and he's considered a prime suspect in a 4th. Suffolk County prosecutors are asking for Hewerman to be held without bail because of the nature of the crimes, as well as very unsettling internet searches that included child pornography. Hewerman is a married father of 2 and a licensed architect in Manhattan. Authorities say they first identified him as a suspect in March of last year, and the task force took over from there.
Our partners and my office, we use the grand jury to continue to investigate, and we executed over 300 subpoenas, search warrants pertaining to this individual to find out more information. One of the things that we did is we followed him because we wanted to get an abandonment sample of his DNA, which we were able to do. We also got DNA samples, abandonment samples from his family. This really supported our decision to keep our investigative focus secret because we knew that one person would be watching. We didn't want to give him any insight into what we were doing, and we also didn't want him to know just how close we were getting. So we maintained the grand jury secrecy, and we maintained the integrity of our investigation. In addition to those Gilgo searches, he was compulsively searching pictures of the victims, but not only pictures of the victims, pictures of their relatives, their sisters, their children,
and he was trying to locate those individuals.
All right, I want to give you some background on this case, which has thus far remained unsolved. So an escort named Shannon Gilbert disappeared in 2010 while leaving a client's home. And as police searched for her, they found a body, then another, and then another. In all, 11 sets of human remains were found along a highway near Gilgo Beach in 2010 and 2011, including Gilbert's. Now, most of the victims were female sex workers, but an Asian man's body was also found, as well as that of a toddler. Detectives believe it's unlikely that all the bodies found near Gilgo Beach were connected to just one killer. You may have seen a documentary on this case called Lost Girls, released on Netflix in 2020. In 2022, Suffolk County's police commissioner created a task force that included the DA, the Sheriff's Office, New York State Police, and the FBI to renew the search for new clues and hopefully push the investigation forward. Criminal profilers at the time the bodies were discovered said killers like this do tend to fit a certain type.
I mean, just statistically, he's likely to be a male between the ages of 20 and 35. With a serial killer like this, the thrill is in the kill. So that what really drives him is not sex, but rather the power over another human being. It's the power of God, and he feels mighty strongly because apparently he's killed many people and has not yet been caught.
Unbelievable. Okay, I'm here with my co-host, Brian Buckmeyer, Terry Austin. Brian, I'll start with you. How have they connected him? Because this is like a major update. I remember following this case back in law school 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's DNA and cell phone records. Supposedly he had a number of burner phones that were communicating with a number of these women in close proximity to when they died. And all of a sudden, when their bodies are believed to be deceased, no more communication. Seems to be one of the last ones to speak to them. Also, there are hairs fragments from his wife on all three of the bodies. And on Waterman, one of the victims, his hair fractures are found in it. Now, interestingly enough, they're not saying that it's exactly their hair. They're saying 99.96 of the community can be excluded from these hairs, but not his wife and not himself. So they're thinking he must have had some sort of connection, and maybe his wife's hair was on him and then dropped off on their bodies.
In other words, it sure looks like it's his material or his wife's material. The question is, though, now, Terry, he might be connected to at least these three deaths, but what about all of the remains, all of those bodies that I mentioned? How do they connect them to those?
Yeah, you're right. There are 11 bodies that were found in this area. And I think that fourth victim, they said they have very similar information about her. I think they will ultimately include her in the charges. I think the others are going to be more difficult. So, for instance, they found a male and they found a toddler and they found who they think is the mother of the toddler. I think it's going to be more difficult to connect those bodies to this.
But they don't want to add an extra case, because if it's weak on that case, it'll weaken the rest of them, right?
Exactly. The murder one that he's being charged with is for killing 2 or more people. So as a defense attorney, I'm looking at right about off the bat, which one of these cases can I pull apart? At least maybe beat the murder one, maybe try to go down on murder 2. Maybe he says he's extremely emotionally distressed. Hey, even investigators say that they're not connecting all these murders to one person. So use that, if I'm a defense attorney, to my advantage.
Terry, real quick, they're going to search his house, so they might find more evidence.
They will find more evidence. He's done all these searches that we've talked about, and they could find evidence as far as the other women are concerned.
What a development. I'm very curious to see this. I know his defense attorneys have just been handed the case, but maybe they have room to argue certain things like fight against the DNA and the cell phone evidence. We'll continue to follow it. Still ahead on Long Crime Daily. A judge had an affair with a prosecutor, and now a murder conviction is being thrown out because of it. But first, another day wraps up in the Bradley Yan trial as the defendant tries to navigate being his own lawyer and questioning members of the victim's family. A few of Friday's most outrageous moments are next.
Phone numbers, everything. It's incredible.
It's incredible.
You can do a username search. Brittany, those phone numbers.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
incredible. I'm looking for Brittany.
It's Brittany Madison's calling.
Been verified.
And welcome back, everybody. The Illinois defendant who chose to represent himself against multiple charges is presenting his case to the court and calling witnesses. And let's just say things are not exactly going smoothly. Here's a little bit of background for you. In November 2021, Bradley Yan and his accomplice Karen Blackledge allegedly carjacked, sexually assaulted, and robbed the home of 77-year-old Tina Schmidt. She died a month later. While prosecutors aren't pursuing murder charges, they believe that Schmidt did succumb to the trauma that she endured. Jan is currently facing multiple charges of home invasion, aggravated kidnapping, vehicular hijacking, burglary, and sexual assault. His accomplice, Blackledge, pleaded guilty to home invasion and sexual assault and is now serving 40 years in prison. Jan, on the other hand, chose to act as his own defense counsel as he faces a life sentence. On Friday, he questioned several of the alleged victim's family members, including her husband and daughter. Here are just some of the blockbuster moments from court on Friday.
Mr. Schmidt, just to refresh your memory, you stated you were subpoenaed for phone records, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We just dealt with this.
Your Honor, I need to go down a new path. I'm just letting the witness know where we're at, Your Honor.
He was here, he knows, so next question, sir.
Okay. And you did provide those records.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, and we've gone down this path.
Mr. Schmidt,
objection.
Are you aware that there was no
Objection, Your Honor. I will sustain the objection, Mr.
Johnson. No 911.
Objection, Your Honor. I'll ask the bailiff to have the jury return to the jury room. I'd like you to describe for us your mother's pain in the last month of her life before she passed away in December. Was she in pain?
Yes, she was in extreme pain.
I'm sorry.
She was in extreme pain.
Objection, Your Honor. Testimonial.
This is due, Mr. Young, so.
Testimony of hearsay, Your Honor.
Again, objection is overruled. On the next witness, who will that be?
That would be Kevin Douglas, Your Honor.
All right. Douglas is not here, Your Honor, and is not available today. All right. Is he subpoenaed? Mr. Young?
He is. He's on the.
Has he been subpoenaed?
Yes, I believe he has.
By our office, Your Honor, he did not receive the defense subpoena, and he's not available today. All right. So you have not served him with the defense subpoena, is that correct?
No, Your Honor, not.
All right. So he is not going to be available apparently. We have another witness.
Give me 1 moment, Judge.
So he's representing himself. He's calling some witnesses. From that, it doesn't look so good, but you give him some more of a granular picture. How's he doing so far?
Well, usually this statement, when you say he who calls himself as his own attorney has a fool for a client.
That's a slogan, right?
It's something like that. In any event, he actually did not do that poorly. He called on his direct case some of the same witnesses that he called, and he asked the same questions. So that was a waste of time. But he. Attention!
Attention! Sammy's not gonna make it no more.
In 2002, fear struck the streets of southwest London.
She'd suffered one severe blow to the back of her head.
He took lives like that.
A cold-blooded killer was stalking his prey,
We had a long alleyway behind our house. That was one of his hunting grounds.
striking at defenseless young women.
He was absolutely certain to have killed again. Someone had to stop him.
But who was behind these twisted attacks?
He is out of control with the amount of anger and rage that he has internally. He just wants to hurt everybody.
Was murder his destiny? Was he
maybe
to kill?
You never know. It's all your fault, Salty Pickle. It's all your fault. You trying to be funny, not respecting people's boundaries.
Of London is a prized destination for city commuters who are attracted by its proximity to the capital.
All your fault, Salty.
For one schoolgirl, March the 21st,
You can thank yourself for everything that's transpiring from here on out.
Millie was on her way home from school. She met some friends at a cafe.
It's your fault, Tally.
To a bus stop where her
It's your
friend was
fault, Tally. It's all your fault.
All but a small section.
Because you wanted to be funny.
Was covered by video surveillance.
Because you wanted to have a laugh, Tally.
On the videotape surveillance.
So you have to fuck with people that have mental health issues. This is all your fault, Tally.
She disappeared in puff of smoke.
Everyone said Millie was a feisty, strong-willed girl. She wouldn't probably have been easily duped into getting into a car unless it was someone she knew or whatever.
She didn't make contact with her family. She didn't call any of her friends. She didn't respond to calls to her mobile from friends.
Millie Dowler was last seen around Walton-on-Thames station. Her disappearance sparked a police investigation on a national scale. Today, that disappearance was described as every parent's worst nightmare. The 13-year-old in school uniform vanished a few minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
As the residents of Walton reeled from the apparent abduction, just 13 miles away in West Drayton, 34-year-old Levi Belfield and his 23-year-old girlfriend Emma were performing a good deed.
They are house sitting for a friend who's on holiday. Levi goes out of the house during the daytime, comes back at about 11 o'clock at night with some beer and a takeaway. They eat the takeaway, go to bed, and about 3 o'clock he says, "I can't sleep, I'm going back to the flat." And he gets up and goes back to the flat.
The flat he visited was an apartment belonging to Emma in Walton-on-Thames. When she returned there 3 days later, she would feel compelled to question Belfield's behaviour.
She realises that the bedding has all been removed from their bed. And she said to Levi, "What happened with the bed?" He said, "Oh, the dog who he took with him made a mess on the bed and I had to throw the bedding off." I went for a drink over with somebody in West Drayton and I had too much to drink, so I got a taxi home and I had to go back and get it. So I then get a taxi over to wherever it was, and the car's not there.
Emma's car would never be found. Despite Belfield's secretive demeanour, the couple would set up home at Little Benty in West Drayton. Former neighbour Guido Lavorini recalls his first impressions of Belfield.
See the house on the left there, a wee picket fence, is where we lived. Levi lived next door. Initially, he was very accommodating, very helpful, very polite, approachable. You know, if somebody says to him, "Levi, the chance."
It's all your fault, Tally.
Do it and all the rest of it. So he kind of
you and your fucking ignorant shit.
To start off with.
But it soon became apparent that Levi
thinking it's okay to fuck with people for your own fucking amusement.
There was an elderly couple that lived.
Now you're going to be my amusement. Now you're going to be my fun.
Abusive towards. At one time, you know, it's a suspicion.
Now you're going to fulfill my desires and my fantasies.
You know, he stole gates from houses further on in order to put gates in his back garden. You know, it went from there to having 2 dogs in the back shed that weren't people friendly, to putting barbed wire on the fences. I don't know what he was trying to achieve. I don't know what he was hiding. But it was all very strange.
Here we go, don't you know?
Guido would also develop a sense of unease about his neighbour's home life.
Up front, they played the part of a couple, happy couple and all that. But Emma's whole demeanour told a different picture. I think Emma was very fearful. I think Levi bullied her. She cried quite a lot. You know, a happy person doesn't do that.
Belfield's previous partner, Johanna Collins had experienced a similar trajectory in their relationship.
When I was first pregnant with my daughter, he was absolutely over the moon. Then it changed because he already had girls with his previous partner and he'd always wanted a boy. So it kind of went downhill from there. Levi's mood swings went from absolutely loving and really nice 1 minute and literally like you turned a light switch on.
That's me.
When you cook dinner, he'd like the food placed in a certain way, like the peas would have to be separate from the potato and whatever else you had. And you had to cut it all up for him. And he'd make you try a bit of everything because he was convinced I was trying to poison him. He'd make you sleep on the floor naked, wouldn't allow you to have any bedclothes. One night he made me sit on a stool all night in the bedroom. And he always made you feel so bad that it was your fault.
As the summer of 2002 drew to a close,
well, good
the residents
morning.
of Walton-on-Thames received...
How are you, big guy?
6 months after...
You ready to go to your new home today?
The body of schoolgirls...
You ready for your new home today? Oh, they're going to be able to walk you.
2002.
Yeah.
Some woods out in Hampshire, and she'd obviously been there some time because of the state of her remains.
She was simply dumped naked. It was pitiless, absolutely pitiless.
As investigators desperately searched for a lead, they were unaware that the killer had developed a taste for murder, and young women would continue to be his prey. During September 2002, the body of a 13-year-old schoolgirl was found in New Hampshire. Millie Dowler had disappeared 6 months earlier from a bus stop in Walton-on-Thames. The historic suburb of Hampton lies just 6 miles away on the north bank of the river. The 4th of February 2003 was a typical Tuesday night. The rush hour had long since passed as a young student made her way home.
Marsha MacDonald was 19 and she lived with her family in a house in Hampton in Middlesex. She had been to the cinema with a friend and caught a late night bus home.
Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton recalls Marsha's movements.
Marsha was on a 111 bus from Kingston Town Centre. Came to this bus stop here, which is the nearest to her home.
A little after 11:30 at night. She gets off the bus, turns left, turns right into her road. Her parents live about 120 yards up.
While she was walking along, she had the care in the world. Everything was normal. Somebody walked up behind her and struck her the most fearful blow. The blow was so savage.
There was no eyewitness.
Hit that bitch hard.
Forensic evidence. It was as if she'd been struck by lightning.
Marsha tragically died the following day.
Yeah, that's what you
Police
got,
were
dude.
baffled by her brutal murder. They only had one lead to pursue.
Lucky you got that. If I hadn't stole that food yesterday, we'd have nothing to
She
eat.
was getting off the bus. The CCTV shows her silver Vauxhall Corsa. And we saw the car go down to the crossroads and just pull into the mouth of the junction on the left. We then lose the pictures because the bus has driven away.
Police would struggle to identify the mystery vehicle and establish a motive behind the bus stop killer's ferocious attack.
hitting someone with a blitz attack is they're about power, control, and that particular mode of attacking his victims satisfies something psychological in him. They are about overpowering somebody and feeling like you're the one in charge.
While the residents of Hampton reeled from the brutal murder, 34-year-old Levi Belfield was working as a nightclub doorman in the surrounding suburbs.
Boy.
He wouldn't take any nonsense. He loved fighting. And because also he worked on the doors of quite a few pubs and
It's
clubs.
all
and that
your fault,
he
Tally.
was, I think you could say, persuasive. He always got what he wanted.
He was a big chap, very broad, tying down to very thin legs. He just swaggered as if he owned the place.
Killer taste, killer nutrition, Dave's Killer Bread, bread amplified.
But the local man from Isleworth hadn't always been such an imposing figure.
He was a weakling as a boy. He was a very tiny, rather peely-wally child, on whom his mother doted. She wiped his bottom until he was 12. He was a mummy's boy in every sense.
He was still sleeping in her bed when he was 16. You know, and even his mum told me one day, she said, oh, no, Levi always, if he stays here, he always sleeps in my bed. I think, hang on a minute, he's in his 30s.
Sometimes when you have very tight family bonds, there are appropriate things that go along with that. There's a great deal of trust.
Emotional expense.
Has in intimate ways that don't necessarily have
Same pull the trigger to kill your son, you know, masturbates to memory.
Sir? Yes. You just gave it 4 years. Yes. So,
This is Jaleel Smith Riley, who is facing charges for murder in Michigan. Smith Riley was involved in an armed robbery on November 16, 2013, in Norwood, where he and 2 other men approached a parked car. Inside the parked car was 20-year-old Portia Brooks and her boyfriend, Aaron Martin. Smith Riley knocked on the window with a handgun and forced Martin, who was in the passenger seat, out of the car. Jaleel then proceeded to go through Aaron's pockets and demanded his cash. Once Jaleel had taken every dollar Aaron had, he then took his life with a shot to the head, causing permanent brain damage. However, Jaleel wasn't done there. Right after shooting Aaron, he then leaned into the car and fired it.
A single Spokio search can help you find out who she's messaging.
A single Spokio search!
Discover other details like photos, email addresses, current residences, and more. Try Spokio today and uncover the truth about the people around you.
Oh, Spokio. That's a good way to find people.
Fired at Brooks, who was sitting in the car twice. She died 3 days later. Fortunately, Martin survived the shooting but sustained serious injury. Before the judge announced the sentence that Jaleel would be facing, Portia's family got the chance to address the jury and the man who took their daughter away from them. Sharon Brooks, Portia's mother, brought the box containing her daughter's ashes to the courtroom, as she had for previous court dates. She stated that Smith Riley had ruined her life and killed her identity as a mother of 3.
This is what I have left because of his greed, his selfishness, his complete disregard and disrespect of others and life. But as you can see, I'm getting nothing back, except for the reality that she is full.
Tia Marie Brooks, Portia's sister, also spoke emotionally and requested that Smith Riley be handed the maximum sentence.
I should deal with life without Portia, so he should deal with life without parole.
Then, Aaron, who Jaleel shot in the head, spoke to the court.
But she's still here with us, and she will always be here. She's our angel looking over us, helping to get through these hard times.
As if Smith Riley's crime was not outrageous enough, his reaction to his sentence was even more dramatic. During the trial on August 11th, 2021, Smith Riley pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and attempted murder. However, he later decided to withdraw his guilty plea against the advice of his attorneys.
From the beginning, this was an emotional day for the families of both of these victims, but when Smith Riley decided to reverse his plea halfway through the sentencing hearing, they were shocked, and his attorneys were too, in part because it puts the death penalty back on the table. Prior to receiving his sentence, Jaleel was heard apologizing in court as what appeared to be a last attempt at showing remorse. Additionally, Jaleel's attorney made a final attempt.
Well, Jaleel, that's what it's like trying to be a gangster. You just don't see in the music videos, they just really don't show you the consequences of your fucking actions. But you get to live them and you get to feel them because you've been suckered.
Saving face.
And he knows it. You can't go back in time and undo what he did.
Despite the tears and the apologies, Judge Charles Kubicki, presiding over the case in Hamilton County Common Pleas Court, denied Smith Riley's request and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The 23-year-old monster that is currently rotting behind bars collapsed to the floor of the courtroom upon receiving his sentence. Smith Riley also received an additional sentence of 11 years for a related attempted murder charge. However bad you think Smith Riley's case was, it can't be compared to the infamous case of T.J. Lane. This is T.J. Lane.
My idol.
Charges for multiple murders in Ohio. T.J. Lane was a convicted American murderer who gained notoriety after committing a horrific crime at Chardon High School.
He's an idol.
On February 27th, 2012, the Ohio Police Department responded to multiple calls from teachers and students that there was an active shooter in the building. According to police reports, Lane left the school and headed to the cafeteria. It was here that T.J. Lane opened fire and killed 3 students and severely injured 3 others. 6 people got physically harmed at the hands of T.J. Lane that day, but hundreds, if not thousands of people left Chardon High School.
Only 6? Damn, dude, I thought you got more than that, man. What the fuck?
On February 27th, 2012, with intangible pain that will last through eternity.
Glances of your friends laying all over the place. There's blood. There's people screaming. Everybody.
Well, I bet you weren't thinking of that when you were picking on people and fucking with them and making fun of them and thinking it was all fucking funny, huh? Some pretty severe consequences for those actions, huh? Wow, I know. Should be careful who you fuck with, guy.
He's running in different directions, and you're just trying to get out.
I saw a kid holding a gun pointed towards a group of kids.
Do you remember the look on the gunman's face?
I never looked at his face. I just looked at the gun. I still can't think about it all because it's just so scary.
Lane's actions sent shockwaves through the community. He was swiftly apprehended and charged with 3 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts of attempted aggravated murder, and 1 count of felonious assault. As if the murders were not bad enough, Lane showed no remorse for his actions at the trial and refused to cooperate with his attorneys. Instead, he appeared in court wearing a t-shirt with the word killer written on it, and even gave the middle finger to the victims' families. During the sentencing hearing, Lane made a shocking statement.
Saying pull the trigger to kill your son, now masturbates to memory.
The statement caused outrage and disgust, not only among the families of the victims.
Oh, let's hear that again. That was cool.
Cooperate with his attorneys. Instead, he appeared in court wearing a t-shirt with the word killer written on it, and even gave the middle finger to the victims' families. During the sentencing hearing, Lane made a shocking statement.
Saying pull the trigger to kill your son, now masturbates to memory.
Oh,
statement caused
damn, that's some fucking balls there. He said the same hand that pulled the trigger that killed your son now masturbates my dick into the memory. Wow.
The victims, but also across the entire nation. The judge presiding over the case, Judge David Fury, described Lane's behavior as heinous, unprovoked, and senseless, and sentenced him to 3 life sentences in prison without parole. Lane didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard his sentence. He remained emotionless and unremorseful. Lane's behavior and reactions were likened to that of a psychopath. However, not every
Attention everyone.
Attention everyone. Be careful who you fuck with online. You just might not know the lengths they're willing to go to. Public service announcement.
Every convict remained emotionless after hearing their sentence, like in the case of Ryan Stone. This is Ryan Stone, who is facing charges for going on a crime splurge throughout the nation, including kidnapping and assault, all of which was captured and broadcasted live by helicopters. The chase began after Stone hijacked a car with a 4-year-old boy inside and drove off, leading police on a dangerous pursuit that lasted more than an hour. During the chase, Stone drove up to 100 miles per hour and was reckless in every regard of the word. He's seen here overtaking an innocent civilian on the highway, throwing them out of the car before carrying on in the new vehicle. But that's not all. Watch here as he exits the highway, opens the car door at full speed, then slams onto the brakes right before crashing into another car parked in an intersection. Investigators believe this was a sorry attempt at another carjacking. Stone also crashed into several other vehicles during this chase, causing numerous injuries. At one point, he even came inches from taking out a policeman, who was trying to place stop sticks on the highway. He eventually crashed the stolen car and attempted to flee on foot. However, he was quickly apprehended by police and placed in a holding cell.
I remember
As if
seeing
Stone's
that.
actions weren't bad enough, he was caught on tape boasting about his actions to a friend who visited him in the cell.
Hey, did you know I made the news in the UK and Australia? What? Yeah, my lawyer told me I made the news in the UK and Australia. If you type in Grand Theft Auto on YouTube, my shit comes up first.
Ryan also believed that he should be compensated for his viral car chase because the news channels are using his car chase footage.
I'm going to contact Council of News or have you contact Council of News or somebody. You guys are getting paid using my name.
Stone was charged with 26 crimes involving kidnapping, motor vehicle theft, assault, and eluding police. Stone's sentencing hearing was emotional.
Yeah, he got life.
In court, many of his victims and their families can be heard speaking about the impact of his crimes on their lives. Some spoke of physical injuries they had sustained in the crash, while others described the emotional trauma they had experienced due to the incident. Stone spoke at the hearing. He cried, expressed remorse for his actions, and apologized to his victims. Isn't it ironic that in the same week, Ryan was captured in the video on the left, laughing and boasting about his crimes. In the other video on the right, he's seen crying and begging for sympathy from the court, as he finally realized the severity of his actions. Despite his apology, the judge in the case was unmoved, noting that Stone had shown a pattern of criminal behavior and that he posed a threat to society. The judge handed down the maximum sentence possible. Stone...
Shit, you think that motherfucker is a threat to society? If only you knew what goes through my brain.
pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 160 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Stone was in tears when he learned he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. Stone blamed his actions on drugs, and his show of remorse might be sincere. However, some convicts are rather shocked by their sentences, like in the case of Seth Welch and Tatiana Fusari. This is Seth Welch and Tatiana Fusari, who are facing charges for first-degree murder in Michigan. Seth and Tatiana were the parents of 10-month-old Mary Ann Welch, who police said died of malnutrition and dehydration due to neglect on August 2nd, 2018, in Solon Township, Kent County, Michigan. Child Protective Services have been involved with the family since 2014 after THC was found in the system of their firstborn child. Mary weighed only 8 pounds at the time of her death. Her parents refused to seek medical help, citing religious reasons and distrust of the medical system. The family home was found to be unhygienic during the initial investigation, with evidence of vermin, insects, and mold. The doctor who performed the autopsy confirmed that Mary was suffering from chronic malnutrition caused by withholding food and water. Seth's call to 911 revealed their level of neglect for their daughter.
He said when you found her, she was already believed to be deceased, right? Yes. And that's when you consulted with a lawyer? Yes. Do you believe she was beyond help already? Oh, yeah. She was bad as a
When in court, the prosecutors made sure to highlight just how neglectful the parents were of their 10-month-old child.
You didn't know that. And don't tell me you didn't intend that because you didn't get her little push out of that crib. You left her in there. You ignored her because she was an inconvenience.
The couple was initially charged with felony homicide murder in August 2018. In June 2020, Seth Welch was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. In 2021, Fusari testified that her husband...
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid?
Yes, I am!
You are now eligible to receive a free smartphone with
Her husband was abusive, but she was not allowed to take Mary to the doctor.
He got very angry with me. He smacked me across the face and he told me that he knows he said, you know what the I think about doctors. I told you Mary is fine. She's fine, now drop it.
In November 2021, Fusari was sentenced to life without parole for first-degree murder and an additional 15 to 30 years for first-degree child abuse. When the judge pronounced their life sentence, Seth's mouth dropped open in shock and Fusari started crying. For many people, this couple got what they deserved. However, this wasn't the only time a convict got a sentence that felt like justice. There was the case of Esteban Carpio. This is Esteban Carpio, who is facing charges for murder in Rhode Island. Carpio is an American murderer who killed a detective at a Providence police station in 2005. Providence Police Detective Sergeant James L. Allen and another detective were questioning Carpio at the Providence Police headquarters for accosting an 85-year-old woman, Madeline Gata. According to police reports, the second detective left to the third-floor interview room to retrieve some water. It was here where things took a turn for the worst.
Carpio had asked for water, and the two detectives that were in there with him, one left to go get the water and locked the door behind him. And they tragically heard Detective Allen say, "I think he's going to kill me. He's got my gun. He's going to kill me." By the time they broke it down, the officer was dying, and Carpio had jumped out the window.
However, he was recaptured a few minutes later amid struggles with the police. But that was not the end of the drama. Due to the risky jump and struggles with the police, Carpio sustained injuries. When it came time for his sentencing, Carpio came to court wearing a mask designed to keep him from spitting at or biting others. His face was red, bruised, and swollen. When he appeared in court, his family members screamed and accused the police of brutality. The family believed that they forced him to wear the mask to try and hide the brutal revenge beating they gave Carpio behind closed doors. In fact, Carpio's aunt went on live TV to say this.
It was police brutality. He was mentally ill, and he needed help, and we couldn't get him. We tried and tried, and he didn't deserve this.
However, Providence Police Chief Dean M. Esserman argued that Carpio's injuries were sustained when he jumped from the third-floor interview room and resisted arrest. The FBI later investigated the police, but it was concluded that they did not use excessive force.
No civil rights violation when injuries are incident to arrest.
Bullshit.
If he's fighting the police officers, the officers have the right to use whatever force necessary to subdue the subject.
On June 27, 2006, a jury found Carpio guilty of the murder of Detective Allen and the stabbing of Madeline Gata. Despite his plea of insanity, Carpio was sentenced to life in prison without parole. At first, he showed little reaction to his sentence and remained unmoved. However, later, in an attempt to win over the jury, he was heard apologizing for his actions.
Every day, I'm face to face with what I did and what happened.
Carpio claimed he was suffering from mental illness at the time of the crime, but the court didn't entertain the claims. However evil you think Carpio is, how does he compare to Kayla Mendoza, who tweeted this the same night she took two girls' lives in a deadly drunk driving crash? This is Kayla Mendoza.
She goes there to 2 counts of DUI manslaughter. Count 1 and count 3.
Who is facing charges for double manslaughter, among other charges in Florida. The 20-year-old woman who was not licensed to drive was convicted of the murder of 2 women while drunk driving in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on November 17, 2013. Before the crash, Mendoza went to a local bar with her manager and colleagues from her job where she drank 2 fishbowl margaritas. A few hours later, Mendoza got behind the wheel of a Hyundai Sonata and drove the wrong way on the Sawgrass Expressway.
Kayla hopped into her car and went speeding the wrong way down the freeway at more than 80 miles an hour. She collided head-on with another car, killing these 2 beautiful young women, Marissa Petronio and Caitlin Ferrante, both just 21.
Mendoza was charged with 2 counts of DUI manslaughter while impaired, 2 counts of DUI manslaughter with an unlawful blood alcohol level, 2 counts of vehicular homicide, and 2 counts of driving without a license causing death. Mendoza's then boyfriend owned the Hyundai Sonata involved in the crash and explained that the "too drunk to care" tweet was directed toward him.
The "too drunk to care" tweet was for my boyfriend because he was upset I was out hanging out with them and with Marcelo drinking because he wanted me to be home.
The Ferrante and Catronio families filed lawsuits against Mendoza, her boyfriend, the T-Mobile store where Mendoza was employed, and Tijuana Taxi Company. On May 4, 2015, 2 months after pleading guilty to 2 DUI manslaughter charges, Mendoza was sentenced to 24 years in prison. Mendoza was apologetic throughout the trial. When she heard her sentence, her apology and crying intensified.
As much time passes, I'm going to live with that every day.
After her sentence, Mendoza will also serve 6 years of probation and is permanently banned from driving.
Are you drowning in payday loan debt?
No, not yet.
Payday loans and are unable to pay them back? Then listen to
driving a motor vehicle. Mendoza's apologies and remorse showed that she may yet be saved. However, the same cannot be said for Adrian Dunn. This is Adrian Dunn, who is facing charges for murder in San Antonio. Adrian, an ex-convict, was sentenced for the murder of Joaquin Tariq Charles. Police said that Adrian shot Charles in the back during a drug deal in a parking lot on July 16, 2012. To make matters worse, this wasn't even Dunn's first encounter with law enforcement.
To prison twice for possessing a firearm after this murder. He committed another shooting a month before this murder. And he's shown zero remorse.
Prosecutors urged the jury to impose the maximum sentence, noting that Adrian had an extensive criminal history and showed no remorse for the murder. Prosecutor Jason Goss can be seen here holding the hand of the victim's parents. Before arguing to the jury that a life sentence was necessary to prevent another family from suffering, as Charles' family had.
Her son, who has to suffer, and this family who has to suffer because of the family. And that's why we're asking for a life sentence.
If you thought the crimes were horrendous, wait till you see how Adrian reacted to his sentence. Throughout the trial, Adrian showed no remorse and couldn't have been less concerned. He was found guilty of the crime. Still, his attorney argued that a sentence of 35 to 40 years would be more appropriate. His reasoning?
We'll give Adrian a chance to go into prison and try to make something of himself so that when he gets out, if he ever gets out, he can try to be an asset to our community.
However, the jury deliberated for just 2 hours before returning with a sentence of life in prison. As the jury's decision was read out, Adrian began to fight with Bexar County Sheriff's deputies, attempting to escort him from the courtroom. Dunn's behavior was marked by profanity and outbursts. He was eventually subdued and removed from the court. Adrian's case can be termed a drug case gone bad. However, while he remains stoic and combative, there are other convicts who break down in court and feel genuine remorse for their actions, like in the case of Ellis Nelson Ortiz Nieves. This is Ellis Nelson Ortiz Nieves.
Some of the bruises were in shape with belt. I'm gonna let you sit here and say, oh, crazy shit about me, man. Oh, man, you shit you don't even know, man.
He's facing charges for the murder of an infant in Michigan. The cause of death was physical abuse, which was later ruled as murder. The 4-year-old boy, Giovanni Mejias, was the son of Ortiz Nieves' girlfriend, Sonia Hernandez. Sonia claimed she had no involvement in the crime. However, her neighbor had a different side of the story.
Sonia was well aware. She was well aware of what was happening because she told him that was his responsibility to whoop them.
Ortiz Nieves denied abusing the boy. The judge and prosecutors believe his beating the child resulted in his death. Kent County deputies reported that when they arrived at the Gaines Township trailer, where Ortiz Nieves was left to care for several children under 11, it was here that they found Giovanni left on the kitchen floor. An autopsy showed that Giovanni died from internal bleeding caused by an abdominal tear, which would have been caused by an adult, not a child. During the trial, Kent County Circuit Court Judge Mark Trusock can be heard condemning Ortiz Nieves' actions, reprimanding him in very strong words, and insisting that he should never be allowed out of prison.
You are the lowest form of human life that I've been able to observe or see. That you committed this murder and that you beat this little boy to death.
The judge described the injuries suffered by Giovanni before his death, causing Ortiz Nieves to become upset and struggle with deputies, who had to remove him from the courtroom.
You had put cigarettes out on this poor little child. There was evidence of that from the picture.
Hey guys, I just got the old stab.
Anybody says anything better?
Ortiz Nieves was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole and was given a sentence of 80 to 150 years for first-degree child abuse. Ortiz Nieves' reaction might suggest that he is guilty. However, this wasn't the only time a convict reacted emotionally to their sentence. There is the case of Jordan Fuss. This is Jordan Fuss.
I'm sorry. I wish it was me. He didn't deserve it. I did.
Facing charges for manslaughter in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The 22-year-old was found guilty of DUI manslaughter in a 2014 crash and claimed the life of 6-year-old Santiago Geraldo. Fuss, shaking uncontrollably as he entered the courtroom with his family, had a blood alcohol level of 0.21%, which is more than twice the legal limit. He was traveling over 90 miles per hour on Sterling Road when he crashed his 2004 Infiniti G35 into another vehicle at Davie Road just before midnight on October 3, 2014. Prosecutors had sought the maximum sentence for the crime. Fuss' attorney argued for a reduced sentence, stating that his client had been so remorseful that he had contemplated suicide. However, prosecutors stated that Fuss had admitted to using alcohol and smoking marijuana. The Geraldo family cried in court, while the defense argued for a lighter sentence. Santiago's father took the stand and had this to say while staring directly into Jordan's eyes.
All right, so you used the fact that he consumed alcohol and smoked joints after having a horrendous crash and killing people, and you're going to use that against him when he was probably using it as a coping mechanism because he's probably devastated. It's devastating when you take somebody's life.
Hi.
May God forgive me, because I can't. You didn't just take my son's life, you took mine too.
During the trial, Fuss can be seen apologizing to the victim's family in tears.
I'm sorry. I wish it was me. He didn't deserve it. I did.
He also expressed his love for his family members and girlfriend, whom he met online after the crash. Then came the verdict as Jordan was sentenced to 14 years in prison.
Court imposes the lowest permissible prison sentence allowable by Florida's Criminal Punishment Code, 14.625 years.
He continued crying as he learned his fate.
I love you guys so much. I love you.
Fuss might have learned his lesson. However, some crimes require more than being remorseful, like in the case of Antonio Barbo, the 13-year-old who murdered his own grandmother for money to buy pizza and pot. This is Antonio Barbo, who is facing charges for murder in Wisconsin. 14 years old, Barbo was in court for the murder of his 78-year-old great-grandmother, Barbara Olson. Rather than trying to explain what this 14-year-old monster did, let's hear it directly from the mouth of the killer.
I tried to scare her to get money and then use force if needed. An attack, I guess, to kill.
The boys hid weapons in their pants before catching a ride to be dropped off at Antonio's grandma's house. What happened when the boys got inside is shocking.
He knew I was on the run and she said she was going to call my mom. He nodded and then I took the first swing.
Okay. And when you said you took the first swing, is with the hand axe?
Yes, sir.
Antonio also said that he tried to put his great-grandmother's body in a car trunk, but when he couldn't, he left it in the garage and covered it with a blanket. Judy, Barbara's granddaughter, was the person who discovered the body. She quickly ran to a neighbor's house to call the police.
Please send an ambulance and the police. My mother is laying in the garage and there's a lot of blood and there's a blanket over her head. There's a lot of blood. How did the blanket get over her? I have no idea. And how old is your mother? She is 78. And is she breathing?
Here's how to legally steal gasoline.
Legal, steal some gas, holy fucking damn gas!
I don't know. I can't look. The blanket is over her head and I can't look. Okay, who's there with you? Oh, God, the neighbor. Okay, can the neighbor check if she's breathing? You don't have to go and look. You don't have to go. If your neighbor can just go and check if she's breathing. Okay, see what like it is.
Are you saying somebody?
I'm working at it. I need to know if she's breathing.
While Judy and her neighbor are left frantic to call for help and try and save Barbara, Antonio and his accomplice used the $155 to get high and enjoy some pizza. During the trial, you can see Barbo reading a statement, apologizing for the killing and asking for forgiveness. Barbo said he regretted his actions. Regardless of his apologies, Barbo was sentenced to life imprisonment as he continued crying. However shocking you think Barbo's case was, LaShirley Morris's case gives it a run for its money. This is LaShirley Morris, who is facing charges for murder in Atlanta. LaShirley is accused of killing 3-year-old Kwan Mason. The cause of death was physical abuse with a baseball bat, which was later ruled as a homicide. The incident occurred October 21st, 2017, when Morris beat the boy as punishment. But what punishment could be so severe that a child is beaten to death? Well, listen here.
And then a violent death for taking a cupcake from the kitchen.
A child who was inside the home witnessed the attack and reported the events to the police.
Not awake, he's not alert. No, he's not alert. He was breathing at first. Now he's not breathing.
Morris's sister, Glendria Morris, was also charged in the child's death because she did not intervene during the incident. The victim, Kwan Mason, lived with Glendria Morris, who was also his legal guardian at the time of the alleged killing. Kwan and 3 of his siblings entered the Division of Family and Child Services care after their mother was arrested on a reckless conduct charge in March 2017. According to DFCS records, Mason allegedly left her children home alone, had anger issues, and abused the children. Geraldine Mason, the victim's mother, was released in April 2017 and reunited with one of her children, but requested temporary guardianship for Kwan and his twin brother, according to DFCS records. In court, the 911 call LaShirley made showed that the baby was already dead before first responders arrived. LaShirley Morris was found guilty of murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children charges, and was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after pleading guilty to murder. LaShirley's actions were horrible. However, Hoskins' reaction seemed to top it. This is Jaleel Hoskins, who is facing charges for murder in Michigan for the murder of his girlfriend, Latrice Mays. Mays, a mother of 5, disappeared in March of 2013. Her sudden and mysterious absence led to her family wanting answers and ultimately a nationwide search. Initially, Hoskins denied being involved with the murder whatsoever.
I have nothing to do with the murder. I have nothing to do with the disappearance.
However, Hoskins quickly changed his plea when he heard the testimonials and evidence being argued against him. First, Hoskins' own cousin took the stand.
After the domestic or whatever happened, I guess she, after they left, she said she was going to tell the police that he stabbed her. But doing
Doing what?
killing. I guess he choked her or something.
Did you say he choked her?
Yes.
Then, one of Hoskins' close friends took the stand.
Said, I did her. I need some help. I can't carry her by myself.
Lastly, on the same day of the murder, police dashcam footage showed them responding to a call Latrice had made in which she claimed Hoskins was abusing her. After hearing the piles of evidence against him, Hoskins was forced to change his plea. Hoskins pleaded guilty to the murder of Latrice Mays and also admitted to tampering with the evidence. Hoskins, a habitual criminal offender, decided to take Mays' life because he was afraid she would report his assault on the father of 2 of her children to the police. Hoskins was initially charged with open murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. Mays was afraid she would not regain custody of 2 of her children if she did not cooperate with law enforcement in the assault against the children's father. Hoskins was given a maximum life sentence in prison as a repeat offender. He attacked the podium before being restrained by police. Hoskins' reaction was crazy. However, nothing could prepare you for the reaction of Ricky Hand. This is Ricky Hand.
A Springfield man possibly facing new charges tonight after he throws urine and feces on his attorney.
Don't miss out. Under $1. Great for styling.
In court.
He was facing charges for multiple robberies in Ohio. Ricky had been on a robbing spree, hitting numerous local convenience stores late at night and running off with some extra cash. However, this crime spree would soon come to an end the night he decided to try his luck with John's drive-thru. In the footage here, we can find the owner of the shop beginning to close down for the night. Little did this small business owner know, there was an armed Ricky Hand lurking the building. As Ricky began to make his way to the door, he's greeted by the owner who is armed and begins firing to scare Ricky off. After this failed robbery attempt, the shop owner called the police to inform them that there had just been a robbery attempt that resulted in a man getting shot.
Yeah,
this is John's drive-thru.
West Main Street. A guy just tried to rob me and I shot him. He ran out the back door. Okay, is he injured? I think I hit him.
It would only take a couple of days for Ricky to admit himself to a hospital in order to treat the bullet wounds he left John's drive-thru with that night. It was here police arrested and questioned him about that night.
I did try to rob John's drive-thru. Got shot 3 times. I did it kind of, I ain't gonna lie. I was
When the case took to the courtroom, Hand was sentenced to 40 years. The reason the judge gave Ricky such a long sentence is because they were also able to prove he was guilty for carrying out a string of robberies across Springfield, Ohio. Hand lost it when he heard that he would spend decades in jail. Hand reached for bottles of his own excrement and urine, which were hidden in an arm sling, and threw it at his lawyer in court. You can see Hand reach for the bottles of filth. As a result of the courtroom incident, Hand was charged with an additional 5 counts of harassment with bodily substances, 1 for his attorney and 4 for the deputies present. He's also charged with obstructing official business and retaliation. If you thought these reactions were shocking, you'd be amazed at this video of dangerous killers who wanted the death penalty.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so, you need StreamYard On Air. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce the launch of StreamYard On Air. StreamYard On Air is a live webinar platform. You can host a webinar, an event, or a live stream on StreamYard or embed it on your site. With a simple registration page, you can collect all of the emails and names of your viewers. Your attendees don't have to create an account, and they don't have to download clunky webinar software. StreamYard On Air is redefining webinar stability. This means it's as stable as platforms like YouTube Live, but with all the features of a webinar platform. Use the same StreamYard Studio that you know and love to create a highly produced, amazing quality webinar. Are you looking to fully brand the experience for your viewers? You can choose to embed the webinar directly on your website. Chat embedding is coming soon. The StreamYard On Air live chat also integrates with StreamYard, of course, so you can engage with your attendees just like you're used to on social media and show these comments on screen. Let's create a webinar together. Click Create, then click On Air Webinar.
And that was the night you guys went up there to visit. Can you tell me a little bit about maybe at school or something, how you learned or how you come to go up to Cassie's place or out to that place she was housing? She told me on Thursday. Okay.
She was having a babysitting house.
Okay. Okay, so you guys decided to go, plans are made this Friday. What time do you get ready? What time do you end up? How does it work out that you and Brian head out to
What time did I leave from our?
Industry has understandably been stunned at these murders. Reporters and photographers know that there are risks associated with the job, but of course this was something totally out of the blue. And 10 News reporter Steve Fiorina is live. And Steve, you're well aware that you could be a target.
Everybody's a target. News crews often set up in the dark in sketchy neighborhoods, but you can be in the daylight in Balboa Park, and strange things can happen. Someone with an agenda coming right at you. Reporter Allison Parker and photographer Adam Ward were doing a live interview for a feature story about a celebration at a Virginia lake, far from a war zone, but it became a killing pool.
When you hear about or you think about a news reporter being gunned down in the line of duty, you think to yourself, well, they must be in some other part of the world to be in that kind of danger.
They were shot down by a former co-worker with a grudge, a man who'd been on air, trusted by the television audience.
We invite news anchors into our homes at night. They're a part of our family. So I can imagine in that community, there's an awful lot of disappointment and really just gut-wrenching, really terror, if you will, that this man, who so many people probably enjoyed watching on the news, was capable of this.
Patrick, who's also a prosecutor, said that.
Wow. those that you think aren't capable of a lot of things, well, when they get pushed far enough, they fucking snap.
Warning sign. Williams bought his gun 2 days after the Charleston church shootings in June, when 9 people were massacred. Classic copycat killing.
That kind of thing sometimes can be a trigger. And we know that's true in this case because that's what it says in the manifesto that this man saw. In fact, that was one of the things he said actually drove him over the edge to make the decision to engage in this morning's senseless carnage.
Completely senseless and coming 2 years after the firing. By the double approach. Thank you.
So much for that. Thank you, Steve. And fellow journalists are using social media to show their support. Some are changing their face.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I was diagnosed with AFib. The first inkling that something.
Actress Carla Souza says that she was groomed, pressured, groped, and eventually raped by a producer-director early in her career. She did not release his name, but shortly after Souza's revelation, Mexico's largest TV network, Televisa, announced it was canceling all projects and breaking all relations with Gustavo Loza. You know her as Laurel Castillo from the hit ABC TV series How to Get Away with Murder. But actress Carla Souza is also well known for her film and television projects in Mexico. This week, appearing on CNN Español, Souza went public with sexual assault allegations against a Mexican director she did not name. She described how the relationship unfolded, how she was given a room in the same hotel as the director while the rest of the cast stayed elsewhere. She said the director repeatedly showed up at her door in the middle of the night, always with the pretense of needing to talk about the shoot. She said he was charming, flirtatious, and pushy. And when she failed to answer the door, she says he would humiliate her in front of others on set the following day. It was during one of his 2 a.m. visits that Souza says she was raped. Souza admitting it's hard for her to say those words. That interview aired Tuesday. Today, Mexico's largest TV network, Televisa, announced that after a preliminary investigation, it has severed ties with writer-director Gustavo Loza. Loza took to Twitter to defend himself in Spanish today. In this tweet, he denies the allegations, says he's been accused without basis, and condemned the alleged rape of the actress. In a separate statement, Loza wrote, Televisa cannot take on the role of investigator, prosecutor, and much less judge, condemning me in the media, above all when the victim has never mentioned my name. Souza appeared in a 2010 series called Heroes of the North, produced by Loza, and starred in the 2016 Mexican box office hit Don't Blame the Kid, directed by Loza. And included in Televisa's statement, the network said it will not tolerate such conduct. Meantime, Loza is urging Souza to clear his name.
Oh my God.
Are you vaccinated with
Oh my God, no.
Oh my.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Gustavo Longole, Puntón, Bambán, Cantejo, Puntón, Bata, Pero, Tropica, Boom, Bam, 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 Bom, Bom, Bom.
One controversial explanation is race. As one detective put it, she was so beige, these are quotes, and vanilla that she didn't look like a serial killer, whatever a serial killer is supposed to look like. The president of the Royal College of Nurses, meanwhile, has claimed she would have been stopped sooner, Levy, if she wasn't white. And yesterday, Glamour magazine published an article saying white privilege helped let B commit murders in plain sight, and she's still benefiting from it. So is linking race to the failures in the Let B case justified? Can we learn anything from asking this question, or is it just simply divisive? Joining me to debate this, the author and journalist Jenny Kleeman, in the studio and the former chair of the Institute of Equality and Diversity Practitioners, Linda Bellos, joining us down the line. Linda, as you're there, thank you for joining us. I'll start with you and say, is this a legitimate complaint that Let B was overlooked because she was white?
I'm not sure. In part, it is right, but I would suggest that social class was also a matter. I wonder whether, if she had been white and working class, whether she would have had as much leeway to do the terrible things that she did. So, social class, ethnicity, all kinds of things in which she was particular and not necessarily.
Mystery solved. For now, welcome to Ms. Mojo. And today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 10 most shocking how to get away with murder moments. Need some help?
No.
Before we begin, we publish new content every day. So be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. For this list, we'll be focusing on the most jaw-dropping, heart-stopping moments from this thrilling Shondaland. This list, a big spoiler alert is in effect. And we're issuing a mature warning as well. Number 10, Sam's brutal death.
Just calm down and we'll leave.
The first season set the bar for this show, with this first of many shocking revelations. As the Keating Five begin to uncover more of the truth behind what happened to Lila Stangard, all of the evidence leads to Sam.
Damn it!
When he catches them sneaking into his house and stealing information off his computer, he attacks them. What starts out as them just trying to defend themselves turns into a brutal fight to the death. This mystery set the tone for the show and set up the group dynamic that would drive the narrative. Number 9, Simon's accidental shooting.
Hey, somebody better start talking right now before I go tell Tegan.
In the show's later mystery, the Keating Four's classroom nemesis Simon catches them red-handed stealing information from his and Michaela's boss. Determined to get to the bottom of what they're up to, and finally getting the better of them, he brandishes a gun he took from Laurel.
What the hell? You brought a gun into a workplace? Are you insane?
He never intended to actually hurt any of them, but accidentally trips and shoots himself in the head.
Just stop it!
Oh my God!
One of them started their career as a bodybuilder. One of them became an actor due to the
head.
Just stop it!
In the show's murder mystery style structure, pieces of this mystery were slowly unraveled throughout the season. So it was obvious that someone got shot, but who could have guessed it went down like that?
Oh my God!
One more sound. My father's gonna kill us. Okay. Number 8, Asher kills Emily Sinclair.
Couldn't just leave him alone, could you?
Maybe she should have thought better than to trash talk a guy's recently deceased father. In a moment of raw anger, Asher backs his car over Sinclair in the courthouse parking lot after she relentlessly insults his father, who had just committed suicide. Maybe this is karma and come back to bite him in the ass. God knows he deserved it. And Asher was doing so well, staying out of all the murder and mayhem surrounding the Keating Five. Your father was a bad man, Asher. Honestly, you and a lot of people in the city are...
One of them started their career as a bodybuilder. One of them became an actor due to the death of their best friend. And one of them starved during their childhood. Now all of them are stars on the show How to Get Away with Murder. Hi, my name's Dylan, and today I'm going to tell you about the past lives of the leading characters of this ABC hit, Aja Naomi King, Can you imagine that this amazing actress who's portraying Michaela Pratt couldn't find a job for years? Born and raised in Walnut, California, Aja was raised as a future doctor, as her father insisted that she should choose her job in order to always be necessary. Aja is somewhat similar to her character, persistent Miss Pratt, so she followed her heart although it was against her parents' will. At first, she went to the University of California, in which she was the only Afro-American woman on the program, and then she conquered the Yale School of Drama. It was a given at UCSB that if there was a role that called for a person of color, it was going to be handed to me, she says. There were certain times when maybe I didn't try as hard. Going to Yale was a way more diverse experience. However, getting a decent education was just the start, so King moved to New York, where she, just like the leading character from La La Land, tried to find time for auditions while working as a waitress. For 3 years in a row, she would be so tired after a shift that she wouldn't be able to get ready for castings. Yet, still, Aja King would get some roles, although they were small, until 2 years after her graduation, she didn't get her first big role for a whole 13 episodes in Emily Owens' MD. However, she could only quit her waiting job when she got a role in the ABC series Black Box. I would quit jobs and step out on hope and faith and pray to God that I would book something that would allow me to just continue to act. The same year, her prayers were heard, and Aja got the leading part in one of the biggest ABC hits, How to Get Away with Murder. According to the actress, at first it was difficult for her to play alongside her idol, Viola Davis, but she kept thinking about how to make Viola like her. But 2 years after, she already starred in a critically acclaimed movie, The Birth of a Nation, for which she got a few prestigious awards. Next year, you'll be able to see her not only as Michaela Pratt, oh April, please hurry up, but also in 2 serious movies. In A Girl from Mogadishu, Aja portrayed the leading character, Efra Ahmed, who, having escaped war-torn Somalia, emerged as one of the world's foremost international activists against gender-based violence. You can also see her in the movie Sylvie's Love, in which she starred alongside Tessa Thompson, Eva Longoria, and other stars. Good job, Aja. Matt McGorry. Did they really do that to Usher? I'm afraid we aren't getting an answer to this anytime soon. Matt McGorry has been performing since the age of 11, not as an actor, but as a magician. Yes, he would take rabbits out of hats and hide cards in people's wallets. It's funny, it didn't seem weird at the time, he told EW during a recent office visit. But in retrospect, my parents really had a lot of trust in me. Magic tricks were just one of his numerous hobbies, which also included sport. Matt was a sporty child, so he won a competition in the 8th grade. His award was a bunch of personal training sessions. At first, the young sportsman didn't like the training sessions. However, the coach soon became like an older brother to him, and Matt got seriously interested in bodybuilding. He also had another passion, acting. Matt McGorry entered New York City's famous LaGuardia Performing Arts High School, Emerson College, but he kept taking part in bodybuilding competitions. The whole reason I did a bodybuilding show was to see how far I could push my own discipline. At some point, he realized he wouldn't be able to be an actor and a professional sportsman, so Matt had to make his choice. He stopped controlling his diet and doing his strength training and worrying about how much he can lift. For him, it went from, how do I deadlift 576 pounds, to, how do I get these 5 lines on a TV show? So McGorry gave up on weightlifting and concentrated on acting, getting the role of John Bennett on Orange is the New Black. Although Matt previously starred in a number of episodic roles in such shows as Elementary and Gossip Girl, it was the role in Orange is the New Black that changed everything for him. The role in How to Get Away with Murder made him an even more famous actor, although he had to sacrifice some of his six-pack for the role of the not-so-sporty Usher. Carla Souza. We can't tell you where Laurel went, but Carla's life...
1993. 13-year-old Eric Smith was sent to prison for the crime, and it wasn't until today, almost 30 years later, he was released.
In the annals of crime history, few cases are as chilling and perplexing as those involving young offenders. While most children are seen as symbols of innocence, some, due to circumstances, choices, or nature, tread the darker paths of society. This essay chronicles 10 of the most feared child prisoners whose actions and subsequent incarcerations shocked the world. Their stories not only challenge our understanding of childhood, but also underline the complexities of human behavior. Number 1. Alexei Romanov, the Trapped Tsarevich. The tale of Alexei Romanov is one steeped in the historical tapestry of Russia, an epic that merges political intrigue, familial ties, and a young boy who found himself at the heart of a revolution. Born in 1904, Alexei was the youngest child and only son of Tsar Nicholas II and Tsarina Alexandra of Russia. His birth was celebrated across the vast Russian Empire, as he represented the continuation of the Romanov dynasty, which had ruled Russia for over 300 years. However, the joy was short-lived. From an early age, Alexei was diagnosed with hemophilia, a life-threatening condition where blood doesn't clot normally. The disorder was inherited from his mother, Alexandra, who was a carrier tracing back to her grandmother, Queen Victoria of England. Hemophilia was termed the royal disease due to its prevalence in European royal families. The illness rendered Alexei's life a fragile one, dominated by frequent injuries and extreme pain. His parents, desperate to find a cure or at least a relief for their son, turned to Grigory Rasputin, a Siberian mystic who seemed to have a mysterious ability to alleviate the boy's symptoms. This association, however, brought with it numerous controversies. Rasputin's influence over the royal family, especially the Tsarina, became a significant point of contention among the Russian nobility and the general populace. His hold over the family was perceived as malevolent, with many believing he was manipulating the royal family for his personal gains. Meanwhile, outside the confines of the royal palace, the socio-political landscape of Russia was changing dramatically. The Russian Empire was facing major internal strife due to a multitude of factors: economic hardships, military losses in World War I, and a growing disaffection among its subjects against the autocratic rule of the Romanovs. The stage was set for a revolution. By 1917, the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, had started gaining ground, with growing calls to overthrow the Tsar. In the midst of this political upheaval, the Romanov family was placed under house arrest, initially in the Alexander Palace in Tsarskoye Selo, and later moved to Tobolsk in Siberia. Alexei, despite his royal status, was now a prisoner. The once future Tsar of the mighty Russian Empire was confined with his family in increasingly dire conditions. Number 2, Mary Bell, the Tyneside Strangler. In the working-class neighborhoods of Newcastle upon Tyne in the late 1960s, the name Mary Bell stirred a deep-seated fear. Her story remains one of the most disturbing instances of child criminals in British history, not only for the nature of her crimes, but also because of her tender age. When children become perpetrators of heinous acts, society is forced to grapple with questions that challenge our fundamental understanding of innocence and evil. Mary Flora Bell was born in 1957 to a tumultuous family environment. The scars of her early childhood, marked by neglect and alleged abuse, would later be analyzed and debated as potential triggers for the horrors that she would commit. At the mere age of 11, Bell was responsible for the deaths of 2 young boys in Scotswood, an inner-city suburb of Newcastle. In May 1968, the body of 4-year-old Martin Brown was discovered in a derelict house. With no clear evidence of foul play initially, the death was deemed a tragic accident. However, a few weeks later, Brian Howe, a 3-year-old, was found dead, with unmistakable signs of violence. The community was enveloped in fear and disbelief, unable to fathom that such brutality could befall their children. Police investigations quickly unearthed chilling details. Marks on Brian's body indicated the use of scissors to mutilate him post-mortem. Toys around his body had been arranged in a morbid display, and clumps of his hair had been cut off. It wasn't just the act itself, but the macabre staging that perplexed and horrified investigators. Mary and her friend Norma Bell, no relation to Mary, soon emerged as prime suspects. Amidst interrogations, Mary's chilling detachment and lack of remorse became evident. It was this emotional disengagement, coupled with incriminating evidence, that led to her conviction. Norma, portrayed as the more passive accomplice under Mary's dominant influence, was acquitted. In December 1968, Mary Bell was convicted of manslaughter on the grounds of diminished responsibility. The court and psychiatric evaluations concluded that she displayed classic signs of psychopathy, as her disturbing diary entries were read aloud, which spoke of her desire to hurt people and the pleasure derived from it. The courtroom grappled with the juxtaposition of her youthful face and the malevolent intent in her words. Maribel's incarceration was marked by a series of rehabilitative efforts. The criminal justice system, grappling with the complexities of a child displaying psychopathic tendencies, sought to reform rather than merely punish. Over the years, she was transferred to various institutions, each aiming to provide her with education, counseling, and a semblance of normalcy. Number 3, John Venables and Robert Thompson, the boys who...
大家好，我是沈浩，也是很严肃的。大家好，我是沈浩，也是很严肃的。最后一条来大家发送视频的，你也知道，等于抑郁症已经很久了，甚至在医院已经住了2个多月了。想知道原因的话，那就来小号看我直播吧。放心，这一条直播一定不是他的广告。 This
is Little Kitty. In 2021, she had 700,000 followers on TikTok. She was a star in China. If you loved makeup, fashion, or just day-to-day wisdom, you probably followed her. But at the end of that year, her stardom and promising life took a very dark turn. And after her death, things continued to shock Little Kitty's fans. Why did Little Kitty know she was going to die that day? And why did she live stream it? This is the full story of Little Kitty and her truly disturbing death. Trigger warning, this video discusses SA, depression, suicide, and murder. Little Kitty was already famous throughout China, but when she posted this video on October 15th, 2021, she got over 1 million views.
大家好，我是沈浩。 也是很严肃的，最后一条来大家发送视频的，你也知道，等于抑郁症已经很久了，甚至在医院已经住了2个多月了。想知道原因的话，那就来小号看我直播吧。放心，这一条直播一定不是他给我的广告。谢谢你们陪我这么久，谢谢。
We all know how people have a tendency to be morbidly attracted by the darkest videos out there. It was truly disturbing watching Little Kitty talk in this video. At times she was smiling, but it wasn't a genuine smile. She was just telling her audience how she'd be faking her happiness for a while. Other times she was zoning out, and it was all very sinister. The fans would comment, encouraging Little Kitty to get some rest and take a break from streaming if she needed. There's nothing wrong with going offline every now and then. In fact, it might be healthy for all of us. But when Little Kitty's fans went on her Instagram live stream, their words of encouragement turned to pleas. She was drinking a brown beverage from a clear water bottle and grimacing with every sip. The drink did not look right. She claimed it was Coca-Cola, but you can clearly see in this picture that it did not have the consistency of Coke. People started begging her not to do something stupid and put her life at risk. Others, though, wrote really evil comments. If you want to drink it, you should hurry up. Other comments simply said, drink, drink, drink. Minutes after Little Kitty showed the empty bottle to the camera, the emergency services arrived at her location. It was too late. 25-year-old Little Kitty had poisoned herself with pesticide. But the reality of her death was far darker than simple depression. She had been manipulated, attacked, mocked, and this vileness continued well after her death. All of her friends were outraged and concerned. Little Kitty had called the police and an ambulance to her location as soon as her live stream ended. To her friends, this meant she wanted to live. So why did she drink the pesticide? Little Kitty Lou had been internet famous since before the COVID-19 pandemic, and her fan base was slowly growing. Most of her life was online, and so it was only fitting that she dated another influencer. Back in 2019, Little Kitty started dating a man named Zhao, or Z. Z wasn't nearly as famous as Little Kitty. He was just a guy who was passionate about basketball and would post random basketball videos on his TikTok. He didn't have a lot of views or fans, but Little Kitty admired his passion. And as they started dating, she encouraged him to post more and become a little celebrity as well. Hand in hand like that, they could be couple goals. So Z started posting more, and Little Kitty started promoting his channel with her audience. 2 years later, though, their relationship would end, and everything that led to Little Kitty's death would start. To his now increasing fan base, Z started complaining about Little Kitty and explaining why they'd broken up. Except he wasn't using facts. He
He was using sensationalist lies to attract a bigger audience and get them to bully Kitty online. Z said that little Kitty used emotional manipulation to make him do her bidding. She would threaten to jump from a rooftop whenever she wanted him to do or say something, and she would self-harm to obtain his forgiveness. This was proven to be untrue. Little Kitty didn't have any such scars. Z also claimed that whenever they had a fight, little Kitty would go off to sleep with rich men. He even claimed that little Kitty once got pregnant, but he wasn't certain it was his baby. Here's another messed up side of the internet. People don't really question things. They see a post and they just go with it. In a relationship, it's never that easy. There's always two sides to every breakup story, and they can't really be summed up with a few reels. But Zhao's fans were quick to judge little Kitty and blame her for being immoral and emotionally unstable. No one asked little Kitty what the relationship was like for her. They just proceeded to cyberbully her. She was called a gaslighter and people would ask her who was the dad of her unborn baby and insult her for sleeping with rich men. Upset and really distraught, little Kitty terminated her pregnancy. As soon as that happened, though, guess what Z did? He claimed that the baby might have actually been his. Now he was mad at little Kitty for killing his child. Sheesh. Z's mindless fans now bullied Kitty for depriving her ex of his baby. Just days ago, they were insulting her for cheating on him. So which one was it? Finally, Z went online to tell his fans to take it easy with the cyberbullying. He said he knew he made some mistakes in the relationship as well, and he wanted to be the bigger man. Yeah. After sending his fans on little Kitty, now he wanted some attention for being the wise guy too. Little Kitty had her share of disturbing stories about Zhao. Reportedly, Z cheated on her with his ex a month into dating him. Kitty believed he used her for views and that he stayed in contact with his ex throughout the duration of their relationship. According to little Kitty, Z was unfaithful to her repeatedly. He'd even tried to sleep with his viewers once he started growing a fan base. After one of his viewers liked his post, he DM'd her saying, "Just a life? Let's get to know each other." This one viewer released this message, but who knows how many others actually engaged in flirting with Z or more. When the viewer pointed out to Z that he had a girlfriend, he said, "We each play on our own." But little Kitty said she never had an open relationship. Z was just being gross. In her videos, little Kitty tried to clarify some misconceptions people now had about her relationship with Z. She also debunked the self-harm manipulation stories and explained that she was diagnosed with depression, but never used it to gaslight or threaten Z. Little Kitty also said she would never cheat on Z or anyone, especially since she is so depressed, she rarely has the energy to leave the house. Another dark side of the story was that Z was very controlling of little Kitty. He told her what to wear, how to look like, and how to behave around him. Kitty also said that she was indeed pregnant, and when Z became paranoid that the baby wasn't his, she begged him to do a paternity test. But guess what? He didn't want to. Frightened that the baby was his, he didn't want the responsibility of being a father. Finally, he demanded that they open a couple's bank account. When Kitty said no, he ended the relationship. Then he began a witch hunt against her. Following little Kitty's side of the story, her fans started calling Z out for lying and inciting his fans to bully her. That's when Z released a video claiming that he sent $15,000 to Kitty to help her out. But that was a lie too. He never sent her a penny. What's worse, while Kitty's fans only called Z out a few times, Z's fans continued to harass Kitty online. Her name was tainted, and every one of her videos would get hateful comments from then on. Around this time, another man came into little Kitty's life. Sadly, he was even worse than Z. Little Kitty started dating a man named Lee. Lee was the narcissistic, manipulative type. He love-bombed Kitty and sold her stories of them living happily ever after together. Shockingly, Lee scammed Kitty into buying a house with his name on it. He'd sold her a romantic dream, the two of them starting a life together in a beautiful house, away from all the horrors she felt in her apartment. Poor Kitty had dealt with lying, manipulative men before, but not at this level, and the worst was yet to come. This comes from little Kitty's close friends. There's no police report on it. Lee reportedly visited Kitty, spiked her drink, and his horrible gang assaulted her. Honestly, guys, I'm at a loss for words. A few weeks later, Kitty would take her life on live stream. Reportedly, Kitty meant to make a video to attract Lee's attention. It's unclear if she wanted him to see the video or the police to catch him, though. It's also unclear why she didn't go to the police in the first place. However, essay cases are the toughest to solve, as it is often a case of my word against his. So maybe little Kitty didn't want to go through all of that, or maybe her depression had worsened to the point that she couldn't leave her house anymore. That would make sense in that context. Heartbreakingly, Kitty's friends are adamant she was not going to drink the whole bottle of pesticide, but when hundreds of people started posting hateful comments encouraging her to down the drink, she did. Again, if you're asking why anyone would do that, remember she was in a very bad mental state at that point.
知道原因的话，那就来小号看我直播吧。放心，这一条直播一定不是大会的广告。谢谢你们陪我这么久，谢谢。
Little Kitty's grieving fans noticed something else. One of the people egging her on to drink the whole bottle was an account named You're the Most Precious. The icon was a basketball player, no posts or anything else. So they were quick to make the connection to Z, Kitty's first boyfriend. We can't say it was him, but only acknowledge that basketball was his biggest passion. By now, little Kitty's family was involved too. They sought legal action against You're the Most Precious, the account that made the worst and the most comments against Kitty that day. But soon the account was deleted and the case was dropped. And what did Z post after Kitty died? Please stop thinking the dead are superior. Stop spreading rumors. As I said, I will take full legal responsibility for everything I said online. Her parents can come talk to me, but I have all the proof. It's heartbreaking to see how Z continued to make this about himself, even after such a tragic, disturbing death. But the story doesn't end here. In fact, it's about to get even creepier. A month had passed since little Kitty's death, when her ashes were stolen from her apartment and replaced with another powder. Hype wrote, Chinese influencer Lu Little Cat passed away in October this year after she was pressured into drinking pesticide on a live stream. Sadly, even in death, the influencer has no rest. Her ashes were recently offered up as a potential spouse in a ghost marriage. Wait, what? Ghost marriage? Yep, in China, marrying a deceased person is a known custom, dating some 3,000 years.
Traditionally, the dead usually marry the dead. Usually they ghostly arranged marriages for family reasons or reasons of romantic love. And very occasionally, the living would marry the dead.
Ghost marriages had a couple of meanings. On the one hand, there are stories of families who dreamt of their deceased children asking to marry someone from the underworld.
His grandmother woke up from a dream in which she said her deceased son had visited her, and he told her, Mom, I've met this girl in the underworld and I'd like to get married.
When the women tracked down the said family, they said they also dreamt of their dead daughter asking for the same thing. Sure enough, the two families got together and arranged a ghost wedding for their children. On the other hand, there was a more practical use for a ghost marriage. A rich family with a deceased son would ask a girl from a poor family to marry their son and work as their servant. This worked for the very poor families in ancient China. Many of those girls actually feared starvation, so the prospect of being fed and protected by a wealthy family was enticing. Ghost marriage or not?
Just a very difficult life, I think. And for a young girl, the end of all your hopes and dreams.
That was their binding contract. Today, however, ghost marriages have become a lucrative business, and little Kitty was not the only victim.
Police in northwest China have charged a man with murdering 2 women with mental disabilities, alleging that he wanted to sell their corpses to be used in so-called ghost weddings.
Ghost marriages have been around for millennia, yet they really picked up in recent years. They have everything from dowry, contracts, banquets, and even certified matchmakers seeking deceased partners for living people. Reports of grave robbery and murder have surfaced as people seek to make a quick profit out of this growing business. In 2015, 14 female corpses were stolen from just one village. The culprits intended to sell them off for marriage. Sadly, the same thing happened to little Kitty after her death. But by the end of November 2021, the thieves were caught. Apparently, the funeral practitioners were hoping to get up to $10,000 for little Kitty's ashes. It's heartbreaking to think women's bodies are being treated as commodities in life and even in death. Here's another disturbing story. In July 2016, the of 20-year-old Xiao Yang wanted to give him a funeral and a wedding on the same day. Their beloved son had lost his life in a car accident, and his traditional family in the central Chinese province of Henan wanted him to never be alone in the afterlife. So his uncle, Miao Taisheng, decided to purchase the body of an unwed woman for his nephew. In July 2016, one of Miao's acquaintances, Hu Alan, told him that back in their hometown, there was an unmarried woman who was ill and dying. Her family had already decided to sell her body. Later, Miao and the woman's family agreed on a price of 32,000 yen, or $4,700, which included transporting the body to Miao's family. The ghost wedding was held on the afternoon of July 14th, 2016. At around 7 p.m., as the guests prepared to bury the coffin, they heard the sounds of hands and feet pounding against the wood. If this wasn't creepy enough, it was pouring down too. When the terrified family opened the casket, they found the corpse bride very much alive, gasping in terror. The poor woman was alive, but she was also deaf and mute. She couldn't scream for help. The traffickers had done the same thing to 2 women in the past, earning between $5,000 and $10,000 for each murder, 30 times the average monthly salary in the region. All of these women have some sort of disability, mental or not. It is truly stomach-turning to think that people would abuse such people for their own benefit. In short, they would kill them for money. It is even more disgusting that the chief trafficker was a man in his early 60s, using his kind, benevolent appearance as a way to lure vulnerable women into his van. The whole story sends shivers down my spine, you guys. Imagine getting kidnapped, drugged, sold, and buried alive. This poor bride was saved, but years of therapy won't repair her trauma. And who knows how many others have suffered the same fate because of a few evil people who wanted to make a quick buck. The corpse trade was outlawed in China in 2006, but there are still lots of desperate, superstitious families in the less developed regions of the country. When their child dies, they hate the idea of them going to the underworld alone. Sadly, these poor people have no idea how terrible the corpse industry is. There is even a value ranking according to how fresh a woman's body is. The most valuable ones are sold while they are still alive in the hospital fighting for their lives. Shockingly, it's these women's own families who sell them. They're convinced their daughter won't make it, so they'd rather make some money off of her. When they can earn more than 2 years' salary from just one deal, it's almost understandable. Except it's not. This is a human being with the right to live, and her body is not a commodity to be sold against her will. Human trafficking is wrong in every imaginable way, and it doesn't matter if the person is dead or alive. Little Kitty's tragic story is a stark reminder of 2 things. 1, the awful industry around ghost weddings, and 2, the really disturbing risks of being an influencer. Cyberbullying is real, guys. There are papers connecting cyberbullying and the increase in teenage suicide attempts. That is really sad. And online bullying only gets worse when you're famous. Poor little Kitty fell victim to 2 horribly manipulative men. One used her for fame, and the other scammed her for money. Because of Z, little Kitty was bullied by hundreds of people, calling her names, and mocked for her mental health issues. Honestly, who mocks someone struggling with depression? On that fateful day, little Kitty might not have downed that bottle were it not for people egging her on to do it. Heartbreakingly, it takes much fewer people to take you down a rabbit hole than lead you out of the darkness. You guys, remember to keep your real friends close. A support group is key to staying safe and happy. And if someone is promising you the world or trying to control your life, maybe take a step back from that person. And let's remember little Kitty for an innocent person who only wanted to share happiness and a love for fashion online. She did not deserve what happened to her. Hey, thanks for watching. As always, let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. And are there any other cases you want me to cover? Before you go, make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that bell button. See you next time, and stay safe.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Omar, the director.
I look in the mirror and look at a killer. I grew up with niggas crop you out the picture. Bodies keep stacking up year after year. Got the young niggas thinking they serial killers. On choppers with switches, they scratch out the cereal. The blood in the whip, it for third security. Watch what you say, cause this shit can get real. Man, watch how you move unless you know the steal. Shot in the car and I got the wheel. Niggas on wood, they got bodies for real. I thought you got out these in 20 some years.
And sing this little song. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. And sing.
Well, this is fun. We should do this again sometime. It'll be it next time. Are you trying to kill me? Yeah. I was gonna kill you. Shut up. No, literally. Get out of town. What's your motive? I'm a serial killer. Literally. Oh my God, are you the Brooklyn Butcher? Yes. So you must be the Sunset Park Slasher. Yes. Oh my God, this is such a coincidence. I mean, what a turn of events. I'm a huge fan of your work. That's an honor coming from you. I actually saw your work last week, and it inspired me to go out and kill someone else. God, you're gonna make me blush. Oh, stop. Well, I mean, I was gonna kill you, but honestly, I'd love to pick your brain. I mean, not literally, but I'd love to learn more about you. I have your number, so let's set something up to date. I'll see you then. Amazing.
Did Jeffrey Dahmer beg for his life before he was killed in prison? Did he ask forgiveness for his crimes? Or did he resign himself to his fate? We have the answer. Dahmer began serving his prison sentence at the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin. Here, Dahmer began studying the Bible and declared himself to be a born-again Christian. His stay in prison wasn't a long one, however. While cleaning the prison showers on the morning of November 28, 1994, Jeffrey Dahmer was attacked by fellow inmate Christopher Scarver. Scarver used a metal bar to strike Dahmer over the head, taking the killer off guard. Scarver then began beating Dahmer without restraint. Dahmer was found alive by prison workers who then called for an ambulance. He was unconscious and barely alive and died from his injuries soon after being taken into medical care. When questioned by authorities, Scarver declared that he had been, in his words, the chosen one to carry out Dahmer's death. Scarver also revealed to authorities the chilling details of Dahmer's murder. After striking Dahmer with the metal bar, Scarver reported that Dahmer stated, "I don't care if I live or die. Go ahead and kill me." Did Jeffrey Dahmer beg?
After a string of murders targeting homeless people in Las Vegas, this footage catches the result of a sting operation. They set up a mannequin under a blanket, making it seem like someone was sleeping there. After a string of murders targeting homeless people in Las Vegas, this footage catches the result of a sting operation. They set up a mannequin under a blanket, making it seem like someone was sleeping there. Shane Schindler wastes virtually no time attacking the man under the blanket and walks. The video catches him as he bludgeons the would-be victim with a hammer, falling right into their trap. As Schindler tries to escape, likely realizing the trap for what it is, he's surrounded by armed police officers who were at that moment poised and ready to apprehend him. It's disturbing how quickly he turned from glancing at the bundle of blankets into full-on bludgeoning mode. After a string of murders targeting homeless people in Las Vegas,
How serial killers die. How serial killer.
This video shows what happens when you apply high voltage electricity to a kid's toy. Okay, just your classic Halloween singing skeleton. What is he doing? Churning butter? No, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, we're chilling. That really didn't do much. Okay, so 10 volts, the sound stops working. That's interesting. And with 15 volts of electricity, he's reached the butter churning productivity levels of 10 men. Jeff Bezos is taking notes right now. That's a pretty sturdy toy. I'm surprised it can handle that. Oh my God, he's doing a little stanky leg too. Still intact, though. That's impressive. Oh my god. This video shows...
You all probably know me from talking about my crazy experiences in prison, right? But you all know...
Suddenly, I realized my truck had always done this, and I realized that no one could ever love me that way. I started to cry, and I couldn't stop.
This cocky GTR owner wanted to race against the Hellcat Durango, but he wasn't trying to let me cool down my car.
I'll get you. What are you waiting on?
So I said, fuck, let's go. 900 horsepower Hellcat Durango versus fuck around and find out horsepower GTR.
Be quicker than that, buddy.
This cocky...
What would your advice be to President Trump?
I have absolute respect for how he's handling it. I really am praying for him. I think everybody understands what he's going through, truly everybody. I think that he needs to understand, I think he now does understand that you can't reason with unreasonable people. I think perhaps in his last presidency, he tried to be reasonable with savages. God willing, he will win again, and he will be far more strict with issuing justice against those who are deceptive and live with lying intent. But the moral arc of the universe does bend towards truth, and I pray in the end everything will work out well.
In this scary video, a band comes together one last time. A final song, a final memory before they go their separate ways. Everything seems just as it should be. The music, the atmosphere, the energy. But then, something unexpected joins the scene. Something nobody noticed at the time. What was it? No one realized until they watched this video later. And trust us, it's spine-chilling. Watch this. As the band pours their heart into the song, all eyes are on them, or so it seems. But look closer. From out of the shadows, something emerges, something that wasn't there before. Behind the TV, an evil presence lurks, unseen by the audience, unnoticed by the band, yet it watches. This is as creepy as it gets. In this scary video,
Here's what I think of your Olympics, Jimmy. Let me tell you why we had to take an axe to Mr. Beast's $250,000 gold Olympic medal. We were very, very excited when that bank wire came in for $250,000. So we bought the gold to start the production on this massive piece that came out in 4 big chunks of gold that we hand assembled, sometimes staying up until 4 in the morning to meet the production deadline to make this thing happen for his big Olympics. That $250,000 of gold. We got diamonds in the silver and rubies in the bronze, and we had it all done on time for his big production. The contestants competed. $250,000 gold medal. And when the winner finally won the medal, he didn't want it. He wanted cash instead, so we had to chop down that metal and put it in the crucible, melt it into a gold bar, and send back that money so he could have the cash. Thanks for the opportunity, Jimmy. It was a blast. Here's what I think of your Olympics, Jimmy.
This is real. Can I pet it?
You can let her smell your hand. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're okay. Good girl.
Oh my
So
god.
this here is Sierra. Sierra is a 6-month-old velociraptor. Here's what I think of your Olympics, Jimmy. Let me tell you why we had to take an axe to Mr. Beast's $250,000 gold Olympic medal. We were very, very excited when that bank wire came in for $250,000. So we bought the gold to start the production on this massive piece that came out in 4 big chunks of gold that we hand assembled, sometimes staying up until 4 in the morning to meet the production deadline to make this thing happen for his big Olympics. That $250,000 of gold. We got diamonds in the silver and rubies in the bronze, and we had it all done on time for his big production. The contestants competed. $250,000 gold medal.
This is
IQ test. An old man dies, leaving behind 2 sons. In his will, he orders his sons to race with their horses. The catch is that the one with the slower horse will receive his inheritance. The 2 sons start the race, but they never finish it, as they keep holding their horses back. Perplexed, they go to an old, wise man and ask him what they should do. After that, the brothers race again, this time at full speed. What did the wise man tell them?
Not about the money. Do they still care about the inheritance? Why would they do that? That sounds so counterintuitive, no?
IQ test.
Okay.
An old
So it seemed legitimate, but I think the giveaway was that it wasn't a legitimate company. It said it was ad sponsored at the top of the Google listing. Underneath that, it said business.
You know, they always say they don't make them like they used to, and this Wagoneer, new to me, Jeep Wagoneer proves that. Here, I'm gonna show you something I've noticed here. Old cars, right? Check this out. All right, you might see where this is going. Listen, okay, it's all right. It's all right. What about this? 240? Ooh, that's a nice door handle. S2000. It's all right. A86 over here. That's pretty good. I like that. The Jeep's kind of, I'm not even going to try to get back.
An intriguing video recently went viral on social media platforms. In this video, you can see Michael Jackson doing something absolutely unbelievable. Listen to him and try to understand. We can see him moving around and singing, which is what makes things all the more interesting. Users were absolutely shocked at how good his performance was a cappella, without any instruments playing or any voice enhancements. Even when dancing around, he could sing perfectly. He was the true king of pop. An intriguing video recently went viral on social media platforms. In this video, you can see Michael Jackson doing something absolutely unbelievable. Listen to him and try to understand. We can see him moving around and singing, which is what makes things all the more interesting. Users were absolutely shocked at how good his performance.
This man might just be the hardest working doctor alive. This is Dr. Curran Raju. He's a surgeon who regularly works 12 to 18-hour days performing all kinds of surgeries on his patients. Most people who work that hard would have no energy to do anything else with their day, but not Curran. After his shifts are over, Curran makes videos for his second job as a successful content creator. He breaks down everything medical to formats that are so easily understandable. He's got more than 6 million followers across all his social media channels. On top of that, he has a dog that he takes care of full-time. time. I don't know how this man finds the time or the energy to do what he does, but he's doing it and he's absolutely killing it. He also makes regular appearances on TV shows and podcasts, which take up even more of his time, but he stays all that fancy.
This video shows the brain sizes of animals. Let's see who's at the top.
Imagine stumbling upon a dusty old box in your grandpa's attic and discovering it holds a $3 million treasure. That's exactly what happened to Carl Kistner, a man from Ohio, in 2012. While sorting objects in his late grandfather's attic, he spotted a dirty old box that seemed untouched for decades. He opened it, only to find a stack of old baseball cards inside. Because they were smaller than the ones he was used to, he didn't think they were worth much. He was about to throw them away when he decided to conduct a small research about them. Imagine his shock when he found out that those were actually part of an incredibly rare collection known as the E98 series, dating back a century. Among these treasures were iconic names like Hall of Famers Honus Wagner and Ty Cobb, which are some of the most valuable and coveted in the world. He immediately placed the cards in a vault and called an appraiser. The collection went up for auction and fetched a whopping $3 million, which were split between Carl and his 20 cousins. It is time you go check your own attic.
If you see me and you tryna see what's up, he wanna fuck with me, then I'ma have him stuck. If you see me and you tryna see what's up.
You should never remove somebody else's motorcycle helmet after an accident. But if you had to because the person wearing the helmet asked you to, then this is how you do it. If that person is unconscious, you first want to check to make sure they're breathing. And if they're breathing, you want to wait for the EMTs to show up because they are way more qualified than you or I. All right, so I got Julian here with me. He's going to be my test dummy today. So removing a helmet in an emergency situation actually takes 2 people and 4 hands. The first person needs to stabilize the helmet just like this. Just hold on to it and make sure it doesn't move. Locate the straps and the cheek pads. And if the cheek pads have an emergency pull tab like this, that's what you're going to want to yank on. If not, you're going to want to reach in here and try to pull it out manually. While the other person's stabilizing the helmet, all you're going to do is yank on the emergency tabs, undo the chin strap, and stick 2 hands into the helmet like this to stabilize the person's head and neck. And the second person will pull up and remove the helmet just like so. And at this point, you should have a helmet that looks like this. If you're not a trained professional, you could risk injuring somebody's spinal cord. So again,
I went to Indiana Jones and Jaws and every movie that Steven Spielberg's ever made. And by the way, he's never made a movie with a female lead. Sorry, Steven. I don't mean to call your ass out, but it's true.
yeah, oops.
The color purple. Thank you. Okay, I'm wrong.
Yeah. Awkward when you call somebody a sexist and it turns out that you're just completely full. Also, is there anybody here that can help me get an AR-15?
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Oh, let's see. You know what? This one's gonna be perfect for you.
And why would that be perfect for me?
It's pink, dude.
Okay, well, how does it shoot? Is it still okay with recoil? Is it like hard on the shoulder?
I mean, it shoots. It's pink, dude. What do you want, like a throw pillow?
Ah, okay. Well, I wonder what this would be like if I took it to the range. I honestly don't know that that's gonna work for me.
Hans, no. Back to your hovel, Hans. I'm so sorry. That's our target painter. We've got a better recommendation for you. This little rifle is going to be from Odinworks. This is the OCR-15. Beautiful rifle. So you got the low mass bolt carrier, adjustable gas system, fully adjustable buffer, compensator. Thing's going to shoot.
I absolutely love that it's not pink.
Ain't that true?
I wonder how this shoots. Ooh, I think we'll practice.
Let's do that one.
Something unexpected happened when this vet was trying to check on one of the dog's health, but as soon as she opened the door, the dog freaked out and bit her hand in fear. The woman flinched back and was surprised. She showed him her wound, asking why he would do that. But what was really beautiful, that the dog came up to her and licked her wound as a way to say sorry. The vet knew he was scared, and he never meant to hurt her. She pulled him softly into her arms. If you think they're adorable, subscribe.
Take a good look at the police car, because you're about to see living proof that good cops absolutely do exist. During a prank video, this YouTuber drove around in a Mario costume and threw red shells on cars. He threw a bunch of objects from the game, so the officer got confused and turned his siren on before stopping the driver. Except this guy's a G. Listen to what he says.
Threw the red and blue shells at my vehicle. Is that illegal? Yes, sir. It's vandalism. I'm gonna have to tow down your vehicle. Bruh. Hey, man. You step out? Yes, sir. What's gonna happen to get it back? You got gold points? See, all we got gold points. No, that's the only way.
The cop got the joke and actually played along, so he didn't end up arresting him. Take a good look at
You are traveling down the road. You suddenly reach a forked path. One leads to certain death, the other to your dream world. There is a house in the middle of the fork that two identical brothers inhabit, both of which nowhere reach road.
What did your psycho ex do? I caught my girlfriend of 6 years cheating on me in the basement with a guy who looked no older than 16. When I caught them, I told them to make themselves home, have fun, and went upstairs to do my daily things. A few minutes later, I heard them mumbling things to each other in the hallway, and the guy left the house. Girlfriend hesitantly checked on me. I was cooking my meal, and after some minutes of silence, she started screaming, shouting and accusing me of not loving her, pleading with me to show some reaction. She threw things at me, shouted and cursed. I didn't budge a bit and completely ignored her. After she consumed all of her rage, she simply left the house. Now the thing is, it's not like I didn't love her. I firmly believe cheaters are losers. The only reason they do things behind their partner's back is they are dependent on their partner in one way or another. That is why I believe it's best to ignore them. She became just another person for me when I caught her cheating. It was her choice, not mine, so no need to get sad even though it may sound cruel. I packed my important things and left the house the same night. In the following year, I made sure to live my best life. Got my so-deserved promotion, a fat raise, and hit it off with a girl I met a few weeks after the incident. All that time, I did not block her from any of my social media, so she knew everything in my life. She messaged me every day. What did your psycho ex do? I caught my girlfriend of 6 years cheating on me in the basement with a guy who looked no older than 16. When I caught them, I told them to make themselves home, have fun, and went upstairs to do.
This kid's video went viral online. He's extremely smart, and his mom knows it, so she filmed him as he's trying to solve an impossible brain teaser. The idea is simple. She's holding an elastic band with her thumbs, and there's a ring in between. So the kid tries to pull the ring through her hand, but soon finds that not to be possible. He tries the other hand, and it's unsuccessful yet again. Now look at what he decides to do. He ties a very specific knot and messes with the bands until after a few more seconds, he finally manages to break the ring through. And look, even his mom is in absolute shock. How did he do this? This kid's video went viral online. He's extremely smart, and his mom knows it, so she filmed him as he tried to solve an impossible brain teaser. The idea is simple. She's holding an elastic band with her thumbs, and there's a ring in between. So the kid...
The most dumbass Shark Tank products ever. The No Phone was a product designed to help people with their addiction to smartphones. So, what did it do exactly? Well, nothing. Absolutely f***ing nothing. It was a piece of plastic in the shape of a smartphone that had no buttons, no screen, no nothing. It was designed to be the next pet rock, as people would get more addicted to it than their actual smartphones. And to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the company eventually went out of business because of the extreme lack of sales. But this product wasn't nearly as dumb as the Sullivan generator, which was a machine that claimed to be able to turn salt water into gold. It sounds like a great idea, right? Well, there's only one problem. That's scientifically f***ing impossible. And this guy was asking for $1 million for 10% of the company for a machine that quite literally cannot exist. And the best part of it all, he didn't even come onto the show with a prototype of any kind. All he brought was a drawing of the machine that the most dumbass.
Is proof that giants are real?
Is that supposed to be a rhetorical question? Because, I mean, obviously the answer is no, but I am curious to see how you back this up.
Everything used to be a lot bigger due to oxygen levels.
We just need an example of a mammal that got bigger because there was too much oxygen.
Take a look at this prehistoric centipede.
Now, I'm no ornithologist, but that right there is definitely not a mammal. This bitch, an arthropluria, it's an arthropod, as you may have guessed. And there's a reason why it got so big and mammals didn't. You don't need to be a biologist to know that mammals and insects probably breathe differently. Mammals got lungs, and our respiratory system is tied to our circulatory system. And insects, in a way, sort of breathe through their skin. Boom, it's the Carboniferous period now. Happy New Year. Trees fucking everywhere. It's hot. It's humid. Oxygen levels are 30% higher than they are today. So insects go, damn, if only I had more surface area, I could be sucking in some more oxygen because I don't have lungs like a total loser. So insects pop the fuck off. Oh my god, it took me 60 seconds to debunk one bullshit point. Guess I'm gonna have to make another video.
Proof that giants are real?
Is that supposed to be a rhetorical question?
Guys, here's another nice one right here. Someone used a razor clamp gun. They went like this, and they made the whole pop. See that? So lucky for me, I got it. Really? Oh my gosh, fast. Guys, here's another nice one right here.
Man's arm is almost cooked by the sun. He doesn't know what's happening. A ray of sunlight breaks through the halcyon layer and hits the surface of the earth. The high temperatures make the water boil and the fish cooks quickly. As the beam approaches, the steel cables of the Golden Gate Bridge are instantly melted. The man tried to drive away, but his tires melted. Then the cables snapped and hit the cars, and the steel plates on the bridge snapped right off. Many cars fell into the sea. Disasters are occurring all over the world because the Earth's core has stopped spinning and the electromagnetic field has disappeared. In order to restart the Earth's core, the government is pooling its resources to build a ship that can go straight to the core. The ship will be ready in 3 months. 6 specialists were sent on this mission. At the end of the countdown, the ship drilled into the Pacific Ocean and headed for the Marianas Trench. Brazelton was about to reach the bottom of the ocean when he activated his laser pulse cannon to pierce the crust. The ship successfully penetrated the crust. 17 kilometers later, a patch of unidentified material appeared on the display. Then the ship broke through the rock and fell straight down. Man's arm is almost cooked by the sun. He doesn't know what's happening. A ray of sunlight breaks through the halcyon layer.
I was doing a photo shoot in China, and we spotted the most legendary looking fisherman. I want to ask him for a photo. You think it's a yes?
I don't know.
Excuse me, sir? Do you speak English? No. Oh, that's good. I want to ask you something. I translated my request into Mandarin. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I asked him to splash his paddle into the camera. He was afraid that it was gonna break, but my friend helped me translate that we can always buy another camera, but we will never relive this experience again. So he sent it, and I nailed the image. Yeah. Next, I asked him to throw his fishing net right over me. This was a hard angle to snap, but with 10 years of experience as an action photographer, I made it count and got it after a few shots. I completely forgot about our model, and I wanted to bring her into the photo. At first, it was too bright, but we waited for the sun to set into blue hour. At this point, the fishman really wanted to go home, but I reassured him that this will be the best photo that he has ever seen, and I'm currently editing, so stay tuned for results. I was doing a photo shoot. Everyone has hidden agendas. Just try not to be the one who gets exploited. Everyone has hidden agendas. Just try not.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Joanne, bounce. With the behind the scenes shenanigans.
They cannot handle their alcohol. We the white boys from the backwoods and the bad hoods and the trailer park trash that pack guns. When I was younger, they
bro's actually spazzing right now. Like the Eminem, you know where Eminem used to rap like that, right? I need some water just listening to bro rap.
but I'm still in the mix. I've been with time before you got cats for speaking the truth about the world and exposing it for what it actually is.
Now why he come in like that?
What's up, everybody? How you all doing today? We are back with another one, and today we're checking out Tom McDonald, Adam Cartoon, and Dax called Black and White. It's a brand new video, just dropped 5 minutes ago. And yeah, let's just dive straight into it and let's see what Tom McDonald, Adam Cartoon, and Dax is talking about. Let's get it. Let's go. Before I do that, I've got to put my headphones in. My bad. Let's go.
Good morning. What you doing?
Cigarettes, ride a mechanical boat, we like the hunt, we with a gun, come back tomorrow, we come with the I'm the white boy with the baseball bat, with the face tattoos and a NASCAR hat, and a backyard like strapped out, got a glass jar full of tobacco, it's blacker than asphalt, rolling with hundreds of grinders, acting like animals, they cannot handle their alcohol, we the white boys from the backwoods and the bad hoods and the trailer park trash, that pack guns.
Here we go now, don't you know, motherfucker, I got the
We coming for blood and you running for cover, addicted to drugs and the gutter, been drunker than anyone, leaving the club, we go dumber than ducks, we got my...
What? Damn. I didn't know Tom McDonald could rap like this. Like this quick, like this fast speed of delivery. It's like fucking hell. Just constantly just punching in. Just what the fuck? That was crazy. That's a crazy ass fucking flow right there. Bring it back.
Hop in the truck, 10 of my buddies are already drunk. We don't go nowhere that doesn't have liquor and cigarettes, ride a mechanical boats in the club. We like to hunt, we with a gun. Come back tomorrow, we covered in blood with a bucket of Dutch. We all cover the when we pop in the clutch, we ain't stuck in the mud. I'm the white boy with the baseball bat, with the face tattoos and a NASCAR hat, and a backyard like strapped out. Got a glass jar full of tobacco, it's blacker than asphalt. Rolling with hundreds of charges, acting like animals, they cannot handle their alcohol. We the white boys from the backwoods and the bad hoods and the trailer park trash. Got pack guns when I was younger, they taught me to struggle and hustle like 200 bikers, and they were my brothers. We coming for blood and you running for cover, addicted to drugs and the gutter, been drunker than anyone, leaving the club. We go dumber than ducks. We got mullets and butters and multiple gunners that come in Hummers. You under the rubber, you'll never recover. Chain smoking, my lungs hurt, my neck red, got sunburns, bumping Eminem.
I think it's just about to say something about Eminem now. And I did notice he's wearing an Eminem shirt, same as me. But yeah, that flow is fucking crazy. What the fuck is Dax doing?
No, I'm fucking mad. Is that fucking you, man?
What the fuck?
With a struggle and hustle like 200 bikers, and they were my brothers. We coming for blood and you running for cover, addicted to drugs and the gutter, been drunker than anyone, leaving the club. We go dumber than ducks. We got mullets and butters and multiple gunners that come in Hummers. You under the rubber, you'll never recover. Chain smoking, my lungs hurt, my neck red, got sunburns, bumping Eminem. We all know the words, but the white boys living hella birds. He really don't care if you like a little bit of
wanna fuck with me?
I'm killing him in a minute.
I'll show you motherfuckers how you fuck around.
Camo and mullets and cowboy hats out in public. Got ammo stashed at my cousins and cashing addicts and cupboards. They all listen, we don't listen, can't hear it no more. We gone fishing, they gone missing. I told y'all before. I be on some white people hanging out the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people. Jumping out the plane, no parachute, so I'ma get the sooner. I ain't learned from school, always ditch Ferris Bueller. Screw your little truck, my square body over there. It's cooler, every white boy riding with me over there. Shooters, I'm the white boy with the monster pump. Say shot over the pop the truck, the northern of my soul off the jump.
This is organised chaos, is what's going on there. Organised chaos is what's going on there. Damn.
Organized chaos.
Tom McDonald's really, amped up his fucking rap star. Like his fucking rap, because he normally doesn't rap this fast, like he has done in the past. But he's really just, I saw Tom McDonald's live stream they did the other day, was it Wednesday? And he said that this one is just going to be more crazy. There's more. Yeah, and this is crazy. This brings us back.
They be like, oh my God, he be on some white people. Jumping out the plane, no parachute, so I'ma get there sooner. I ain't learned from school, always ditch fairs. You know, screw your little truck, my square body over there. It's cooler, every white boy riding with me over there. Shooters, no white boy with a monster phone. Say shotgun with a pop the truck, the northern of my rock the lots of guns. This ain't soccer, but watch them run. Shoot them in the lung, need oxygen. Hop them blood. Like he often does, talk too much in this coffin shots. I'm never gonna back up too much ammo. We got hammered, used to battle. Heads up fights right on the gravel. Back in the day, we used to handle like men, but now we're canceled. Look at us like states for canceled. Look at them like pull your pants. Some dumbass kids ain't got no answer. Look up to dudes with tattoos and rap views and bad moves and abuse of my past acting stupid. I used the bad news for the gas to keep moving. I make
Oh, that sounds a bit like an Eminem flow. Listen to that.
we used to handle like men, but now we're canceled. Look at us like states for canceled. Look at them like pull your pants. Some dumbass kids ain't got no answer. Look up to dudes with tattoos and rap views and bad moves and
It reminded me of a bit like an Eminem flow right there. That's what it reminded me of.
dumbass kids ain't got no answer. Look up to dudes with tattoos and rap views and bad moves and abuse in my past acting stupid. I used
The way I like, I sit back.
You have is there a deputy right there?
Yeah.
Deputy, can you come back up here, please, and state and spell your name for me?
My name is Officer Marquise Gale, Marquis. Last name for Gale, Ridgell.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott was picked up on a tether violation, it says, on the 4th. For the life of me, I cannot figure out what the tether violation is. I read this record, this report here, and it says that he was over there working at the police department. I noticed the above subject tracing the location of the Woodhaven Police Department. I contacted Woodhaven Police, did verify subject was there. A detainer was emailed, I was notified the subject was at Woodhaven Police to be fingerprinted. A Third Circuit warrant was found and the subject was put into EMU writ status. So this has nothing to do with him. Him being in custody right now has nothing to do with a tether violation. Is that true or false?
I'll have to look, sir. Hold on.
I don't see any reference in there about a tether violation.
Well, it says it in here there was. I mean, implicitly they say it, but I don't see where there was one. I didn't order him not to go back to the Woodhaven Police Department. I think he was picked up on another warrant.
There is reason to believe, and I'm going to state it, not my client, and Mr. Elliott, I don't want you to say anything because you haven't pled guilty to anything and you're presumed innocent. I have reason to believe that maybe there was a battery not charged when he was at home. That may be an issue.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
According to the system, it says he's here for malicious destruction and 2 counts of domestic violence. Now, about that report, or being a violation of his tether, I would have to even read the report myself, sir. I didn't write the report.
Can I speak?
You're just, Elliot, I want to make sure you don't say anything that incriminates you because you haven't pled guilty to anything.
I know I've been told 4 different things than it is. Like I don't know what I'm.
That's fine. What is it that you're being told?
I'm being told from the sheriffs that picked me up from the Woodhaven Police Department, it was a tether violation. Then when I first asked the Woodhaven Police Department when I first got there, they told me it was a stalking charge. I've never stalked anybody. Then now it's a malicious destruction of property, which I'm paying off. That's from another case at Woodhaven that I'm paying off. And I need to pay that ticket off today as well, which is another problem for me, but that's beyond the point. So basically, I'm very confused. My tether got it. I know it's a tether violation, but I don't know. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm not trying to confuse you.
All right, slow down. Just relax.
We're all trying to figure it out together.
Take a deep breath and relax.
I did represent him on the one with the malicious destruction of property. It was a vehicle.
Lisa, there is a note here, malicious destruction of property. It says, malicious destruction signs, bills, or notices. It says he has to Judge Hessen?
Correct.
Yes, I handled that file.
Was he on, is he in custody on that one? I cannot figure out why this gentleman is in custody.
I have a job.
Mr. Elliott, I'm gonna straighten it out for you, sir.
Thank
you.
I'm really thankful.
He's working 2 jobs. He's stressed because he's gonna lose his job.
I just lost my old job because I got locked up.
All right, settle down. I'm gonna help you, okay? Assuming you need the help, or assuming you're deserving of the help.
It doesn't look like he's on a tether for Judge Hessen's case, so there should not be a violation for that.
I don't understand this. I just don't understand this. They're saying at approximately 6 p.m., 1900 hours, or 7 p.m., I guess that would be, while monitoring the OmniLink software, I noticed the above subject tracing the location of the Woodhaven Police Department. I contacted Woodhaven and did verify the subject was there. This is a sergeant from the Sheriff's Tether Unit. The detainer was emailed that I was notified the subject was at Woodhaven to be fingerprinted. A Third Circuit warrant was found. The subject was put in the EMU writ status. So I don't know what the Third Circuit warrant's on, but that has to be the reason. But I'm just curious as to why they're putting him in front of me on a tether violation when it appears there was none. The subject was in compliance with his curfew at the time of the arrest, unless the tether violation is for violating the law, and that could have happened while he was on bond, and I ordered him not to violate the law. So I'm unclear. Do we have any other indication that this gentleman was picked up on any other case after he was in front of Judge Hessen, actually, for arraignment on February 21 of 23 and up through the present? And I see nothing.
The Wayne County site only shows 2 cases.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Again, this is Officer Riddell again. I just got off the phone with the coordinator. Officer Frithers was stating that in the report it should have said something about him violating due to police contact.
Well, that could, hang on, Mr. Elliott. But nobody's telling us what the police contact is. I don't know what the Third Circuit warrant is. I'm looking at his lien. Now, granted, this one is dated March the 28th, so maybe you need to update that, Lisa. But I don't see anything on here on his criminal history indicating any other charge emanated after the February 21 of 23 incident. So why don't you start by running his lien again, an updated version? I know it's only 8-9 days, but
Can I say something real
maybe
quick?
that. I'm sorry?
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I'm wondering if they think he was there getting printed on new charges.
No, that's what that's, Mr. Elliott, would you please stop? I ordered him that day, Deputy, to go and get printed at Woodhaven Police Department. He hadn't done it previously. I ordered him to go over there and get printed. That's why he was at the Woodhaven Police Department, because on this domestic violence case that I have, that has an offense date of January 27 of 23, for which he was arraigned on February 21 of 23, I noticed when he was in court on April the 4th that he had not been printed. So I ordered him to go over there and get printed, and I set this for a bench trial. Then they're talking about on the tether violation that he was at Woodhaven PD. I think there's been some. I think there's been
a misunderstanding, Your Honor.
So do I.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask it.
Do we have any indication that he has any other case pending in Wayne County Circuit Court, Mr. Deputy Marquez?
No, sir, not that I see. None but the current stuff.
Lisa, do you have? Do you have any indication on anything, including the lien that you either have run or are running or about to run, that there's any other hold?
No, the lien is printing down there in the courtroom right now. And I looked on the Wayne County site, it only shows these 2 cases it's held on.
So the problem is somebody had made an assumption, and my father used to tell me what would happen if you made an assumption. And it's not a good one. This guy's been sitting in jail for 2 days. Unless there's a hold, I want him released immediately.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay?
Tether?
Well, no, he's still gonna have his tether. I still want the tether on him. Wait.
Yes, Judge.
I want the tether on him still with the same tether conditions. And we will send those back if we need to. No contact with Isabella Cavallan or prosecution witnesses, no alcohol, no drugs, no firearms, no dangerous weapons. He's not to be within 2 miles of that individual's residence or place of employment. He was not to be released until fitted with a GPS tether. So what I would like is, do you still have the tether right now, Mr. Elliott?
No, they cut it off, Your Honor.
So they need to get that back on him with those same conditions. And would you tell them the judge would really appreciate it if they would expedite it, since he's just spent 48 hours in jail or thereabouts, 38 hours in jail that he shouldn't have spent 38 seconds on? So Lisa, let's send that back. The minimus, we'll just do an amendment and say the defendant has posted bond, because he has, February 28th of 23. I'll just make a note, and then you can put in the conditions to make sure they get all the conditions in here. Defendant taken into custody on April the 4th. It appears that was in.
On Monday, August 14th, Officer Mark Dial of the Philadelphia Police Department shot and killed Eddie Irizarry. On Wednesday, the police department issued its official statement regarding the incident. In the ensuing days, that statement seems to have changed. Let's have a look. In an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer issued 2 weeks ago, the Inquirer reported regarding a Philadelphia police officer who fatally shot a man in Kensington. The article states the following. A Philadelphia police officer shot and killed a 27-year-old man on Monday afternoon in Kensington. Shortly before 12 p.m., 24th District officers observed a car driving erratically in the area of B Street and Erie Avenue. When officers tried to pull the driver over, he took off in the Toyota, heading south on Lee Street and then turning left, heading the wrong way on East Willard Street. The man, identified by family as Eddie Irizarry, eventually pulled the car over on the 100 block of East Willard Street. As officers approached the car, Irizarry stepped out with a knife. He stepped out with a knife. She said officers gave multiple commands for him to drop the weapon, but he did not. Instead, she said, he lunged at the officers. One of the officers then shot Irizarry several times. Video posted on Instagram of the moments immediately after the shooting appeared to show the officers pulling Irizarry out of the driver's side of the Toyota. The police carried him to their cruiser, then rushed him to Temple University Hospital, where he died shortly after at 12:48 p.m. Riley declined to comment on the video of Irizarry being pulled from the car. So, according to the article and according to the police statement, this individual, Eddie Irizarry, was driving erratically, stopped his vehicle going the wrong way down a one-way street. When the officers approached the vehicle, he jumps out, lunges at the officer with a knife, and then the officer shot him. So let's see if that jives with what the video surveillance footage of the incident shows. Now, the surveillance footage that I have is from the Daily Mail, a UK periodical, and the footage is from a Ring doorbell camera, so the audio quality is not very good, but it does depict pretty much what happened that day. Let's see. So I think that's enough. We can clearly see in the video what happened that day. There are a couple things that I want to bring to your attention. Just reminders of what you saw in the video. One, the police department's statement that somebody opened the door of the vehicle at all didn't happen. Come on. Nobody lunged with a knife. In fact, you couldn't even see Eddie Irizarry in that video because he never exited the vehicle. He never rolled the window down. He never opened the car door. Nothing that the police said happened. So, if that's the case, how is it that the police, 2 days after the incident, released the statement that they released? Well, let's look at a different article, shall we? One with the updated version of the police narrative. This article is from The Guardian, another UK periodical. Philadelphia police changed narrative in killing of Eddie Irizarry by officers. Authorities had earlier claimed the 27-year-old had lunged at officers with a knife, but now say he never stopped out of his car. Philadelphia's police commissioner said on Wednesday that a police officer who shot and killed the driver, who was sitting in his car last week in North Philadelphia, is being suspended and will be fired. So the officer is being fired. That's wonderful. Danielle Outlaw said that Officer Mark Dial will be suspended with intent to dismiss him in 30 days for refusing to cooperate in the investigation of the 14th August shooting death of 27-year-old Eddie Irizarry. Newly released surveillance video appeared on Wednesday to contradict the police department's initial narrative of events. On August 14th, Irizarry was shot and killed in his car in the northeast suburb of Kensington. In a press conference shortly after the incident, Corporal Jasmine Riley told reporters that Irizarry had stepped out of his vehicle with a knife following a traffic stop, and that officers gave multiple commands for him before Irizarry lunged at the officers. One of the officers discharged his weapon multiple times, Riley said. 2 days after the incident, Outlaw, the commissioner, told reporters that the initial account of events was not what actually happened, as she announced that Irizarry was driving erratically and that he was going the wrong way down a one-way street before he pulled into a parking spot. Two officers then approached Irizarry, who was inside, not outside his vehicle, when he was shot by one of the officers, according to the revised police statement. The body-worn camera footage made it very clear what we initially reported was not actually what happened, CBS 58 reports Outlaw saying. The Philadelphia Inquirer reports Outlaw, adding that the initial information released was generated internally and that officials are backtracking to determine how the narrative was created. According to this article, the police department doesn't know how its internally generated report was created. Outlaw also said that police recovered a kitchen knife and a folded serrated knife from the car, the Philadelphia Inquirer reports. So, initially, the police department reports that Irizarry lunged at the police officers with a knife. Now, the officer who shot Irizarry to death is being fired, not because he shot him to death, but because he refused to cooperate in the investigation of this shooting. So from that, I have so many questions. So first, did Officer Dial tell the police that Irizarry lunged at him with a knife? If so, why would he do that if he thought that what he did was within the normal operating procedures for a police officer? When the police were forming their narrative of this event, when they were preparing for this press conference with the public, did they ask Officer Dial what happened? Did they ask his partner? Because in the video there were two cops. Did they ask his partner what happened? Did his partner agree with Dial's version of the events? If so, why isn't he being fired for refusing to cooperate in the investigation? Because if he corroborated Dial's version of the events and that's what they based their narrative on, well, so, but my last question is, before you go to a press conference where a 27-year-old has been shot multiple times by officers and has died as a result, why do you look at the body cam footage to make sure that whatever the officers are telling you, you know, lines up with what happened? So either the police department did look at the body cam footage before they released the statement, in which case the police department was lying too, or they just stupidly didn't look at the body cam footage. Either way, the police department seems to be just as inept as the officer who shot Irizarry to death. So, regardless of what happens in any potential criminal case, the family of Eddie Irizarry is going to hire an attorney if they haven't already, and that attorney is going to have a field day with the civil action that is going to result out of this. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. You should too. My name is Nathan Saunders. This is The Legal Good.
Oh, well, thank you, my friend. Come on. Come on. Come on, mister.
I'm about to cash a $50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago. The same accident the insurance company offered me $5,000 for. Crazy, right? Friends, family, and even the insurance company told me I'd barely get anything for it, that it wasn't worth my time because all the hoops I would have to jump through for. I am so glad I didn't listen, because now I'm basically getting $45,000 of extra money for free without having to jump through a bunch of hoops or having to desperately plead my case to firm after firm that really don't even care. Here, let me show you how I did it. I'm going to show you how I got this $50,000 check I'm about to deposit into my bank account for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago. The same accident, the insurance company only offered me $5,000, and I'm going to show you in real time how you can do it too. Yeah, real time!
Tonight, the stunning turn of events in Russia. The mercenary chief who led an aborted mutiny against Vladimir Putin's military potentially killed in a plane crash. The dramatic video appearing to show a plane plunging out of the sky northwest of Moscow. jail. Images of wreckage burning on the ground. Russian state media reporting Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin was on the passenger list. Was the former Putin ally targeted after a failed rebellion? Our Richard Angle this year. Also just in tonight, Rudy Giuliani's mugshot as he and several other allies of Donald Trump surrender in the election probe in Georgia. What Giuliani said outside the jail, and new details on Mr. Trump's plan to surrender tomorrow. The 2024 GOP presidential hopefuls facing off.
You okay, baby? We're gonna see about getting you that surgery, dude. Hang in there, big guy.
So now it's racist to use proper English. This is a video going viral, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's a damn Zoom chat with some teachers or something, bro. It's a little minute snip of it going around, bro. And I needed more context. I will show y'all the snip, but ain't no point. I found the entire video, right? Because it is, it's pretty ridiculous, dog. Ridiculous ain't the word, man. It ain't the word, bro. These wokies have gone too far. Let me show y'all the video before I just dive into my thoughts and allow y'all to dive into y'all's thoughts as well, bro, because this shit is crazy.
So when I think back to my time in the classroom, specifically when it comes to anti-Black pedagogical practices, one of the things that I really like to focus on in my Foundations of Education course, as well as my senior seminar, is the concept of language justice. And so one of my very favorite scholars, her name is Jamila Lispot, and she's written a book called Black Appetite, White Boot, which I highly recommend. So there we are. And Dr. L, she really stresses the importance of acknowledging students, like we were saying, humanity, but who they are in terms of their language practices, and when they bring that into your classroom.
It's like I picked the wrong week for smoking.
Looks like I picked the wrong week. Quit drinking. Looks like I picked the wrong week. Quit amphetamines. I picked the wrong week. Quit sniffing glue.
Oh, what is that? She's so pretty, huh? I know she's so pretty. Oh, I know. Aren't they so awesome? I know you want to go say hi to everybody. Are you? Oobity goo, I know. Sabba-da-goo-dabba-dabba. Who-sta-da-goo-da-ga-da-da. What are we gonna do, everybody? Shingle-da-boo-doo-ga-da. How you doing, bitch? Nikki, Denise, the whore, the one that sucked her father's dick. How you doing, bitch? How you doing there, whore? She's a whore from the south, sucking her daddy's motherfucking cock, opening her mouth and doing what she's gotta do to make daddy happy. What a piece of shit you are, Denise, yeah. Thinking of your dad with a cock in front of your face, then you bite the dude, oh yeah.
This incredible story has gone viral in the United States. The famous American actor Tom Selleck starred on the morning show last week. Truck Sessions.
So no matter who you are or where you come from, I feel like everybody at this point knows that this whole world is being run by just a handful of people who want to tell you what to do, who want to tell you how to live your life. There's a changing of the tides going on though now. I really hope you love and support this message. Share this song. It's called What They Fear the Most. Black folks with dreadlocks and rednecks with boots, Hispanics and patriots and the same truth. They told us we're enemies till we became friends. Puppet strings coming from DC again. They got everyone willing to purchase their lives. They stay in the shadows and watch us all fight. Cause if we're at war with each other nonstop, we won't see the evil come straight from the top. But what they fear most is the neighborhoods coming together, not just in fair weather. And what they fear most is the red, white, and blue in the streets, saying screw the elites. Just cause we question don't make us outlaws. The problem is billionaires trying to play God. But we love this country and cheer for each other. We get the same goals. And that's what they fear the most. Who the hell's privileged? Cause it ain't you or me. The fat cats, they want us to stay on our knees. Becoming statistics that nobody knows. Our children brainwashed by the NWO. They got everyone willing to purchase their lives. They stay in the shadows and watch us all fight. Cause if we're at war with each other nonstop, we won't see the evil come straight from the top. But what they fear most is the neighborhoods coming together, not just in fair weather. And what they fear most is the red, white, and blue in the streets, saying screw the elites. Just cause we question don't make us outlaws. The problem is billionaires trying to play God. When we love this country and cheer for each other, we get the same goals. That's what they fear the most. That's what they fear the most. What they fear the most is the neighborhoods coming together, not just in fair weather. And what they fear most is the red, white, and blue in the streets, saying screw the elites. Just cause we question don't make us outlaws. The problem is billionaires trying to play God. We love this country and cheer for each other, we get the same goals. That's what they fear the most. That's what they fear the most.
If you're a couch potato, you do not want to see this, because we are giving away these incredible outdoor mystery boxes for free. All you have to pay is the shipping, no hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that. Just cover the shipping. I mean, just take a look at these products. You will absolutely love these, and we are giving them out for free until we run out. Night vision goggles, our best-selling shoulder.
I still bury the money, cause I don't like banks. I don't trust politicians, but I take orders from Hank. I keep a 9AA under my truck seat. I stand back and stand by, but I ain't gonna leave. Now we're full of hyenas running through this land. Stealing, killing, destroy. It's always been their plan. So keep that ear to the ground. If you want to stay free, stand back and stand by. On my Wolverines. And the country I'm from is red, white, and blue. We don't follow the sheep, but we stand with the truth. If you mess with the eagle, you get punched in the mouth. Cause we're 71 million boots on the ground. Don't wake up the bear, man, he's big and he's mean. Stand back and stand by. My Wolverine. Our founding fathers are cringing, walking out of their graves. They're still holding their musket. I salute them and say, our children won't have a chance once evil comes on the scene. Stand fast and stand by, all my Wolverines. And the country I'm from is the red, white, and blue. We don't follow the sheep, but we stand with the truth. If you mess with the eagle, you'll get punched in the mouth. Cause we're 71 million boots on the ground. Don't wake up the bear, man, he's big and he's mean. Stand fast and stand by. My Wolverine. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. Tyranny becomes law. Rebellion becomes duty. My Wolverine. Rebellion becomes duty. My Wolverine. Rebellion becomes my Wolverine. Rebellion becomes
Come join the fun. Come on, let's have some fun.
Anyway, today is exclusively a YTR day. I have put together a comprehensive playlist. Oh, Tucker drops Ukraine bombshell, yet nothing happened.
Boy, you really are obsessed with YTR, aren't you? Jesus Christ.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to clear that up for you guys. That's the whole story. Somebody drops bombshell, but nothing happens. Everything's clickbait. I have a couple of dramatic.
Well, you know what? I can't say I blame him. Can't say I blame him for being obsessed with YTR because YTR is a lot better than he is. Oops.
Email readings. I have proof for this. It's called something. Most of these are from Anna Nicole. One of the only people I did not pull my support for. I didn't say anything, but I'm gonna say it now.
Of course, he didn't pull his support for her. Why would he? Why would he pull his support for Anna Nicole or for dear old Alex Glitter? Yes, Alex Glitter. You guys know Alex Glitter, the woman that was recently revealed by Sam Tefler to have worked as a prostitute. We all know about it. We all saw the fucking receipts on Twitter. We're not stupid.
I pulled my support for everybody but her. And I don't know how to explain it. I just didn't get a bad vibe, and I didn't feel like I was being fucking used. That's it.
Oh, really?
That's it. So I continued my support of Anna Nicole, and it seemed what she was doing was entertaining. So whatever. We've got a
entertaining how? How is she entertaining? She ain't entertaining.
We got a jail time story time. Did you know that YTR was a big boss in jail?
When the fuck has YTR ever been in jail?
It was fucking all the boys in the fraternity. Yeah, buddy.
Another lie. YTR, to my knowledge, has never been in jail. Oh my gosh.
I did have a video here from YTR Reacts. Beggs is over the moon happy. Guess why? But it says members only now. It's really cool that y'all could take my content and make money off of it like that. That's really cool. It's what would you call that? Oh yeah, fucking theft.
The plagiarism.
How is it theft when what you do and what you say on the internet is public? What you and what DC say and do online is public. It's public. It's the same with my fucking streams. It's the same with YTR streams. It's the same with Tragic streams. It's the same with AK streams. And it's definitely the same with GP streams. Unless somebody makes something private, anybody can do what they want with it. It's not theft.
That's what it is. Fucking theft.
Nope.
Let's see here. Oh, I gotta play the clip from it.
What's going on? I'm not from this world. The gate between Earth and heaven is opening.
Okay. The fate of your world hangs in the balance.
You're my guide. Can we come up with something a little bit cooler than guide? Servant? Yeah, no, you're right. Guide's better.
It will be difficult and dangerous.
What would you say if I was dating Cisco?
This is why I watch your streams, to find out how sneaky you've been in the past.
What? Hello!
Hello.
I've been waiting for this stream for a very long time. It's my dad!
Lydia, you could tell your dad the truth. I'm sure he'll understand. D.
Chat, Rose Money Club. 1 to show, 2 if it's a bad idea.
I've seen it.
Wait, what? You've seen what?
Well, the handcuff.
When I'm in England, I want to do something else with you.
Confirmation of Lydia's gayness.
No! What? You're not joining in with them. No, it's not. I didn't do anything. I did 0 in that situation. Zilch. I have a few questions that I asked on Instagram. You really haven't got to answer these. Alan asked, "Can he marry me?"
No. Well, if he can win your heart.
Alan's good in your book.
Well, no, if he meets those conditions, as would anyone.
Okay. And I guess that links into if I brought a future boyfriend to meet you, what would make you say hell no?
Say hell no. Well, I mean, first and foremost, it's a matter of what you want, really. But I mean, the only things that I've said if he's rude to me or discourteous to you, in which case, yeah, that would obviously annoy me. Apart from that, it's down to your choice.
So if he had like his whole face was a big tattoo and he had like black injected into his pupils, that'd be fine.
Yeah. Lunchbox in Hamilton. I mean, it's apparent that he's. Did you see? Oh my God! He said that he never did anything to Jezzy except use her picture in his thumbnails and stuff, and fuck Natalia. Yeah, he literally. If a guy said that about me, that I didn't do anything but fuck Nikki and this, I would be so. See, I'm just not used to being treated that way. Like, I demand to be treated like a fucking woman. I am good to the men that I'm in relationships with, and I expect to be treated well. And I've never been, abused or anything. None of my exes ever abused me. And I can't imagine I've never even dated somebody like Hamilton that talked to their, girlfriend or internet whore or whatever like that. That never attracted me. I never liked men that were misogynistic and degrading and grab your head and put it in their crotch and shit, I'll bite your dick off. You shove my head down there. Fuck yeah. I'll bite your dick off. Real, dude. Same fucking here, dude. I had a boyfriend one time. He's like, "You got anything you want to say?" Because I was gonna, give him a blowy. He's like, "You got anything you want to say?" I said, "Yeah, don't touch my fucking head or pull on my ears. I don't touch my fucking head or pull on my ears. I don't touch my fucking head or pull on my ears. I know what I'm fucking doing." Yeah. And it's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I don't need your help. don't fucking touch me.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing this. And I'm like, I will bite your dick off. Don't do that.
He's like,
try to shove me down, I will come back up with your dick in my mouth.
It won't be attached to your body no more. Yeah.
My ex-husband one time poured water on me because I was doing that, and I was thinking about my day. I wasn't even my ex-husband one time poured water on me because I was doing that, and I was thinking about my day. I wasn't even thinking about what I was doing, and I started giggling, and he thought I was laughing at his dick. I was like, could you be more? So he poured water on me. I bit him.
Oh.
Not hard, but I bit him. He knew it.
Yeah, not to let you know the thing come off easy.
And I stood up and I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, you bit me. I said, you're lucky I didn't draw blood.
Whoa.
What is your fucking problem? He's like, you're laughing. I was thinking about my day. I have to think about your dick the whole time. I was thinking about my day. I have to think about your dick the whole time.
Yes, yeah.
You know?
He's laughing at my fucking dick, lady.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Nobody's laughing at your dick, you girly.
That's the same thing. I'd say, geez. You know, we can just laugh and it's not about your dick, dude, right?
Right, Lynn? I mean, I don't want somebody shoving my head like that. I swear I'd bite their dick. I would.
It's fucking real. I know you mean grabbing someone's head.
I am not the person.
Yeah, that's like you're a whore. You're a big guy.
Yeah, you gotta be respectful to your partner. I don't see. I look at stuff like that completely, probably different than a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think that being with somebody is awesome and special. I don't, I'm not a sport fucking kind of person.
Same.
I have.
Right, right.
But usually the ones I planned on sport fucking turned into being a relationship or a thing or friends with benefits or,
That's right. I just came to realize that, I don't know.
But I wouldn't let a man treat me like Hamilton treats.
Fuck no, why would you?
Lunchbox. I wouldn't take it. We would be fighting constantly. I'd be like, dude, this is not going to work for me. I don't like being disrespected. And at first I wasn't going to fuck with her because I felt sorry for her. I really did. I was like, well, Jesse was going through so much stuff and, just didn't have time. And I get that, and, like them saying Jesse didn't give Natalie her phone number and stuff. It just backs up my thing where I said Jesse's a private person. I never spoke to her off YouTube. Not one time. So I don't know why they think that poking her, talking about her, putting her in your thumbnails, just stop all that if you want her to stop, because then what's she going to talk about?
Yeah, you said it earlier, would have made her look like a weirdo in front of everyone's eyes if she just would have came back. But these people fail to realize they talked about her at least 1 week for 52 weeks.
Every week, at least
once. More, at least one time, but more than one time.
And sometimes talk about her, but had a thumbnail with her photograph in it, or an or community post, or a meme, or just a snarky comment in the fucking, like when he shoved fucking Natalie's head in his lap, and he's like, "Fuck you, Jesse."
She looked like a little whore. I wonder what the Camel Crusher, her parents would think if they're like, "Oh, what is he doing to your head?"
Talker, and he can do that because he's a tiny little.
Davis, you're about to get born, Bob.
I lost another 5 pounds. I didn't check. God damn. Hey, Jay. I can't keep my glasses on my face.
Pussy, come. They're fighting.
In your community, y'all can get some fuck. That's how I knocked my spar partner out fucking yesterday with my right hook. He said that's the hardest he's ever been hit, man. For real. Oh, dude, a strong jab. Yeah, I got a hell of a right hook. That's how I knocked my spar partner out fucking yesterday with my right hook. He said that's the hardest he's ever been hit, man. For real. How big is that guy? How what weight is it? Hey, wait. He was 6'7". Holy shit. He was 6'7" and about 210, 215. Hey,
woo! Fuck them fight. How about me and you fight, Gruddy? You stinky ass.
Alright.
And
What the fuck, Evan? You've had how many opportunities to have that fight with him, and you know, then you needed 15,000. Now you're doing. Come on, get the fuck out of here, you fucking attention seeker.
Anywhere. Bring it. Pussy.
I'm older than 9 years old, bud. Sorry.
Woo! Oh,
Here we go.
bring it. Ladder for a minute, and I'll be right back.
Is there anybody else's intro you want to mimic? So you did Ric Flair, Mr. T, combo. What other uncreative things you got up your sleeve there?
You will be crumpled on the mat.
Baby, you can't reach there. You've been in my town. You're a pussy.
You went to New York and could have came to Michigan, but you're...
put you in jail for trying to contact my kid. What are you doing up here?
I'm waiting. I've been waiting.
Yeah. I know. It'll come. I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best, okay? Just keep waiting.
Now, your face. You're going to be there to get
call. I'll start with Livonia because that's the last known spot, and then I'll move. However they got to find you, I'm just going to let them know everything about all the harassment and all that shit. All of it, David. Every time you try to reach out to my little boy, my wife, my daughter, all that, Dave.
Your whore daughter.
All of that. All of that.
Stalking and harassment laws in Michigan. Internet stalking, harassment, bullying laws, Michigan. Internet harassment, bullying laws, Michigan. Oh, shit. Here we go. There's a law. It's called cyberbullying. Exactly what David Matthew Naggs is doing. Exactly. Oh, shit. Somebody get this to good job, buddy. Michigan Penal Code. One, a person shall not cyberbully another person. A person who violates Section 1 is guilty of a misdemeanor, punishable by imprisonment for not more than 93 days and a fine no more than $500 or both. A person who violates Subject 1 and who has a prior conviction for a violation of Subject 1 is guilty of a misdemeanor, punishable by a year. So in other words, it's a misdemeanor crime for what David is doing.
Your whore daughter.
All of that. All of that. I never reached out to your whore daughter.
Are you mad? Did your feelings?
Did I reach out to your whore daughter?
The police don't enforce feelings. They're gonna laugh in your face. Oh, we hurt your feelings?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm still gonna try.
Oh, you know what? You might want to call the fucking ambulance while you're there.
Yeah. That's funny.
Come pick you up.
In 8th
The
grade.
ambulance. And what am I gonna get?
That's hilarious in 8th grade.
Apple David. Is that what I mean?
Hey, Dave, I'm gonna try to get you arrested by providing all the proof, okay? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Still gonna try.
YouTube
Still gonna try.
Break terms.
Still gonna try. Still gonna try.
There's a saying, you gotta break terms of service on YouTube before you break the law, okay? I've never broke the
This is so dumb. Do you think YouTube has anything to do with the law? You're always talking about free speech, this and that. They don't have the same thing. That's not the same thing. This isn't America. This is a fucking business.
The terms of service of YouTube are worse than the law.
We'll see, Dave. I'm going to call the police on you for contacting my 8-year-old son.
Oh, let's see.
Okay? With your best work.
Guys.
We'll see. And when
all right, I'm going to call the police on you for contacting my 8-year-old son. You haven't denied it.
Like I do now, then your only resort will be to fight me. That'll be your last resort, right?
Hi, Cass. How are you?
That'll be your last.
So goddamn stupid. I've given you every chance to fight me. We talked off YouTube. You know, this guy's gonna lie to you guys because that's what he does. I've given this guy every opportunity to actually fight me. Off YouTube we talked, and he just doesn't want any. So he was in my town. Who doesn't know that he was in my town? Anyone? Okay, everyone. And he ran from me. The real reason he's here, Arnold, AJ, the real reason he's here is because he wants to steal your viewers for his show tonight.
Just like Sean did.
That's all he's ever done. He uses you, AJ. Listen to him. He sounds like he's on a goddamn recording.
He went to Michigan.
He's so allergic to my words, he must speak over them because they always make sense.
I don't know how to unblock somebody from
Michigan.
I'm so glad I can't understand you, dude. It's probably the best non-understanding I've ever had.
Hey, how do I unblock somebody from
Yep. Try talking without your muffler in your mouth.
Pussy, come to me.
Try talking without your muffler in your mouth.
Got plenty of them.
Oh, no, I don't talk about her. I'm joking, dude. It's okay. Don't be so. It's joking. It's Jane Gay Teleshoe.
They said, they talking about you. They said his grandma's on the panel.
My name's Kevlar. I started life Savoy.
What's up, Carlos? How are you?
As a woman.
Okay. So you're gonna claim to be nightmare now, huh?
I've been nightmare the whole time.
I thought you only had one account. Website News.
You also know that I lie every single day, and I enjoy lying to YouTubers.
Oh,
I
so
love it.
what are we supposed to believe, dude?
That you can't trust nothing I say.
No shit. Thanks for that. That was the point. That was the point I wanted to make.
That's a good, yeah. Duh.
Dang.
But I am very honest, so there you go.
Oh, I'm a liar, but I'm honest liar.
Yeah, you know.
Wow. Some crazy ass shit.
Tell them to come up under somebody else's name.
Look how fat you got.
Who are you talking to? Who do you need up, AJ?
Fat boy.
Charlie Pickle.
Okay, then you unblocked him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be fine.
What's the problem?
Now they're saying unblock them from StreamYards.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you block them on the StreamYard?
Fuck you, Natalie.
Because I don't know how to unblock some. I've never blocked somebody off my StreamYard, so I don't know how to undo it. It's got to be off to the right. You should have like off, or I don't know how it is, but and like I don't even know, man. Years off, or I don't know how it is, but and like I don't even know, man. Years since I've done it on a computer. You're on a computer, right? You got blocked.
Okay, Joanne. Okay, Joanne.
So he was just calling me fat. This guy's calling me fat.
Up there, man. Except
I'm 219 pounds.
Evan's calling somebody fat. David's calling someone fat, and he can't even tie his shoes.
About 20 pounds from exactly where I need to be.
We had 20 pounds of it.
The last 20 fell off. I'm fine, Dave. Don't worry about me. Worry about you. You're shrinking and spreading out sideways. You know how the Wicked Witch of the West started melting and started spreading out? That's what you're doing, but you're not losing any weight. You're gaining weight. You're gaining weight east and west. You're not gaining anything north. You're going south, east, and west. You're shrinking and getting fatter.
Eddie, what happened to your
Can't
wedding?
hear a word you're saying. Can't hear a word you're saying, man. Maybe try talking into the phone. Somebody want to type what he's saying? Translation?
Hey, we dropped the link again. I'm going to come back in without my headphones on. We dropped the link.
You can hear him. It just sounds like to me.
Fucking Natalie. I thought me and Natalie were fucking cool. She can go fuck herself too. Huh. Fuck her too.
People still have hard feelings for the shit that was said, and that's all got to get worked out.
Yeah.
And I understand that, man. I mean, you were pretty fucking hard on that.
Oh, I do too. I ain't saying I don't. I ain't saying I don't.
Like I stuck up for Natalie and Jez when you were going hard on them, hard in the paint.
Well, if they don't forgive me, they don't need to come up here and raise fucking hell either. You know what I mean? I don't go over their chats. I don't go over their lives and say fucked up shit.
It is your panel.
Woo! Woo! And the T combined is back. Woo! But other than that, he can go.
I fucking like to fuck him up too, man. Set something up.
You could beat his ass. You're 6'5".
Dude, and we were all cool, man. He was on a panel with me for me and Digger.
Mr. T, no. I like Mr. T. I'm talking about the real Mr. T.
Oh, no, man. Fuck.
I like Mr. T. Like Mr. T in our community, yes. I'm talking about Mr. T, the actor from A-Team.
Yeah. He's got a problem with me. Your Mr. T does.
He's a good dude.
Mr. D on his fucking eyeball for him a dot.
He's all right guy. I don't know where you guys went wrong. But just like you and AJ and Good Job Buddy and Canadian Bacon fight, and all can be resolved. Look, you guys are up here chatting.
Good boy.
Oh yeah, TJB get along good now, man.
Yep. So the same thing could happen with Mr. T. He's a good dude.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for Sean, man. I unblocked his ass. Get up here.
Get up here.
Feel better?
Come on.
Get up here.
Hey, man, we can fight right on top of a water tower if you want to, bro.
That'd be great. I want to be there.
Dude, I know too much about this shit, dude. The fucking guy. Dude, I know too much about Sally, bro.
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo. That's Eddie's friend.
Well, everybody has their friend.
Yeah, he's my friend.
Everybody has
Yeah.
He likes him, don't mean I have to.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will knock Sean Talley out round number 1, I promise.
Fuck yeah. I'll fucking knock Eddie out right on top of Sean. Pow!
I knocked my bar partner out yesterday.
I heard, yeah.
1 fucking year, dude, and I hit him. He said that's the fucking hardest he's ever been fucking hit. He got me right here. Right here. That's where he got me, right there. He gave me a little tight shiner, but that's it, dude.
Hell yeah.
He fucking, left hooked me right there, right on the corner of my eye, dude, and that pissed me off. I seen red, dude, and I come with a fucking, and then I come down on him like that, caught him right there, knocked him slap out cold with headgear on. With headgear on. That's how hard I hit him, dude.
You know what would have been funny if there was a piece of cake somewhere you could have slammed it in his face.
Dude, me and, dude, I found out when I watched that fucking shit with Logan Paul. Me and Logan Paul got something in common, bro.
What's that?
Logan Paul got something in common. We both like to throw cake.
Yeah!
Yeah. Press conference, Kelly, you're gonna wear some fucking Duncan Hines all over.
Yeah!
You
know! Yes!
This you, Tally? This you, Tally?
Who's this? You're about to get
Tally. It ain't the real title, Davis.
You're about to get porn bombs.
It's not on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm betting that Sean, man. He just got Kyle's avatar.
Make him show his face before, you know what I mean? Because Sean will porn bomb you.
He ain't gonna porn bomb you.
Sean will absolutely porn bomb someone and laugh about it on his channel.
He's not gonna porn bomb you.
Right now.
He ain't gonna porn bomb you.
Hey, Sean,
absolutely.
You, Sean, because
yeah, make him show his face, dude.
He's not gonna porn bomb you.
Took it down. So he texted me on Facebook because he's seen the same fucking channel, and he wanted to tell me that it wasn't him. So
if Sean comes up here, he ain't fit to double team me. He's gonna have his hands filled with motherfucking AJ. So get his ass up here. He ain't here to save his boyfriend. Good job, buddy, because he can't save that bitch.
Come up here, Sean. Show your face, man. Show your face, because I know it's Sam. I fucking know it's Sam. And I know the conversation.
You talk a lot, child groomer. You talk a lot, man. You talk a lot. You were in my town. You bitch out. You've lost your opportunity.
You go to jail.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You got nothing in your life. You got no one who loves you. No one who cares about you. You got no responsibilities. You live in a goddamn coop. You creep. You eat nothing but a food. You ain't shit. I'm gonna knock you to sleep. What else? You get a paycheck a week? No, unless you're down on your knees. Eat pussy. Go clean the dryer that you fucking. Yeah, talk. Go clean out an asshole for some money.
Dryer that you.
Go suck some shit out of your boyfriend's ass for money.
I thought no one loved me. I thought I was single 30 seconds ago, Mr.
He doesn't love you. He needs you. He needs to get that ass cleaned every month. That's how you make your money.
I thought I was single a couple seconds ago, smart guy.
I didn't say you were single. I said nobody loves you.
Talk yourself into
There's a difference.
Guy.
There's a difference, and nobody loves you, and you get used for your fucking cheeks, right? There's a difference.
Like your wife's doing to you because she cheats on you?
Sure, exactly like that. I'm such a kid. It's a Toys R Us world.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. All right, Sean. You accept? Hello?
Hello?
Do you accept the fight?
Dude, I really don't think you got the money. Absolutely.
Shit,
Yes!
We have a fight card. Yes!
Dude.
Shut up, you fat fucking pig.
Fuck you, you toothless freak.
I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth out, bro. Wow.
You mean I never want to like you again? You never. Ever. Never say nice things about me. I won't say anything nice but your penis. You don't know shit about my butt's penis. Ever again. That it's black. This is this way you sit down, black penis. You do.
I need to sit this up there. Wait, that was my penis. You do. I need to sit this up there. Wait, you do.
There goes.
I need to sit this up there. Oh, hurry. Okay. Just grab my lap. Okay. I'm outside. Yay! She's outside. Man. Let me see. I'll tell you how hot it is. It's probably hotter where y'all are. But still, I'm a big crybaby. I don't like being hot. It's 71 here. Oh, well.
Second, please stop talking shit. This is AJ and Sean, not me and you. It's AJ and Sean show. Let's shut up.
Woo! Well, round one, bro. I promise.
Sure.
I promise.
I think the faggot tried that once.
I promise, dude.
4 different times.
All I
think he
gotta
tried
say,
that.
all I gotta say is a tramp.
That here, but I bumped the pen multiple times. That pen, I don't do that here, but I bumped the pen.
Just fucking talk. Leave family out of it, bro. Leave family out of it.
I'll fuck your wife and your daughter while I'm beating you.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Fuck John and Mandy.
Fuck
John
you and
the
your
fucking
family.
world is bigger than you, AJ.
After I knock you out, motherfucker. Water tower. When I knock you the fuck out, I will cram my dick down your throat. You fucking. How about that, huh? How about that?
The hype is real.
You like Walmart cake or Duncan Hines? Because I'm going to spray cake all over your face, bitch.
Is it $100 a round? $500 a round? What is it?
You make the fucking call. You make.
No, this is your checkbook, bro. Not mine.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
now, you want me to come to you, or are you going to come to me?
I will forfeit the $1,000 for you to come here.
Okay. Okay. So I will pay you $250 a round.
How many rounds?
How many rounds you want to go? Because you ain't going to go
16, 20, 30, as long as you can go.
16, 20, there's no 16, 20, 30 anymore. Let's go 10 rounds.
Let's go 12.
All right, 12.
More money.
All right, 12 it is. Because I only need 1 round to knock your ass out, homie. 1 round.
Sure.
1 round, dude. I'm going to be all over your ass with gummy bear on braces, bro.
$3,000 if it goes the distance. $3,000. $3K if it goes the distance.
And I got it. No problem at all.
And all this media will go back to this community, I promise.
No, we're going to have it live right here because I'm going to find somebody to go with me, a cameraman. We're going to.
I don't give a fuck you go live or not. Is what I'm saying is the money that you're going to fucking pay me for whooping your own ass is going to go back to this community.
Just leave me a little bit, man. Just leave me a little bit of money so I can buy some cake on the way home.
I ain't leaving you shit, dude. Like,
come on. Because when I knock you out, dude, I'm going to drive
an hour and a half away. But it would be nice to get out of the house. And it would be nice to have a hotel room. And you just remember, that's where I'm going to. And the devil likes when we fight each other. Want to go to hell together? You ain't worth it. You ain't worth it. Sweetheart, homeless people? You're not homeless. You choose to live in a van. You could have an apartment at any fucking time. Don't give me this, I'm homeless.
Yeah, I could have an apartment next to people like you, but who would want to fucking have you for a fucking neighbor? Surely not me. That's why I choose to live in my van. People like you, Tracy.
Shit. Just like fucking Jose can have a goddamn apartment anytime he wants. You get a disability check, you piece of shit. That's right. Yeah. We're gonna take everything we can from you.
Come on, man.
I don't care. You're the one who fucking picked them dogs up and put them in your possession. You killing them dogs, we ain't. Them dogs' lives are...
Bag you up on the water tower and show my dick down your fucking throat.
So, well, what's
Yeah,
the
you and
bonus?
your wives, bro.
Is there a bonus if I last all 12 rounds and don't get knocked out? Or even knocked out?
See, Sean, you instantly paid for that. Hey, cops, please help me. There's someone attacking me.
David,
You invited me to a fucking fight and you got your fucking ass beat. You called the cops like the pussy you are.
Right, Nelly?
Pussy.
Nelly?
You and Eddie are the same. Cop calling pussy.
Well, the point is, dude, you struck me 4 times and couldn't even leave a mark on my ass.
You got more wives than your pussies.
Did you send litigation papers to me, David? Because I was taking on too much.
You got whore wives and your pussy.
Did you come to my town and bitch out and leave so you let me know you're here?
And you're going to call the cops.
Those are the facts, and that's all anyone needs to know. Now, let's get back to what might actually be a fight, Sean and AJ. Thanks for playing.
I don't think
you're going to call the cops, Eddie. You know what else is the truth is, good job, buddy's wife cheated on him with a black
You're not a
man
man for
and a
your word
white man.
anyways.
Amber loves his hospital. That's
You're not a man for your word, AJ, so I really don't believe you.
Oh, I'll be there, bro.
So why didn't you give me 20 of those push-ups that you owe me?
I don't owe you no push-ups. You obviously didn't watch my video, bro. You obviously haven't gone and watched my videos.
That wasn't the bet. The bet was that you would post a video on your channel of you racing. You never did.
I did.
No,
and I did.
Where's it at?
This is my little brother George. This is Mummy Pig. And this is Daddy Pig.
Bro?
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is, bro.
It's on your print.
Go look really closely, you blind fuck.
AJ, AJ, do me a favor. Prove me wrong right now, please. It's on your
motherfucker, go
look. Was you here when Good Job Buddy went to jail because of you too?
You left it
because that's a fact.
Post of you racing at your buddies, racing some other dude's go-kart that you got your ass whipped on.
I never got my, well, yeah, I haven't won this year yet.
Yeah, you never did post a video you raced.
You nothing, Sean. No one's under your fucking thumb. Fuck you.
You owe me.
No one owes you shit, bitch.
This is muddying up this shit, man. Would you shut the fuck up and let them talk?
Make me, pussy. Come and make me, pussy.
AJ, do you want this showdown right between you and Sean? You gotta tell your Oompa Loompa here to quit fucking interrupting.
Yeah, I want to do some intense fucking training, then I want to give this.
Bye, Sean.
AJ, I'll be back later, bro.
Bye. Bye. Sean couldn't get his way. Rage quit. Woo, that's a win.
No, he came here to deal with AJ, and you're fucking
try and put AJ.
AJ didn't want you up here to fucking stick up for him. What are you doing, man? You're white knighting for AJ, and he doesn't need you. AJ doesn't need you white knighting for him. I can do the same thing you can do and talk over each other and make this a fucking shit show. We can do this. That'll be fine. Let's just all talk at the same time. I'm sure everyone in the chat is enjoying the fuck out of this.
How about that? He didn't have to do it.
And I'm sure everybody in the chat is enjoying this as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure they're enjoying this. AJ doesn't need you white knighting for him. Why can't you just let them talk to each other?
Sean don't need you to white knight for him.
I'm not white knighting for him. Not white knighting for him. I was sitting there quietly, not saying a goddamn word. Do you forget what happened 8 seconds ago?
Unblock Sean so he can come up.
So he can come up here and do what we... Hey, David, AJ and I talked about this off of YouTube.
Shut up.
Moron.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up. Hey, AJ, would you tell him that we fucking dealt with this off YouTube, please?
You talked to AJ about Digger, too? About how Digger, AJ isn't happy with Digger? You said that today.
He was not happy with Digger bringing me up to people that don't know about me.
Yeah,
what are you doing up here ruining their fucking promo?
Good job.
I'm up here to challenge you to a fight.
No, I'm not. This isn't about us. It's not always about us.
Yeah, man.
You're
AJ, did we not set this up off YouTube?
Yes, we did.
so fucking
Okay. So that was I white knighting for somebody here?
Absolutely.
JB, get with Tally.
Shut up.
Get with Tally.
Okay.
Get it, G.
Okay.
So you don't know shit, Dave. You just showed up and you have to fat trash like you normally do.
Go watch
You
your
shut the
fucking
fuck
wife
up.
before she
Shut
goes and
somebody the
cheats
fuck
on you
up.
again.
You got nobody
Go
to
watch
shut the
your
fuck up.
whore
Nobody listens to you. Nobody fucking takes your commands. Nobody cares about you. Nobody's scared of you. My child's not even scared of you, Munchkin. You look like a fucking, you look like a lollipop guild kid from the goddamn Wizard of Oz.
You
Strictly fucking Loompa Loompa.
You call your son a fucktard.
I'm not listening to you, dude. You fucked up every bit of it for David, for AJ and Tally. That was on you because you needed more attention. You're not getting enough attention right now, so you needed more attention. Oh, he's up there. Maybe I'll get some of his attention. This would be a great time to get up there and get some of his attention. There's a between AJ and Sean. You're a big mouth. You had every opportunity to fight me, you fucking pathetic pussy, and you left my town without doing it. You showed up for Sean, but you didn't show up for me.
Girl, you sound mad.
Bitch, you sound short.
Ooh, someone's triggered, Eddie.
Someone's tiny.
Look at, you do get on mad like that in front of Dimension.
You are the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. You are the Lollipop Guild. Suck my fucking cock.
Drug addict. You still on Subutex?
You're the one who broke into a methadone clinic.
Oh yeah, we got the police reports on that. Slab City News in a fit of opiate rage with a desire for it, broke into a methadone clinic, then led the cops on a high-speed chase or low speed or some shit like that.
There's fucking Subutex freak. You're still on it.
You drove your mama's car into a methadone clinic and then ran from the popo.
Right?
You're a brilliant little G.
Yeah, he drove his mom's car into the methadone clinic to try to steal methadone with his mom's car.
Yes.
Be on Subutex forever.
Maybe you couldn't see over the steering wheel. Was that what it was? You just were like, just happened to be a methadone clinic. It could have been a KFC. If you just ran right into it because you can't see over the steering wheel or the dashboard, Benny man can't see over his fucking dashboard, ran into a methadone clinic.
How many black cops does your daughter take?
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and leave so that way you two can talk, AJ.
Another rage quit.
But just remember, AJ, we set this up for you to have your fight.
Bye.
And David came along to yak shit. He's talking the entire time. This is not fun to listen to. I know what fun to listen to is, and this ain't it. We're just talking over each other, and it's fucking horrible to listen to.
I'll get AJ's phone number and talk to him just like you do, because all you're trying to do is manipulate, you pussy.
AJ called me. AJ called me. You have no idea. You sound like a moron. You sound like a moron. And if you had the nuts, he'd fucking tell you right now. You sound like a moron.
You are a moron, manipulator.
What's manipulative about getting them to fight?
Everything. You're a manipulator.
Why'd you jump in this? It's not your fight.
You're a fucking manipulator. My fight's with you. I want on this call.
Come and get it, you fat bitch. You know where I am.
You come here.
Because I got family to take care of. You can count on me. You don't. You're a lonely, lonesome bitch living in a Jeep.
Your family
come to me, you fucking puss.
You can come up here.
Come to me, you fucking puss. If you want it, you can get it. Let me know. But if you don't show, you don't show. You didn't last time. You got in my town and you didn't show. I'd like for everyone to go to David's stupid channel, the pathetic channel with like 100,000 views. Go there, scroll down his video. You'll see the fat little fuck in the bottom in his blue shirt. That's him in my town. That's the little stupid ass why he was in my town and why he did not get in touch with me.
What else is there to do in Concord except for to sleep here while you wait to go to work in Charlotte? There's nothing else to do in Concord. The only thing to do would have been to get around me somehow. That's the only reason he came here. He came here, he saw, he ran. That's what happened. Nothing else. All this is just his big fat fucking mouth. This is because he's a shit talker, and he can do that because he's a tiny little midget who's always gotten picked on his whole life. He gets shit talked, so he learned how to shit talk. That's all you learn. I think you went to MMA to hide your sexuality, but that's just my opinion. You've tried everything you can on the planet to get me to fucking break up with my wife and be with you. You're a sick, fucking, ugly, disgusting, lonely man who lives in a Jeep and hangs around state parks and rest areas.
Is that what I do? How many times a whore shit on you? Remember the whore that shit on Eddie's face? And he told the whole YouTube about it? Fuck you, Eddie, and fuck you, Sean. How are you, AJ?
Right. Hey, Eddie, set something up with Tally. Come on your panel, dude. And then we'll have our press conference up there.
That's called a win.
I'm ready to knock Tally the fuck out, dude. He ain't gonna last one round.
He is a pussy. He will instantly call the cops on you because he's a fucking coward. This man,
I'll have a sanction, dude. I'll have a sanction.
You're gonna have to. He will run out. Dude.
I got props like that now, dude. All I gotta do is call my trainer. All I gotta do is tell my trainer, and he will make it legit, bro, in a heartbeat. And we will travel to fucking Washington. I will knock him out in the first fucking round. I will drag him up on the water tower, shove my fucking dick down his fucking throat, pull it out, sperm all over his fucking face, and kick him off the fucking water tower to his fucking goddamn crippled fucking mind. That's
if Angie comes up,
fuck out round one, dude. First round, dude.
He said stuff about your daughter and your wife, so if Angie comes up and wants to suck you off, will you let her? Imaginarily. No, here we go. I forgot you were married.
To do something like that, I guess.
An agent.
You guys just don't know my fucking trainer, man. He's a Golden Glove amateur fucking fighter, dude. He's 36 years old, dude. And I think folded.
His ass is over. See, Canadian Beta, you don't understand. We make words in this community, like
in January. So when I'm done knocking Kyle out, dude, I will come home and gonna have
respect him.
My new subs, man, are awesome.
Oh.
Hello, my Reaper Nation. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to copy GP. But hello again, folks. So we're going to be reviewing the Addict's recent attack on dear old YTR today. But first, I want to play this song, because this is about...
If you hold my hand, I will take you.
You know, good boy. And you back there looking like, yeah, I'm gonna stab all these police. Come here, big dog. Come on over here, man.
Hey, dog, I tried to get him to do an interview with me. He called me the feds and threw a chair at me.
So, look. Y'all tell me he don't look like he's running the yard, but you got the keys, don't you?
Rudy the enforcer,
I
buddy.
see it on you. Yeah, you in there. What they say? Oh, that's a little different. I've never heard of that one. What's that? This yellow one here.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it is.
Oh, yeah. You want to be worldwide?
You a big country out there?
What about Big Hollow? Big Hollow, is Hollow still here? Oh, no, he's got that people out there. Yeah. Yeah, no, he got over there. I did 2 years in 2005. Yeah, where you did time in Texas? Yeah. You stand quick. You stand. It's different down there. They call it down there, bro. I get it. It's over here. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. AC. TOB? No. What? You ain't with them, are you? No. I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
I don't talk about it on social media neither, dog. I 100% get it.
How long have you been here? About 16, I'm 36. Yeah, I got caught on these charges April 20th, 2022. But I've been on the street since then. And I've been sober for a year. That's good. Yeah. Years amazing, bro. Yeah, when I caught these charges, that was my bottom. So are you done? Oh yeah, I've been done. Yeah, I got a job in framing houses. So where are you going to do? I'm hoping to go there because me and my wife are moving down there to be close to you. Okay. Your wife can come. No, okay. What's your name?
This is finest business man has ever taken in America.
Go. So she wasn't untrollable. I triggered Stella. She was all up and yelling and shit. So don't say she wasn't trollable, because I triggered her.
Well, I got some emails that, you know, I'm about to bust it out, Eddie, that this is all a game. And how this is all manufactured for views. I'm going to bust the whole thing out, Eddie. It's gone too far. The moment that you said you would rather have your daughter die than me help, Eddie, this game that you like to play.
Bro, you got to kick it. Bro, you got to kick it.
Oh, man, that was the finest business man has ever taken in America.
David, you messaged an 8-year-old. You have no fucking stand on, man.
David, kudos to the YouTube parental controls for real. And also, David, I gotta admit, man, you made me laugh in the last video that I watched of you, the 4-minute long video, where you go, Eddie, after I fold you, you're gonna have to go directly onto YouTube and post it because you got beat by it. And you laughed. You said a midget, and you laughed. And I knew right then, I was like, this dude isn't serious, dude. He's fucking just goofing. He can't help himself. Because even in his own mind, he knows how funny that was, how stupid that is. Like, the idea of him beating me is just silly. He laughed himself. And that made me laugh. I had to admit it. I was like, dude, when he said it and laughed himself, I laughed myself. He knows what's going to happen if we ever do this.
Scott Man
obviously seen me face to face, or he drove by me, whatever, and saw me.
Scott Man 585.
You cocksucker. Got me.
I got people too, Eddie.
Hey, dude, but hey, I'm honest with you, though.
I got people that send me stuff too, Eddie.
You got me. You got me. On that one, you got me.
Why don't we join a super team with all the people that we got fucking send us information? After I pummel you, Eddie, then we can just fucking stop all this nonsense. This affects my family, it affects your family.
Really gonna affect them.
We can just quit.
We can take it all the way to the top. We can quit, or we can put the gas on and see where we end up.
Eddie, I think after that.
You don't have family, David. That's why you go after other people's, because you feel comfortable in the fact that you have nobody in your life. Other than what, Nikki?
They got me on that one, though. That was pretty good. I gotta admit, like, that was what, about 2 hours or so after I posted it, they figured out where it was from. They got me on that.
Hey, for the one that sent that, inshallah.
That was good. I'll give him that, man. Hey, but dude, that's what I mean. Like, I'm honest. That was a very good catch. Y'all caught me.
Yes, sir.
But like when you were saying it was Sam, I was like, that ain't Sam, homie. And I was telling you, I was like, it ain't Sam. I promise you, it ain't Sam. And it wasn't Sam. It was some guy I don't know.
No, I know. I was just trying to draw a little bit of info.
I did my research. I had to make sure that where he was close to where you were. I was on Google Earth. I was mixing it up to make sure that it would look like I was close by. Because I didn't know where he was that close until I did the Google stuff.
See, that's too much time out of my day. You'll never get that.
Yeah, dude. It took me 6.
No, I knew it. I did it.
The windows are back open, cleaning, doing stuff. So, this is my favorite time of year. Cleaning, kind of stuff.
Sister's husband?
Yeah. that's because he always tries to justify when he does something shitty like that. You know, remember when he called the sex play about dog lips and stuff? I'm confirmed. You know, like it was his place to confirm that somebody had passed away in the back. Remember all the
There's a lot of liars out there.
strange questions
You want to know, you want to
so
dig
that's
into
the kind of
just
shit
the
that
evidence.
he does.
It's not
Like I
market.
said, I'm really disturbed that he keeps saying that I contacted Mr. Chuck. Asking me about Beth Mac. It's like,
showing and trying to harass, intimidate with this photo at the end. Boom, right here. See?
Here you go, dude. Check this out.
See? I wanna know what love is. Saying if I don't come and fight him, that he's going to show it. Okay?
yeah, defend Stella's honor. You see what he's saying? So this is what, you know, Eddie could not leave Evan alone to mourn Stella, to process the death.
Oh my lord. That's coming from you, Nikki, the one that attacked Yukon Ann within a half hour of the announcement that her husband passed. You posted a video of an old lady throwing her dead husband out of a boat rolled up in carpet. Remember that? Let's see, what else did you do? Oh, as soon as Joanne's mom passed away and you guys found out, you guys started saying horrible fucking shit. Everybody. Basic Bob, S. Jones, D to Excite, and the wonderful D to Excite. Yeah. Or, the Boyds. So, I mean, come on. You know, and you guys are gonna fucking cry, you know, when somebody does something to you.
You know, or anything. He used her death to hurt Evan, and now he's saying that Evan is always.
How many? What? I don't see him as using that as that. Granted, that was and needs to.
So he's saying that I'm YouTube, stop the rumor.
It's like.
On the white truck in the middle of caught on camera, a terrifying moment.
Yeah, the baddest motherfucker on the planet. That's me, baby. So Eddie's groomer landed flat on its fucking face. That's right. Eddie admitted last night that he knew I was doing this shit just to trigger. And I did, and I won. Actually, it's some of my best work that I'm very proud of. The Canadian bacon. I'm taking you to the boy, and I'm gonna tell all the old cheese, and you'll never rule. Bacon, I'm still here, bitch. I'm out the woods. And Katie did. Stupid bitch. All the times that the judges and lawyers wrote up diaries of, this is what this whore did. You think that that's going to work against us, Katie did? Huh?
was going to affect me. This is what this whore did. You think that's going to work against us, Katie did? Huh? You think because people fucked you off and wrote paragraphs that your paragraphs are going to affect me? Bitch, stop. The man said I was going to trigger him, and I did. So all you little minions, Rider 58, I'd have beat your ass. You're supposed to come to me in Little Rock. I might fuck your son, you know? I might make him my bitch. God, I love being the king. Will I ever be stopped? No, the answer is motherfucking no. I'm out here. I'm out doing my thing. It makes a lot of you motherfuckers mad. And I see the Z at the end of the things where S is supposed to be. That Z represents fakers, and she's still in the building. That's alright, Tamara Doreen Farron. Those sisters pussy smelled up the whole morgue, I heard. Homeless ass bitch. Yeah. Fakers, we defeated you. We defeated Roy. I walked through this rumor. And tonight we're going to have the best 420 party. So everyone show up. Don't show up Katie. Don't show up Ryder. Earth Gal. Go make a dildo reef. I know that I piss you off, and that's my job here. I give 2 squirts of piss about YouTube. I just like trolling you fucks, and I'm the master, the king. Bow to your motherfucking troll king. Winnie.
That piece of shit. I wish I could shoot that motherfucker in the head. Shoot that motherfucker in the head. Fuck that bitch. Shoot him in the head. Fuck that bitch. Shoot him in the head. Fuck that faggot. Shoot him in the head. Put him in the ground. Grow some fruit. Holy fuck, he's a fucking fruit loop. Yeah!
Matter of fact, you don't get good time.
No. Nobody's talking yet because you're a bunch of scaredy pussy bitchin' motherfuckers, yeah. You won't say a motherfucking goddamn word because you don't know what a piece of shit you are. Because all you do is sit back and watch people tear each other apart. And then you get in the middle of it and stir it up even more. That just makes you even more a bigger piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you fucking punks. I did my job and destroyed what I could. I told you that I would. And I'm a man of my word. Like I said, I'll come by. I'm a man of my word. I'll be by to see a few of you. You won't know when I do it. I'm gonna bust you in your head with something very far fucking away. Your head's gonna explode like a watermelon, yeah. Your family's gonna be crying and wondering why. Then they'll get a letter from me, oh fucking yeah, explaining what a piece of shit you raised, oh yeah. Sorry, but they had to be put out of their misery. Why? Because there's no help for redeeming them. So just put a bullet in their head and call it a day. You will just save a bunch of people a bunch of bullshit. Just think of it like this. He won't harass no one else. He won't be able to attack another sexual assault victim. And the icing on the cake will be that David never contact another child like he likes to do and blame the father. Oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, yeah, yeah. David's gonna die real soon. I heard he's gonna die from a heart attack, oh yeah, from eating at McDonald's, whoa, whoa. Oh my Lord, here we go. I got another fucking song. Holy fucking shit, you fucking bitch. Nikki got fucked by her daddy, oh yeah. She gave her cherry to her dad. Or did he take it? Oh, I don't freaking know. But we'll find out when we talk to him. Oh, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go. Oh, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go. Oh, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go. Oh, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go, bitty go. Oh, bitty gooby, goobity goobity gooby doo. Goobity gooby doobity dooby doo. Oh, da da doo 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 goobity goobity goo. Goobity 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 goo. I just want you to know that I love you so much, Peeps. As a friend, I don't understand, Peeps, why you gotta be like that. Callie was right about you being a snake in the grass. You know what we do to snakes back home? We cut their heads off with a fucking machete. Oh my Lord, we found a snake. Oh my Lord, grab the machete. Here we go, we're gonna chop the fucking head off. Oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. Sorry to hear about your life, Peeps. Hope you die from drinking, yeah, 'cause that's what you said you wanted to do. Why can't you just let me alone so I can drink myself? I don't know. Let's come out, pussy. I don't know what to say, yeah. Tracy's pussy's good, oh yeah. I've heard numbers. She said, Sammy, take me, yeah. He's a fucking it shouldn't be said, boy. So I flipped her over and stuck it in her butt. She screamed and shot like a fucking Tracy's a freaking slut.